Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, Squirrel friends. Can you guys hear me, hopefully? Let me just make sure all my settings are good here. Looks like they should be good to go. How are y'all doing on this lovely Saturday evening, or Sunday morning, or Saturday afternoon, depending on where you are? Happy to be here back with another episode of Casey Anthony. Shout out to Iowa's Backyard Cam. And so I am excited to get back into this. We live in Orange County, as y'all well know by now. And so, yeah, we're going to start this out with, right off the bat, with perhaps what is some of the most interesting trial exhibits that I've ever heard of, which is these video jail calls. So this will be the recap from the last episode, get us all up to speed. I have a lot of thoughts, and also I sort of zoomed in on some key moments too. So yeah, without further ado, let's jump right on in.
It's a house.
Love it.
So I guess I just wanted to drop you some knowledge first. I think is the best thing that we should go over.
Drop you with some knowledge. Insane.
Here's what I wanted to go over with you, make sure that you're aware. Anything that you say to Jose is supposed to be attorney-client privilege. It's supposed to be in confidence.
Yeah.
How that works is, even if you ask him to reach out to the family, if you ask him to reach out to law enforcement, if you give him a letter and ask him to do it, he is not obligated to do that. Mm-hmm. He will make a decision if it's in his or your best interest.
Yeah.
You might be wondering what's going on here. He's laying the seeds. He's laying the foundation for what did I call it in the previous episode? Like the fake letter conspiracy. He's trying to lay this groundwork of like, don't trust your attorney. He's not going to be giving you letters or giving us your letters or what have you. But this is going to be coming up as like kind of a theme. You might ask yourself, why is he doing this? Well, I don't know, but obviously it has to do with not wanting her to trust her attorney. As you will see, there's a reason I'm calling it the fake letter conspiracy. So
the key is
this is not good. I mean, first of all, everything he's going to do is in his client's interest. First of all, second of all, there's things he's saying that are this is just not correct, and there's going to be quite a bit of that going on, where it's like almost like viewing her attorney as a threat or something. It's weird.
His best interest too. Mm-hmm. At this moment, I really don't have anything against him, but I want to make sure that you realize that if you try to reach out, he may not be giving us this information. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that.
They're like trying to convince her not to trust him, her attorney. Listen to us and not him.
Told us that his number one focus is you. Mm-hmm. That his secondary focus is Caylee. Mm-hmm. The truth is, because it's a business.
Yeah.
The truth is, the most important thing for him, his first focus is himself. Mm-hmm. Then you.
Wow. Why would you say that to her unless it's to try to get her to not trust that attorney? And why would you want her to not trust her attorney? Those are my questions.
That's what I want to go over. I'm sorry, I wrote a lot of this down because there's some stuff that I wanted to make sure that you are aware of before we really started getting into anything. Making sure you're aware of. So that's where it's different from. So it's not things he wants to talk about with her. It's things he wants to make sure he wants to inform her. It's weird to me because it's like that's a way of controlling things, right? He like we've already heard it. He comes right in with all this information. Much of it is incorrect information. I've seen the phone records. He has never returned a phone call to the police department. Now, he has written a letter, faxed a letter over to them that's saying that you're willing to cooperate and things like that. When they have reached out to him since then, he has either not returned the phone call or he has, and I mean, I've got the correspondence. I saw this yesterday, and I'm not trying to knock, knock what he's doing or anything like that. But I just want to make you aware of exactly what I've been able to, confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds so manipulative.
I'm not even going to get into the bond stuff right now.
This just feels so manipulative to me, because especially when he's like, yeah, I'm not trying to knock him. It's like, but you are, though. The reason it's weird is because the normal thing to do would be to encourage them to trust their attorney, right? Their attorney is the person who is going to be fighting for their life. It's weird if you're telling someone not to trust their attorney. That's a red flag to me.
Hold on, I just want to read through and make sure that I'm getting all this first. Now, understand, any of us are going to say that we do feel it would be in your best interest to be able to get out to help us find Caylee.
Of course.
However, I know that especially now that you know that you can write a letter to me or to whomever. That it's just like if you were out and you were able to talk to us when no one else was around.
So this is a weird part that will come up with everybody that comes to visit her, where that's why I added that text there. However, it's weird because it's like, and you'll hear this later on, Cindy Anthony says something that is alarming about this also. It's like they want her to stay there. Like she's to not get on bail, right? Like she is saying like, I want to get out so I can help or whatever, right? Like I can't do anything from here, blah, blah, blah. And so Lee's with this whole letter campaign thing, fake letter conspiracy thing, is trying to do two things, or well, maybe three things. So they're trying to get her to A, not trust her attorney, B, instead of writing letters or communicating with her attorney, communicate directly to him. And then C, I guess I was using letters. C, he wants to convince her that because of the fact that she can write letters to him, that it's the same or the equivalent as if she were out and she can help from behind bars that way, as if staying in jail is just fine. Like, does that, let me back that up so you can hear this, because this is kind of insane. Because it's like, why would he want her, when I say he, it's really not just him, it's really the whole family. They want her to stay there.
Phone call, or he has, and I mean, I've got the correspondence. I saw this yesterday, and I'm not trying to knock, knock what he's doing or anything like that. But I just want to make you aware of exactly what I've been able to, confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds so manipulative.
I'm not even going to get into the bond stuff right now.
This just feels so manipulative to me, because especially when he's like, yeah, I'm not trying to knock him. It's like, but you are, though. The reason it's weird is because the normal thing to do would be to encourage them to trust their attorney, right? Their attorney is the person who is going to be fighting for their life. It's weird if you're telling someone not to trust their attorney. That's a red flag to me.
Hold on, I just want to read through and make sure that I'm getting all this first. Now, understand, any of us are going to say that we do feel it would be in your best interest to be able to get out to help us find Caylee.
Of course.
However, I know that especially now that you know that you can write a letter to me or to whomever. That it's just like if you were out and you were able to talk to us when no one else was around.
Yeah. Excuse me.
There are ways, even if you're still in fear.
Now it's clear that he's lying to her on purpose, because he's repeating it so many times. And this isn't true. I don't know why he's telling her she can write a letter and it's confidential. It's not.
Make sure that you are aware of that. I've been doing my own research. I've been talking to some of your old coworkers at Code.
This is potentially one of the more insane parts of her visits with him here.
That color vision. I have the timeline. I know that there's a Jeff Hopkins. I know that there's a Juliet. I've been able to go through and confirm all of these things, and I've given this information.
So he's lying, because there is no Juliet. There is a Jeff Hopkins. However, he didn't work there at the same time as she does, or did, but there is no Juliet. So he's lying to her. And it's like the same thing her mom did. It's like, to the extent they know she's lying, like here, in this example, he does know she's lying. Just like when he said he knew she was lying when she said she was in Jacksonville. He knows she's lying. He knows there's no Juliet Lewis, but he's actually lying and saying he's confirming it. We know that he knows it's not real.
Providing the information for a letter or for a video to me or mom or dad or whomever.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, if you do it through Jose, he may or may not want to do it. But understand, if you write something to me in a letter, Casey, I'm not sharing it with anybody. I'm the only person who's going to read it. And if there's anything that you do not want me to relay,
I'll be very specific. I know.
And I know that you do, but I need you to trust me on that. Okay.
I definitely do.
Okay. I want to just kind of run through everything with you and whatever you feel comfortable, going through, but a search or tips or reaching out to people.
Check things locally, Lee, in all honesty. Places that are familiar to us, to our family. Ask Mom specific places that I've mentioned when her and I...
Now that's a weird answer, right? Because if somebody took Caylee, what she's saying here does not support the story that Zanny took her, right? Or that anyone took her. Why? Because why would someone kidnap a child and then bring the child to places that are familiar to the family? It just doesn't make any sense. This here actually supports more of what the defense theory was, which is that she wanted Caylee to be found. He said that in opening statements, right? Because Caylee was found close to home. It was a quarter of a mile, I believe, from their house. I think we heard at some point earlier, many episodes ago, about how that wooded area is a place where Casey used to hang out as a teenager or something. So what she's saying is almost like tipping them off to where they could actually find her. But that doesn't align with the story of her being taken by anybody, right? So it's interesting.
She should remember specific places.
Would you feel comfortable with me? I've them written down.
And that's a really specific answer. She's like, there's specific places recently. It's almost like she knows. It's interesting.
Have you ever gotten a letter that we've written to you?
No, I've gotten 2 letters. One was from the Dr. Phil show. The other was from another attorney that was posted the 17th.
You've never gotten a letter from Mom?
I haven't gotten a letter from anyone except those 2.
You've gotten a letter from Annie?
No, I haven't gotten a letter from anyone, Lee.
We have written you since the 16th, Casey.
So 16 letters. So this is again, laying that foundation for the fake letter conspiracy. He's saying, we've written you 16 letters. And she's like, I haven't gotten any.
And I've been getting things that were dated 3 days ago.
We've been giving these to Jose. Okay?
No.
So I need you to understand.
So he adds that in. No. This is so manipulative. There is no way he would not be delivering her the letters. Well, first of all, why? Okay. He doesn't initially say he's been giving them to Jose. Why would you do that in the first place? Why would you do it? And if you did do it, why wouldn't you say that initially? But he's like, we've been writing you, and then when he finds out she's not getting them, he's like, we've been giving them to Jose. This is just another way to try to pit her against her attorney, which is really messed up. So,
yeah,
that he is reading these, or whether he's reading them or not.
And for what it's worth, I'm not getting anything.
He's not getting anything to you. So you have to realize that, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to...
Oh, I know.
I'm just trying to make sure that you are informed of exactly what's going on, because none of us...
It's like, dude, this is so... The gaslighting. He's like, comes right in off the bat and says it over and over again. This isn't all the calls. These are just the highlights, right? But he says it again here. Just want to make sure you're informed. I just want to make sure you're aware. Meanwhile, he's telling her things that are... the way that he's lying, because we're going to find out later when we hear from Cindy later on about the deal with these letters. But he's saying, we've written you 16 times, right? And then the other thing about how he's like, yeah, I've confirmed there's a Juliet Lewis and blah, blah. And it's like, no. The gaslighting is just on another level.
No, I have no reason to say anything incorrect, okay? There's a few other things that I wanted to go through with you, and I'm sorry this
No, go ahead.
questions, but
It needs to be done, Lee.
understand my rhyme or reason behind
Absolutely.
it, because we only have an hour.
Yeah.
He says that because we only have an hour, and he makes that the eye gesture there, eyebrows. Ugh.
Hi.
Sweetie, we've been watching you for so long.
This is their very first visit call thing with her since she was taken into custody. This is their very first one, so keep that in mind as we hear what Cindy says.
Yeah, I love you.
I love you too. Hi.
We've been seeing you sitting down.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking with one of the doctors.
We forgive anything that you've said or done.
Hold on. I haven't said anything. Don't worry.
Everybody is looking for her. Are we going to be able to find her, do you think?
I hope we can, Mom. Things that Lee told me today, I'm extremely aggravated about because I haven't gotten a single letter.
Here's the part again. Fake letter conspiracy.
Nothing that you've given him has gotten back to me.
I've only given him my letter. I don't think I've given him Annie's letter yet.
Well, I got 2 letters that were sent directly to the jail, but
Okay,
nothing
now-
that's been given to him has been given to me.
Well, he can't hand anything to you. Did you read
He can
anything
at
in my
least-
writing?
I read the one little note, yes, but Lee said that he's written letters and
Okay.
he's written other stuff.
Okay, well, then the one little note that I wrote,
He
then
did
you
show
did
me.
get it. Okay,
So that's
that's the only note that I've given.
there it is. That's the only note. He says her brother told her, "We've written you 16 letters and we gave them to Jose and you didn't get them." Oh my, well, Cindy's saying, "I wrote you one little note and she got it." So he made all that up just to try to get her to not trust her attorney. It's insanity.
Hey, gorgeous, how you doing?
I look like hell.
Well, you know something? You really need to keep your spirit high for all this.
I haven't been crying while I've been in here.
You know, I want to be able to reach out and hug you and give you the big Papa Joe hug. But we got to get that little girl back any way we can, and we're
Dad,
doing
that's
everything we can.
My only concern.
Listen, I'm in front of the cameras all the time. What message do you want me to give to Zanny and to Caylee? What do you want me to tell Zanny?
That she needs to return Caylee.
What do you think her reasons are?
Mom, I don't know.
Okay.
I forgive her. My only concern is that Caylee comes back to us and she's smiling and she's happy and that she's okay.
Okay. What do you want me to tell Caylee?
That Mommy loves her very much. And she's the most important thing in this entire world to me. And to be brave.
Hold on.
I find that part really interesting, especially, as these calls go along and we see more of what goes on with George. This sits differently to me going back again because there's a lot that comes out in these calls that really changes what looks like happened here. And we'll see all that in these highlights here. But I have to, I get this feeling that, and it's the only thing that makes sense logically, right? But that she's really talking to herself there because she's under this enormous pressure and having to keep, her dad's secret, at least one, if not more than one. And the to be brave thing, I think, is her, in my opinion, it just seems like maybe something she's saying to herself. So.
Anything else?
Just that I love her. I truly, truly love that little girl and miss her so much. I'm protecting our family, yes. Not from anything that I've done.
Someone threatening us? Someone threatening us?
Mom, just leave it at that, please.
Okay.
For right now, just leave it at that.
Okay.
So replay.
I'm protecting our family, yes.
George.
Not from anything that I've done.
Look,
Someone threatening us.
this face.
Someone threatening us.
Mom, just leave it at that, please.
Okay.
For right now, just leave it at that.
Okay. We have to protect Caylee, so don't protect us.
That's
we
all
have
I'm
to
worried
protect
about.
Caylee.
I know.
Well, then there's nothing to protect us for.
Look, George. Look at George.
Do you understand that?
I understand that, Mom.
Yeah, here's a replay of that. It's insane.
We have to protect Caylee, so don't protect us.
That's
we
all
have
I'm
to
worried
protect
about.
Caylee.
I know.
Well, then there's nothing to protect us for. Do you understand that?
I understand that, Mom.
Casey, what can I do?
Keep things positive. Keep it focused on Caylee. That needs to be the main focus.
Is there anything else that you want to say directly to me at all?
Interesting question.
Just that I wish that none of this would have ever happened.
Again, this is wild. Like, I'm going to play that again. I don't think I did a built-in replay there. But that question and that answer, again, this is their first phone call since she was taken into custody. And the question and the answer here, let me just back it up just a smidge.
Keep things positive. Keep it focused on Caylee. That needs to be the main focus.
Is there anything else that you want to say directly to me at all?
Just that I wish that none of this would have ever happened. I really wish that none of this would have ever happened.
Interesting.
Well, we all feel that way, and I know we're all just given a lot right now, and we have to keep on being strong and knowing that we got to bring you and we got to bring Caylee home, and it's not going to be easy to get through, but at least we'll have you out also, and that's
As long as we have Caylee home, everything else with me we'll deal with as we can.
Notice that he calls Caylee that little girl.
Getting Caylee home is our priority. Everything else will fall into place after that. And that's the truth.
Okay. Have you ever thought about even just reaching out to the guys at the sheriff's department, just talking to them?
What the fuck,
The
man?
few times that I have, Dad, you've seen what's blown.
Trying to convince her to go around her attorney and incriminate herself. Why? Why would you do that to a family member? So far, her mom's not done that. Her mom's being manipulative in other ways, but in terms of it, so far it's her dad and Lee who are actually giving her not good advice from a legal perspective.
Anything else you need that you want us to do or say or look, anything? What do you need from us?
I told Lee, look locally, especially.
You sure?
Check places that we're familiar with, that
We'll see.
that
Okay.
we know.
All right, honey. I believe that.
I just want her back.
I know you do.
God.
You have to keep thinking positive feelings, Casey.
Oh, I know. I have been. I've been staying as positive as I can.
And your gut tells you that she's close, or she's hiding.
She's not far. I know in my heart she's not far. I can feel it.
Okay. Jose said that you said everything would make sense once we found Caylee.
Well, yeah, once you have someone that you can talk to, that you can get a real explanation from, that's known where she's been, it's going to have to make sense at that point. Once we get Caylee, everything else will figure itself out. Mainly I was meaning for myself, but even as far as where she's been, what's been going on with her.
Yeah, replay.
Mainly I was meaning for myself, but even as far as where she's been, what's been going on with her.
I'm trying to seem so strong for you.
And you've done such a great job, Mom. I want you to know that you have. Everybody's said that. Everybody tells me every day.
I'm trying so hard, but it's getting harder every day.
You have to stay as strong as you can, Mom. We're gonna get our little girl back. And she's gonna be just as she was.
Yeah, I
Never
agree.
let anybody outside of family.
No.
I agree.
Trust me, I've said the same thing. I'm gonna be the crazy, overprotective mom at that point, but I don't care. I think it's well warranted, well deserved.
You've always been protective, Mommy.
As Iowa says, I feel like her dad did it and told the ladies, this is what you're going to do. That totally resonates with the family dynamic, for sure. 100. I want to just say, too, while I have it paused, I just want to say big, huge shout out to every one of you guys who's here watching this, who has come in with an open mind, because I know it's hard with this case, and this case has such a reputation that it precedes itself, you know? And I love that there are people out there who are willing to come in and have an open mind. I think it's such an important thing in life. It just goes to show you, you can't always just go with whatever the general consensus is, you know? Even when it seems like it might be correct, it might not be until you've actually taken a look, right? But I just appreciate that you guys are here and having an open mind and coming in objectively, you know, and watching this like from that lens, like the way the jury would. I just appreciate it. So thank you for that.
Hi.
Hey, good morning, beautiful. How are you?
Good, how are you?
It's a bit creepy, no?
I'm doing better now. I got a chance to see you.
I mean, I don't know.
So,
Look,
how did everything go?
I love you. I miss you. Everyone just wants everything to work out here as quick as possible.
I know, so do I.
Everyone just wants everything to work out here as quick as possible. So something that I kind of have realized as these calls go along, I'll just go ahead and mention it here because this is a good example. It becomes more and more clear to me that I think he's hoping he can pressure her into making like a false confession. That becomes more and more evident as it goes along. But I mean, I think that's what we're seeing here. You know, everyone just wants this to work out as quickly as possible. So.
This little girl, your daughter, my granddaughter, has captivated the world. Not just locally, but internationally. I got a call from a gentleman as I was coming here today that called me from Washington that wants to help.
Uh-huh.
He made his own T-shirt up, and he's handing out his own pre-printed flyers that he got off the internet. You know, we get Caylee home, and every other stuff is going to be a little bit easier for you.
Dad, I don't care about all this other stuff. I mean, I don't care about the media. I don't care about what people have been saying about me. That doesn't matter. All I want is Caylee home.
Just know that I know she's close. I can feel her every night.
Again, interesting. I know she's close. Most people, by most people, I mean like the detectives and actually even Cindy, have been kind of like, you know, where could she be? You know, there was talk about potentially could she have been on a private jet to Puerto Rico or whatever. That came up on Cindy's cross-exam. All this other stuff. But two people have now referenced things close to home in reference to Caylee. And that's Casey, which we pointed out, but now George saying it also. No one would say that about a child that's been kidnapped. You would never assume they're close by. You would take them away where people aren't going to recognize them, right?
This is destroying your mother.
Great, let's just go more.
She hurts so much. I have one question that I need to ask you, and I know it's going to be a tough one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you speak to someone else about Caylee?
I already answered that. I mean, I'll try to the best of my ability.
Well, we have met someone. All I can tell you, his name is Scott. We've met with him for a couple different days, and he's just a remarkable man. And
what the fuck?
His connection on this, yeah, he's of an authoritative figure. He's with an agency, but
just a remarkable man.
He's very sympathetic, and I really believe that you could have a great connection with him. Because years ago when I did the thing that I did, I don't want to go into this too deep, but everything was already handled within a judge's chambers or within a conference area.
When we find out that he was arrested for something at some point and in custody.
Before you went into court. That's just the way it is.
I want to know what that was. What did he do? What did you do, George?
Well, I want you to know everything that's happened up to this point from day one when all this stuff unfolded up till now, it was never out to cause you any pain, to cause our granddaughter pain, to cause our family any pain. Realize we just...
What is that about? I mean, another really interesting comment that really doesn't make any sense. Unless there's other things going on. We don't know about.
We want everyone back in our lives the way it's supposed to be, the way it should be.
Me, that article in People magazine that was supposed to be about missing children, I saw that last night. It was all about me. It's not... Nothing's being portrayed the way that it should be, when she should be everyone's focus.
Well, I'll tell you, when they came to the house, the 3.5, 4 hours they were there, that was the story. That's what it was supposed to have been.
So
we understood, Caylee's photo.
This is the photo he's talking about.
Was going to be on the front cover, but then...
Yeah.
This is the photo that they sold to People magazine for $20,000. Her parents did. They sold it for $20,000.
So was mine right next to it.
And then again, we had no control over it. The article was supposed to be about Caylee. It was not supposed to be about me or about Mom. Maybe a little information for Mom and I, or maybe something, in a general direction about how long she's been missing type stuff. But the way it's been spun and...
People have been lying to you guys to try to get information from you, to spin it in their best interest. Not for our best interest, not for our family, not for Caylee. Caylee should be everyone's concern, and that's not the case. And it breaks my heart. That's why I can't watch any of this. That's why I don't want to hear about it.
Well, listen, you are a great mom. You're always going to be a great mom. I know that. Mom knows that. Lee knows that. Your good, closest, best friends know that. Our lives are going to change in so many different ways. I mean, our faith, our compassion, stuff we used to talk about doing, we're going to do it. We're going to do it together, all of us. I'm not going to force it on you, but we're going to do it, I want you to know your brother has it's just a marketing genius of stuff that he's doing. I always knew he was very, very in tune with a lot of things, but stuff that he has done for you, for Caylee, is just remarkable. It just goes without saying. Matter of fact, organizations we're working with right now want to hire him.
This is so
want to bring him on board because of his passion.
The bragging and the bragging and the bragging is insane.
And if that's what it's going to take for him, we want to get Mallory involved with a couple of their people, and and even you. So realize there's a lot of doors that have opened up. Even though this is a tragedy and it's very sensitive in our lives, there's positive things that are happening from it. So
he's like, look, we're all going to benefit. Look, we're all getting new jobs. Your brother's a marketing genius. They're going to hire you on the spot. Like, what is happening? What is happening? What's happening? Help me.
Is there anything that I can try to get you? Is there? Do you have like a commissary type thing that you need money for to buy things? Or?
Don't even worry about it. I mean,
look at that. It's saying this has got to be the first time ever in the history of the planet where someone who's in custody in jail has said no to someone putting money on their commissary. Very interesting. She's like, I don't want to take money from you. I mean, that's how I take it, because literally, like, wanting to bribe her. This is wild to me.
It's not a big deal. I have a Bible.
I have the Bible.
Well, when you get a chance, just read certain passages of it. I'm not gonna go into particular areas, but I was asked outside by one of the reporters, for her birthday, what do you want to get her? I said, I want to get her this little red Mustang convertible and see her drive around. I said, but that's a material thing. I said, I would give her anything that she wanted. I want to have a big cake, ice cream, all the stuff little kids, even us as adults, we're still little kids inside.
This part is so weird.
Oh, boy.
I want us to have so much. But just know that
the thing is being together as a family. That's all we need.
That's it. All this other stuff is just material.
What is happening? He's like, I want to get her a Mustang convertible and cake, but that's material. So let me swap that out with cake and ice cream. Well, that's still a material thing. He can't even not think of, it's very interesting. But then her response, all we need is to be together. Incredible.
The clothes we have, that's just material stuff. Our other things we have is just material. And, you know, the photos of her are beautiful, but when you see her in front of you, the eyes,
She's
the expression.
captivating. She's absolutely captivating.
She has a personality that's so remarkable.
Isn't that weird?
And I said, I owe that, you know, to my daughter. I owe that to my wife, myself, you know.
Oh, this is the part that gets really weird because this comes up a couple different times where they talk about how Casey, like, represents the best of all of them, but they reference the whole family, including Lee. And I think I might comment on it when it happens here in the video, but it's really weird.
My son, other family members that have made her so excitable because she's just a fantastic little girl.
She has the best in all of us, and that's something that I've been thinking about.
This is so weird because it's like how it doesn't make any sense that she would have. This came up another time, and I heard it, and I was like, "That's weird." Where they said they talk about Caylee, and like everyone's a part of Caylee or something, and they mention Lee, and that's what's so weird because yes, Kaylee's going to have his DNA, the mom's DNA, and Casey's DNA, but Lee's DNA, and I wonder. You know what's interesting? It just clicked. I wonder if this is where the idea came about that he could be the dad. I wonder if that's where that came from.
Going into Kaylee's room today. You know, I wish I could have brought something with me to show you of hers, you know.
Look at this.
I wish I could have, but I wasn't allowed.
She's like smiling and she's crying her eyes out this entire time. Why would you say this? This is so manipulative. Like, you know, this is just going to make you, I just don't understand. This is like sadistic and to me. Like, this is like sadistic. Like, he's smiling. Like, he said something about going into her room. She starts crying harder. He smiled, dude.
I wish I could have, but I wasn't allowed.
Yeah.
I miss your hug. I miss that squeeze, that Papa Joe. I miss so much. When I leave here, I got the media outside. I just want you to know, I'm just gonna tell them I had a fantastic visit with you. You know, I gave you all my extra support and love and energy that I have inside of me.
Oh, that's fucking weird. Oh, so sweet.
And I want them to concentrate again on Caylee being gone. That's what this is about. They already stopped me on my way in, and I told them, be compassionate for the people who are here seeing loved ones. Don't follow me inside. Don't come into the area we got to set in before we have to come in and like see you or they need to see neurologists. I said, give us a moment. I need some few moments to think of things that I try to want to talk to her about.
Interesting, isn't it?
And they're asking me, what questions? I don't know. I didn't know what I was going to say to you today. Besides, I love you and I need you. I want you home.
Wow.
You know, just how much all of us miss it. I didn't know what I was going to say. Nothing's scripted.
I love that little girl again more than I ever thought possible.
It's true. I know
to love anyone.
It's true. I'm just hoping wherever she's at, that she's being.
This part is maybe some of the most insane. This is where it really changed for me because this, y'all, just listen.
Fed well. She's getting some love.
She's getting some love?
She's getting a chance to watch her videos or stuff that she likes to do because you know how formidable she is right now. She's absorbing everything.
I do.
And I just hope this person or persons that has her is, I wish they would just realize, oh my God, I got to get her back to her family. I wish that could happen.
All right. What person on any planet, anywhere in any galaxy would think that if a child, any child, is kidnapped, who on this planet or any other planet would think to themselves, yeah, I just hope she's getting fed well and she's well taken care of and she's getting to do her thing. It's like he's describing her being in heaven. And how many people would use that if you've got a kid and you imagine what's that kid's version of heaven? How many people would think that's what the kid is having if they're being kidnapped? And that's what their life is like, unless you actually think they're in heaven. This to me, guys, is consciousness of guilt right here. There is no explanation for this. There's literally no explanation for this. This is like an admission, honestly. It's not even consciousness of guilt. This is like an admission.
Wherever she's at, that she's being fed well. She's getting some love. She's getting a chance to watch her videos or stuff that she likes to do because you know how formidable she is right now. She's absorbing everything.
Point, they should have stopped what they were doing and let her go and put him in fucking handcuffs, in my opinion. This is insane. I think that this could really be an example of what extreme gaslighting looks like, to where you're, maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's not even a pathological liar. This is just now dawning on me, just having seen all these videos, that maybe it's the gaslighting, right? That she's been so gaslit the fuck out of that she really thought these people existed. It's possible. It's entirely fucking possible. And that would also explain, I pointed it out many, many times before, but I didn't have a reason for it. But now it would make sense when all the times I pointed out how people came in and they encouraged her quote unquote lies, or they supported it, like coming in and saying, like Lee coming in and saying, yeah, I found evidence that Juliette Lewis exists and works about lies. It's all lies.
Good morning.
Good morning, beautiful. I love you.
Hi.
Hey, can you read what they say?
Fly home, baby, and I don't see the bottom.
Interesting. Fly home? Like she's an angel?
How are you feeling? We're not doing well, kids.
Oh, fuck's sake.
None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media. Well, someone just said that Caylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out there. Surprise, surprise.
Okay, let's just say Cindy leaves the ladder up on accident or whatever, right? And the gate gets left open. I can't recall if they said she could reach the gate or not, but whatever. The gate, ladder gate, right? Let's just say that happens. Cindy goes to work, and let's just say Caylee gets out because we know she could, right? And she gets over there and she gets into the pool. And then let's say George finds her. It would make sense, all that we're seeing here with this dysfunction, that everyone's got these big secrets, right? It's like George blames him. Right, okay, so Cindy might be carrying guilt around because she might think to herself, it was my fault, right? And then meanwhile, George potentially could have found her drowned. And especially now that we know he has some sort of criminal background, didn't want to be found liable, right? And George might not know Cindy's secret, and Cindy might not know George's secret, but both of them are motivated to throw Casey under the bus to deflect the responsibility and put the tension away from themselves. It's like if you picture the game Clue, or like a movie like that, where it's like everybody's in the same room and one of you guys is and one person's the murderer, but no one knows who did it or whatever kind of thing. But everyone's a suspect and everyone's got their own different secrets going on. But everyone knows that everybody's got something to hide. And then you've got alliances forming within that group. That's what this is like to me, if that makes any type of sense. I actually need to watch it again one more time just to see what George does.
Oh, well, it lasted a minute.
Let's look at how he's acting now, okay? He's fine. He's fine.
How are you feeling? We're not doing well, kids. None of us. Lee's been sick. Dad's blown up at the media. Yeah, I heard. Well, someone just said that Caylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool.
Look at her face. Dude, his face. No, he's making a face there. So here's what I think is going on here, right? Remember, the reason this is a story in the media is because it originated with her because of LADDERGATE, right? She called the detective. She told all the people. But remember, like I was just explaining, all these layers of subterfuge and all the secrets. George's face says to me, does she know? That's what that face says to me. Does she know? Meanwhile, all she knows is she saw the ladder and the gate, LADDERGATE. His face is really interesting there. Dude, he looks like he's seen a fucking ghost. If Caylee drowned in the pool and George and Casey know it, and they're they had, like, again, hiding the accident or whatever, and Cindy doesn't know. And I think this is what's going on here. And Cindy doesn't know. All she knows is she saw LADDERGATE and she's like, oh no, did I do something wrong here, right? Dude, imagine this moment though, right? And she says this, as in, like, how crazy is that? And then them two sitting there. Oh my God.
Dad's blown up at the media. Yeah, I heard. Well, someone just said that Caylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out there. Surprise, surprise.
Wow. And do you see, look at her gaze, look at Casey's gaze. Casey is looking, her gaze shifts. she's looking at her dad, and look at him, he's looking away. And Cindy has no idea. She's just in her own world. It looks like her eyes are closed this whole time.
Someone just said that Caylee was dead this morning, that she drowned in the pool. That's the newest story out there.
Surprise, surprise.
Wow.
So,
And lip compression, and she looks at her dad, and he's looking down like that. This right here says it all to me. Wow.
it's very hard.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Trust me, I know that. Someone just sent me.
Dude, his face right now. Because just keeping in mind, guys, the only thing that has been presented that shows that she did anything or whatever, like, it doesn't even show that she did anything. All it is based on she lied. That's it. But the lies, again, aren't even, they were going on for so long and they had nothing to do with Caylee and, you know, as I pointed out a bazillion times. So, but that's like it, right? There is actually there's no evidence. There's no evidence. It's just the lying. Such a shame, right? Such a shame. I think she wants the truth to come out. Here's where I'm at now with watching all this. I think she wants the truth to come out. And another thing is that I pointed out earlier, the whole point about how she says, when she's telling people to look nearby, look at places where we go as a family. I think she wants the truth to come out. And I think George is like, nah, bitch. Like, I mean, that's what this looks like to me.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hey.
Hey, listen, I want you to know, you are the boss through this whole thing, okay?
Well, no, I'm not anymore, Dad. I haven't been.
Interesting timing, right? Also the gaslighting, though. You're the boss through this whole thing. What? She's in jail. She's in jail. And even before she was in jail, you were always the boss.
Oh, yes, you are. You are the... Think of this first. And for some
I
reason,
wonder if after that bit about the pool, he's now like, this could be bad for me, right? I wonder if he's getting a little bit nervous and he's now like, I need to talk her into confessing. And in this case, honestly, it would be confessing to something she didn't do. It would be confessing to a murder that she didn't do. I need her to confess.
You know what's so crazy is like this was not at all planned, but wow, what the uncanniness of how this, at the same time as Delphi is going on, right, is pretty insane.
To keep his secret. I wonder if that's what's going on here.
something's not being said or being done, you can make a change. You're the one that
Dad,
can say, listen.
I've told Jose. No, I've given him the
reason I'm saying that is because the way he said he referenced her attorney, to me, this almost sounds like I'm going to confess and strike a plea deal. That's where I was going with that. Like he's going to try to convince her. He's like hinting at take a plea deal, which would mean confessing to a crime that she didn't commit. And at this point, Caylee's not been found. And the only way he would even know that that she's deceased is if he was involved.
You'll be fine once Caylee's found. That's
Mom, I understand that. Do you understand my position on this? You guys expect me to have 1,000 answers, and I have nothing. I've been here a month. You guys are not understanding my side on this, and I'm sorry.
No, I understand.
No, you don't, because you're still asking me if there's anything that I can tell you that's going to help.
I think she knows Caylee's dead. I think she knows where Caylee is. Again, going back to like the places close to home, places nearby, or she just knows that Caylee is close to home, right? But I don't think she knows what happened to Caylee, potentially. Maybe she knows something involving the pool. It could even be that in her mind, she's not sure if it was an accident or if her dad drowned her. But the pool might be involved and she wasn't there, right? But here's the thing, because I'm thinking back to this whole thing of her wanting the body to be found. If you imagine that if you didn't commit a crime, let's say you didn't commit a crime, right? But you're being thrown under the bus for a crime you didn't commit. And you don't know what happened to the person, but you know the body is out there. This whole thing about, and this is consistent with what she said to her attorney from day one, we already heard this, that she said, once Caylee's found, everything will be fine. Once Caylee's found, everything will be fine. Her mom just echoed that again there. Once Caylee's found, everything will be fine. Again, going back to this idea, if you're innocent of a crime, okay, it makes sense logically that you would want that body to be found because you'd be like, no matter what they find, it's going to show I didn't do it, right? Because there's going to be evidence and it's not going to involve me because I wasn't there, right? It's like the idea, like whatever evidence is found, it's going to be good for me because I wasn't there. I didn't do it. I wasn't there, right? that would be logical and normal to think like as a rational person, like, yeah, I want her body to be found. And once they find it, they'll know I didn't have anything to do with it. And I wonder if she's almost hoping the truth will come out, right? And that would explain a lot, wouldn't it? It's like she's not allowed to say it, but she figures the truth will come out when the body's found. That's what it is. That's what it is. That makes total sense, doesn't it? At least to me. And it seems like she knows more than she's saying because she can't say the truth. But she made a very normal assumption that once the body's found, it's going to show I didn't do it because she didn't do it, right? She didn't do anything. And this is where you need a good attorney. This is why it matters, right? Because unluckily for her, the evidence, there wasn't any forensic evidence except for the freaking duct tape. And this also makes sense though, right? Like if you think about the investigators had zeroed in on her from the beginning, they could have tied that and should have connected that duct tape to George, but instead they connected it to her. And that's all they have though. It's like she's trying to hint at it the best she can without spelling it out. Caylee's right here. Once you find her, you'll know I didn't do anything. And that hope would explain how you would have the ability to fake it with them like this for so long, especially with the dad, to fake it, right? Because you're like, any day now, any day now, any day now, any day now. I'm giving them all the hints I can. And he's probably really worried that now something's going to come out if she can be able to keep the secret long enough. And now she's being put under more pressure from her mom. Oof.
It's really sad. It's really, really sad that I literally have nothing right now.
Well,
Nothing.
none of us have anything right now, Casey.
You guys have each other. You're sitting next to Dad. You still have Lee. I have no one to comfort me but myself. And the occasional visit, which has to be business, for the sake of finding Caylee. With keeping me here, you're not helping me help myself.
Well,
I'm sorry to say that. Huh?
Say fine. We don't have the means to get you out anyway, sweetheart. We don't.
You know what's weird is how she said, we don't have the means to get you out anyway. It's as if there's some other reason that they're wanting her to stay in custody besides not having bail money.
By still expecting me a month, literally out of the loop, to have some sort of new insight on stuff? I mean, really?
Okay, I realize this is really hard for you to talk about, especially.
The only new insight, see now it makes sense, because it is a dumb question. The only new insight would be him, he's hinting at her, in my opinion, falsely confessing and taking a plea deal. And that's part of why, too, it makes sense to come in and complain and complain and complain. And this is just so hard on us, right? It's like, put us out of our misery and just go ahead and confess, and then we can all move on and you can go to jail.
Your mom and I are having our issues every single day, so just realize it's
Dad, I know it's
really,
going to take
really
a toll on everybody, but understand again where I'm coming from in this. You have to see everybody's side. I've looked at everybody's side about this. I've been praying every single day for insight and everybody's thoughts and everybody's feelings. So I know where you stand and where you're coming from. And I know where you're sitting right now, and Mom and Lee and Joe Schmo walking down the block that's seen this every day on the media for the last month. I can understand everybody else's side.
I know exactly what she's saying. She has looked at it from everyone's side, and no one has looked at it from her side. And you know what? I'm happy to say that we are doing that now. I hope that is what I feel like we can say. You know, I think that it started out, and it still is, right? How would the jury be interpreting this? And maybe that's the answer to the question, right? Maybe the answer to the question is the way that I've gone through this process and been trying to assess it. There's still these different questions, and then having these like moments where it's like, oh my God, like that, did he just say that? You know, and maybe the jury's at where I'm at, where they're like, you've looked at it from everybody else's side and no one has looked at it from your side, but we're going to look at it from your side, you know? And not that they have to do that to find her not guilty, but that's the response that I'm having right now is like, you know, I'm looking at it from her side now, especially just because of these calls. These calls have really changed things a lot because you see the difference. You see her and her demeanor and what she's saying and her behavior, and then you see her parents and her brother too. Because again, it's like if what is gleaned from this, which this is my opinion, if what is gleaned from this is like she really didn't have anything to do with it. She was thrown under the bus. She didn't commit the crimes she's charged with, right? Apart from lying to law enforcement. And then you look at it from her side. This is a huge tragedy in a whole other set of ways from what we already knew. And then it's an even bigger tragedy that the general consensus is she's guilty, right? Even though she was acquitted.
The worst part is that nobody can see my side, and I have to keep my mouth shut.
Well, all I know is I'm trying to do everything I can to get a chance to see you. You know, just you and I. I mean, I'm trying it, and so.
Interesting, that was his response, because that's actually not really on topic, but it is for him. I'm trying to do everything I can to get a chance to see you just one-on-one. Interesting. They need to have another chat, I guess, right? Now that Cindy mentioned the pool. Fucking hell.
Well, I was just told that Mom was making food. I'm just going off of what people were telling me, what they were relaying from the media. So I was just speculating myself.
Well, Mom did made her great chili. You know, we had some bread and cornbread and, just little things like that. It was just us. You know,
This part is so fucking weird, guys. He's talking about how, like, I guess they had people over, or she thought they had people over, and he's like, no, it was just us. But listen to what happens next.
there was no one else, and there was I'm sorry, Mom did remember, there was a young guy who just called, who's alone and just wanted to have a little bit of a family. He came over and we just talked for about an hour. We never met the man before. You know, he was alone, so we went up in our heart.
What the fuck type of craziness is this, though? So a stranger, I don't know if there was some holiday. Anyway, some stranger calls them. I don't know how he gets their phone. Some stranger calls them and comes over for dinner.
I know, each day is getting harder on everybody.
Casey, how hard it is.
Oh, I don't know. Being the one that's completely secluded, and I don't know anything that's going on.
That's actually a good thing because
She's like, you're the lucky one. I can't.
it's just obscene, everything that's going on.
Yeah, this is the part where Cindy complains. She's like, yeah, it's actually better that you're in there because it's like so hard on the outside. This is just beyond.
I've seen this.
Why don't you commit a crime and get put into jail, and then you can be the lucky one too?
Life's not fair. People aren't always going to be nice, and they're not going to look at things from other people's perspectives. And it's sad. It's unfortunate. They're going to judge people. They're going to pass judgments about.
This is so true, and that's exactly why I wanted to cover this trial. That's exactly why I wanted to cover this trial.
Something that they don't know.
That at least if the judgments are correct, we can say, yep, the jury got it wrong, judgments were right, blah, blah. But if not, we can at least be informed and have the information to make our own decisions about what happened here and how that might differ from the media.
Stuff that's being said has been completely fabricated and twisted and everything else, and it's ridiculous. But you know what, Mom? Again, that's going to blow over. I'm not going to give the media anything when I get out of here. It sucks for them because I have nothing to say. All I want is my kid back.
The other thing I will note is she's not even being defensive.
That's all I want.
What do you want me to tell her that's going to make her bring her back?
Just tell her that we forgive her. That all we want is our Caylee. That's it.
I said that yesterday.
Well, Mom, that's all I can think of. That's all I can say because that's all I would say.
And I wonder if that's her in a way saying she forgives her dad. I don't know, maybe. Well, it's hard to imagine though with this situation. She would have every right not to forgive him.
Is that I forgive whoever has her, and that I just want her to come home. I just want my baby back. That's it.
So that kind of confirms that, right? Because there she's whoever has her. It's not Zanny anymore. It's whoever.
They could make me think that they would actually do that.
I don't know what I can think anymore, Mom. You just keep saying it because it's the truth. That's all we want. But besides that, besides me being here physically,
At least you're safe. And we know where you're at. We don't know where Caylee's at. We don't know if they're feeding her. They're hugging her.
Her mom is not validating a single thing she's saying.
I know everything that they're saying. I know she's...
Listen, know that you can trust me, you can trust Mom, and you can trust Lee.
Who's the state's next witness?
Charity Beasley.
All right.
So that was actually like, I think the very last thing that he says to her on any of those calls. That was like the way it ends. It was like, listen. He grabs the phone from Cindy. Listen, Just remember, you can trust me, you can trust mom, and you can trust Lee. Wow. It's a lot. All right, but now we're jumping into the next episode. So CSI, FBI, and trace evidence testimony. Let's go.
Charity Beasley, Charity Beasley.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the members of the jury how you are employed.
I am employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office as a detective for the Domestic Crimes Unit.
How were you employed back in July of 2008?
I was employed as a detective in the Domestic Violence Unit.
Same thing?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff?
Approximately 7.5 years.
So remember, anyone who was there for the Sarah Boone video from yesterday, I guess, we did another little tour of the courthouse. So again, they're in this big, beautiful courtroom. It's courtroom number, or room number 23. So that's where this is. And so yeah.
In July of 2008, were you asked to assist another detective by the name of Yuri Melich in collecting some items from the Anthony family at 4937 Hope Spring Drive?
Yes.
Did the collection of these items take place on July 16th of 2008?
Me too.
Yes.
What items were you asked to collect?
Specifically a vehicle, a laptop computer, and several miscellaneous items.
Car?
All right. The vehicle that you were asked to collect, can you describe this for us?
It was a white Pontiac Sunfire.
Uh-huh.
And how did you achieve that collection?
Can you elaborate, or?
You didn't go drive it back to the
She's like, I'm sorry, that question was done. Makes no sense. Yeah, I agree.
sheriff's office, I take it. There had to be
No.
some other way that it got from one place to another.
Correction. Yes, it was towed to the forensics lab at the sheriff's office.
And remember, the weird thing is it was towed by Johnson's towing company, which is the same place where the car, like that was a weird detail because when the car was first found outside that bank thing, you know, and it was reported they couldn't figure out, they couldn't find the owner or whatever. Like it was towed to Johnson's towing company, and that's where it sat for like 2 weeks because somehow George and Cindy don't use their front door, and they didn't get the notice on the front door that said you have to come pick it up or whatever. Because like that was the whole thing, and it was all that was a whole sketchy thing. There's so much sketchiness. That was a whole sketchy thing. They didn't see the note until like, I think it was actually maybe it was like a month. It was a long time. It was a long time. So it was at Johnson's wrecker, and then they go to pick it up, and that's when Cindy shows up, and she's so irate that the manager dude was like fearing for his employees' safety. And then George says a bunch of weird shit, and then he's all weird about the trunk, and he's weird about the gas can, and all this weird shit happens. And then they are like, oh, what's that smell? It's the trash. And then they chuck the trash, and then you know, and then he drives the car back to the house, you know. So, and this was all, where's my notes on this? Hold on. This was, where's my timeline? Where is it? Just trying to remember when this was in relation to Caylee finally being reported missing. Where's my note? Well, I can't find it now for some reason. Hold on. Those are notes from Karen Reed. Hold on. What does that say? Your GPS, what? Because what happened was I switched, hold on, let me just take a look real quick. So because I think it was, it was the same day. Actually, I remember it now. Sorry, I still need to find my timeline notes, but it was the same day. I'm remembering it. It was the same day, actually. Oh, here's my notes. Found it. Of course, right when I remember. Yes, okay, found it. All right, so here's the timeline of this whole thing with the car and the tow wrecking company. So, all right, So June 27th, Casey's car is found at the Amscot, which is like a financial planning place. Okay. June 30th, the car is towed. July 13th, Cindy finds the notice on the door. July 15th, they pick up the car from Johnson's Towing Company. Now, it is that same day, July 15th, that same evening, that's when they have that whole confrontation, and that's when Caylee is officially reported missing. So, but then here's the weird thing. So the car was stowed there, I guess you could say. It was kept there. It was there for like, so what was it? Like 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. So I was right initially. It was there for 2 weeks at Johnson's Towing Company, sitting there waiting to be picked up. And then they pick it up, they bring it back home, and then, and then what, a couple days later or whatever, law enforcement shows up and to get the car. And who do they use? They use Johnson's Towing Company to tow the car, and it's the same dude. Isn't that wild?
Okay. Towed from the address on Hope Spring?
Yes.
And then he tows it to the Lollyport, as we used to say in Karen Reed. He tows it to the forensics bay, Lollyport.
Prior to its towing, did you do anything to secure it?
I sealed the vehicle,
How?
the doors, and the trunk
How did you seal
with
them?
evidence tape.
Okay. Did you open the doors or the trunk in any way prior to your sealing it?
No,
Did you remove any items from the vehicle prior to your sealing it?
no,
All right, you indicated that the car was towed. Did you follow the tow truck from Hope Spring Drive to any particular location?
yes, I did.
Tell us what happened.
The wrecker arrived at the residence, and it was towed to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Forensics Bay, and I followed the tow truck the entire way.
Okay. Did you turn over the vehicle at that point to another member of the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Who would that have been?
That would be crime scene investigator Gerardo Bloise.
You had mentioned that you were also given some items while you were at the residence.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Who gave you these items?
Cindy Anthony.
Okay. Were these items provided to you in any sort of container?
Yes, several of the items were presented to me in a blue plastic crate.
So just to refresh everyone's memory, because it's been a little while since this part about the car came up, and then we were doing Sarabin. So, after Caylee is reported missing or whatever, Cindy takes it upon herself. Well, actually, sorry, before Caylee's reported missing. So, right. So there's like a couple hours there. They bring the car home from the Johnson's towing place. There's a couple hours in there before that whole confrontation happens. So like at that point, like they hadn't seen Caylee, but like she wasn't officially missing or whatever, right? So Cindy, Casey's mom, like takes it upon herself to like touch everything in the car. She like cleans stuff. She like bleaches stuff. She puts Febreze. She puts dryer sheets. She touches literally everything. And then one of my favorite parts, I say favorite, I'm being sarcastic, was when she was on direct, Cindy, and they asked her like, after she lists this long list of all the ways she basically contaminated the evidence, Miss Dream Burdick asks her, was there anything else that you did? Or did you touch anything else? And she's like, I think I just took my hand and just ran it over the seat and like, flicked some dust off. And I'm like, of course, like literally just smear your DNA. I mean, it was really insane. And so then one of the things she did was she like took some items and put them in a crate. And anyway, so what we're hearing about is these items that were in the car, but just keep in mind that they've been completely fucked with by Cindy. Basically, yeah.
Would those items have included a doll,
Yes,
a Dora backpack,
yes,
a child's toothbrush,
yes,
a black leather bag,
yes,
various papers,
yes,
the blue plastic crate you mentioned,
yes,
and plastic clothes hangers?
yes,
Okay, during the first part of your testimony, you mentioned a laptop computer.
yes, I did.
Okay. How did you receive the laptop?
Cindy Anthony gave me the laptop computer.
Okay. Was it plugged in at some point when you were there, or was it handed to you unplugged and off?
It was handed to me unplugged and off to my recollection.
So one thing to note, so remember, this trial's from 2011, so technology is a little bit different at this juncture. There's no Cellbrite yet. this computer matters because one of the, this is another one. I say another one. I feel like there's really doesn't seem to be that many, but I feel like recently there's been more, one of cases where the state really has literally nothing. And so, but one of their things that they have, so they think, is these searches regarding chloroform or something to do with chloroform. And it's really interesting because it's like, what we know now, we know so much more now that they didn't know then. Like, for example, we learned a lot in terms of, especially like in Karen Reed, for example, with the different cell forensic people that came in, about how, like, for example, you might search for a certain thing and then something else might be suggested by Google, but that you don't have to even click on that, right? But that could show up, things of that nature. And so, like, there's, of course, there was the whole issue with the timestamps of searches. That's the timing, I don't think, is really involved in this, at least to my knowledge at this juncture. It's more so just that a search was made, right? But my point being that now we know that sometimes you might not have actually searched for something, right? It could be a suggestion. And so, but anyway, the reason I mentioned it is because there's the chloroform, right? That's like one of the things they have is like chloroform. And in the next episode after this one, it's called The Chloroform in the Trunk. We're going to finally hear from the people from that were testing that chloroform and what, if anything, that proves or doesn't prove, and the veracity of that and whatnot. And fun fact, the episode following that one, we're going to get into the canines, the canine handler. And I was just editing that video earlier, and there's all kinds of pictures of a really good boy, and he's so happy and cute doing his job. And so you have that to look forward to as well.
Did you do anything to try to turn it on or inspect the contents of it in any way?
No, I did not.
Okay. You fill out a property form when you receive these items, correct?
Yes, I did.
On that property form, did you record the type of computer as well as the serial number?
I believe so. I would have to refer to my report to confirm.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, may I approach the witness
You may.
to refresh her recollection as to the details?
Let's make sure she's refreshed.
After reviewing
Yes,
the
it was.
paperwork that you prepared in connection with the seizure of these items.
Yes, it was a compact laptop computer, and according to my property form, the serial number is CND6430RKH.
Would you have recorded that serial number at the time that you collected the item from Mrs. Anthony, or when you got it to the forensics or to someone else at the sheriff's office?
No, I recorded that actually at the Anthony residence.
What did you do with these items once you returned with the car at forensics? What did you do with the other items that were provided to you?
I provided the other items to the crime scene investigator, Gerardo Bloise, except for the compact laptop computer and the power cord.
Who did those?
So far, I just wanted to point something out. So far, since this witness has been on the stand, she has referenced the lead, I guess, investigator dude. She's referenced him twice, Gerardo Bloise. Now, this prosecutor would know that name, right? Because this is going to be like one of their main dudes. Okay. He testifies multiple times, but his first time testifying is going to happen in this video. And actually, I'm pretty sure, is it this video or the next one? I think it's this video. Anyway, yes, it is. Sorry, it is. It's this video. But beyond the fact that she would already know his name and would have already met with him and all this, beyond that, this witness on the stand has already said his name twice so far. And let's just remember how it said. She says Gerardo Bloise, and there's a reason I'm saying that. So.
Those go to?
They were turned over to Detective Sandy Kahn with the Computer Crimes Unit.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have for the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good day, Ms. Beasley.
Hi.
Oh, this dude.
How are you?
Good, and you?
This dude.
When you went to the Hope Springs Drive address,
This dude's
had you
terrible.
been made aware of all the activities or some of the activities that had occurred there the night before?
Can you be more specific?
Well, had you talked to Detective Melich?
As far as details regarding this, no, I had not.
You didn't just go to this place in the blind, did you? I mean, you knew there had been an investigation going on the entire night before, didn't you?
No, sir.
You knew nothing?
I didn't say I knew nothing. Can you be more specific as
You
to?
tell me what you knew before you went there about this case.
I knew that there was an active initial investigation regarding a missing child.
And so you were dispatched to go and retrieve a car,
I was
among other things.
I was requested to respond to the Anthony's residence to collect certain
I'm
items.
over here. I'm over here.
Oh, this part.
Mr. Mason, all she needs.
So what's happening is she's answering a question by talking to the jury. And this dude is like this defense attorney. He doesn't actually come up. We don't see much of him, which is fine with me. But he's like, I'm over here. Wild.
All you should do is answer your questions. Go ahead, ma'am.
You were dispatched to get the car and miscellaneous other items.
Yes, I was requested to respond to the Anthony's residence to pick up several items.
And when you got to the car, you were to supervise the towing of it?
Yeah, I don't like him either. He's weird. But I will say that Jose Baez, who's usually the one, 99.99999% of the time, that's who we hear from. Because so he's got co-counsel with this dude and he's got co-counsel with this lady. We don't ever see them. It's like he's basically doing everything. Jose Baez. And he has become my favorite defense attorney. And I have thought a lot about it because you all know I have a lot of favorite defense attorney. He's got tough competition. But there's a lot of reasons why, as this has gone along, I just appreciate him more and more, and I can elaborate more on it if anyone's interested. But he has become my favorite, and I don't even know how he does it because this Judge Belvin, who is delightful in many ways with his sass, is so prosecution leaning. It's tough to watch. Anyway. But yeah, so this dude is a bit, I don't know. He's kind of rude to the witnesses, even and it's witnesses. He's always questioning witnesses that aren't even that consequential. You know what I mean? Anyway.
What do you mean by supervise?
Well, are you there as the official representing the sheriff to see who was going to come and get the car and preserve the chain of custody of it?
I was the individual sent to collect the car, so it would have been my job to seal the car and oversee that it was actually brought to the sheriff's office.
And to seal it.
Correct.
And when you say to seal it, did you take tape and put it all around the doors?
No. When we seal a car, you're putting a small piece of evidence tape across each opening of the vehicle, such as the doors or the truck.
Each opening?
Yes.
That included the trunk?
That did include the trunk.
And you personally did it?
Yes.
And you didn't smell any odor from the trunk of that car,
That's the only question you needed.
Can you phrase that as a question?
Oh.
That is a question, ma'am. You did not smell any odor from the trunk of that car, did you?
I don't recall if I did or not that day.
That's the important thing. He didn't need anything else. He could have just, I guess he needed to lay a little bit of foundation, but that's all they needed because that she didn't smell any odor from the trunk is that's good for the defense.
And this computer that you were handed by Miss Cindy Anthony.
Yes.
Did you even open it to see if it had any battery life or anything like that in it?
No, I did not.
So it was completely down.
To my knowledge.
You never did anything else with it then yourself?
No.
Turn it over to Ms. Kahn, is that you said?
That is correct.
Other than the items that you just told us about, told Ms. Jane Burdick about the miscellaneous items you recovered, and you're sealing all of the openings of the car, were you involved in any other aspect of this case?
Such as?
You tell me. You're the detective. Were you involved in anything else in this
He's not a detective.
I was requested to go and handle and collect these items and bring them back to the sheriff's office. That was my involvement in this case.
So the simple answer is no, sir, Mr. Mason, I was not.
Oh,
no, sir, I was not.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
He's a dick. I don't like him.
No redirect.
Okay. Thank you, detective. You may be excused, ma'am.
No, she is a detective.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury now, the time is approximately 7 minutes to the hour of noon. We're going to recess for lunch. until 1:30. You're
He's great with the jury. He's great with the jury. So one of the things that's been going on with this jury, just in case anyone's not familiar, so this jury is sequestered for this entire trial. They brought them in from Pinellas County, which is where Laura lives. Shout out to Peter Tragos. They brought them in from Pinellas County, brought them over to Orange County, and they are sequestered for the entirety of the trial. So it's really funny because there's been a couple little funny things going on. Like, for example, there was like Memorial Day, and they wanted to go see, like, there's some big baseball game. I say big. There's like a local baseball game that's like a tradition, but like they can't go anywhere. So like they found a way to have them watch it on a screen, a big screen, And a recent thing that's been coming up with the jury is that they've been asking for more options for the menu, because I guess they order food for them from different restaurants, a variety of restaurants. So there's been an ongoing thing about them. Can we also get food? And they like listed a couple places. And then another ongoing thing was the movie list. I think that comes up in this episode, where they get a list of approved movies. It's hard to imagine what their life is like, right? Because they can't just do anything. Like, everything they do is literally approved by the court system. So they can't just watch TV, right? So there's like a list of approved movies, and I picture it in my mind. I'm picturing like 3 movies, and they're getting sick of those 3 movies. So another thing that goes on is they are asking, can we add these specific movies to the list? And it's really funny because the jurors, they name or suggest a couple like specific movies that are relevant to the time period to be added to the list. So anyway, there's just some ongoing stuff like that, trying to make them less miserable. But it seems like they're good sports and all that. So
lunch variety will probably change next week.
So that's it. And that's why I mentioned it. Look at his smile. That's why I mentioned that, to reference that, because again, they've been asking, can we have some food from these other restaurants? And he was like, I'll see what I can do. And so he's referencing that, like, he has to get approval, but he's like, it'll probably change next week.
We will have to take you down to another floor to give you more room. Trying to arrange for a buffet to be brought in. Okay? All right. We'll be in recess. Please remember all of my previous admonitions to 1:30. All right, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed.
What's up?
Mr. Mason again, I think.
I just turned it on.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm not certain, but I reasonably believe from who I see out there that the state's about to want to get into the dog issues. And we have the Harris case as well as your order. We have not been provided with any discovery revealing the existence of field performance logs showing failure rates that the Supreme Court says is mandatory and essential. So I thought we'd raise that issue now, know how you want to handle it, or how they want to handle it with witnesses. I'm sure they have some that can testify without that, but
Right.
comes to dogs, comes the Harris case.
Ms. Burdick?
Well, I disagree with Mr. Mason's assessment of what the requirements are under the case issued recently by the Florida Supreme Court. I have them here in the event that we get that far. I'm not thinking that we will get to these witnesses today. What we're going to do in advance of that is have crime scene technicians laying the predicate for some of the evidence that the expert witnesses who will be called tomorrow are going to testify to. So we need to handle all of that before we get to the cadaver dog issues. So they were here in an abundance of caution so that there's not really any dead time with this jury, as the court has encouraged us to be mindful of their circumstance. But I intend to have at least 4 or 5 witnesses prior to getting to that issue.
Okay. All right, let's return to jury.
Awilda McBryde, AWILDA, MCBRYDE.
So during this witness, if you heard that sound, there's this funny sound that happens. And it's really obnoxious, but it's something in the courtroom. And Judge Belvin actually makes a joke about it here at one point.
You may proceed.
Thank you. How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
10 years.
Apparently, there are certain radio frequencies that may occur from time to time that causes that, so let's continue.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you worked for the sheriff's office for 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Back in July of 2008, what was your assignment with the Orange County Sheriff?
I worked in the missing persons unit.
Okay, in what capacity?
I was a missing persons investigator.
What job duties does a missing persons investigator have?
We look for missing runaways, missing people, children, adults, anything that has to do with a missing person going amber, anything like that.
Okay. Now, are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you an individual within the missing persons unit who would assist detectives and other law enforcement officers in locating and doing background work regarding missing persons?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In July of 2008, in connection with the employment that you've just described, did you have an occasion to meet with Mr. George Anthony?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you accompany,
Oh, the
or did
trash.
Mr. Anthony accompany you to a location off of Narkiewicz Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury when that took place?
That was when Caylee was reported missing, and I was told by Corporal Yuri Melish to go with them to that location is Johnson's Towing to recover a trash bag.
Okay.
All right.
Just to refresh everyone's recollection on this. So the trash, the infamous trash that was in the trunk. All right. So George Anthony has testified 3, maybe 4 times already in this trial. Each one a disaster, complete and utter disaster, dumpster fire, train wreck disaster on another level. But whenever they've gotten to questioning about, you know, the car at the Johnson's Towing Place and the trash, he's been very clear that he didn't touch the trash, that the Johnson's Towing Company manager dude, who had a British accent, that dude, he, what was his name? Simon Birch. He chucked the trash. Like he, you know, they didn't think anything of it, I guess, or whatever, right? So like he picks up the trash and chucks it. And what George Anthony testified to is like he sees Simon Birch pick up the trash and just chuck it over a fence. And I want to be clear, there's a reason I'm saying this. He doesn't see him put it into a dumpster or anything like that. Now what happens is Simon Birch takes the trash and chucks it over the fence. And he said that after, you know, Cindy and George had left, then he would go past around the fence and go and pick it up and go put it in the dumpster. Now, I don't know why he didn't just put it in the dumpster initially. Maybe it was just because he didn't want to leave the customer, I say customer, George, client, whatever, didn't want to leave them unattended potentially. With you know, which would make sense. So I guess, you know, we didn't see pictures of this whole area very well. So I mean, we saw it from like a big picture view, but we didn't see this whole thing with the fence and the dumpster. So he chucks it over the fence, and then later on, after George and Cindy leave, he goes over and he puts the trash in the dumpster. But the key part is this: that George does not see it go into the dumpster. George just sees it get chucked over the fence. So keep that in mind.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect that the trip to Johnson's Wrecker took place on July 16th of 2008?
That it's reflected on the sheriff's office paperwork.
Okay. Did you use that paperwork to refresh your recollection for your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went to that location with Mr. Anthony, was it already dark out?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you gain access to Johnson's Wrecker?
The gate was closed. We had to call the number that was on the gate. One of the drivers, by the last name, I believe Hudon or something like that, opened the gate for us, and that's how we gained entry into the Johnson's Towing area.
Did you identify yourself as being with the Orange County Sheriff's Office in order to gain access?
Yes, I explained to him what we were doing. I also showed him my badge, showing him that I worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and I explained to them the vehicle that was in question, that was with George Anthony, and George Anthony was with me when we
I mean, how
were telling him that we needed to get the trash can.
how crazy is this? Like, she's from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, going to collect or attempt to collect evidence, and brings George Anthony with her. Like, I could just see him, inserting himself all into this, right? Like, he's telling her where to go. He's going to tell her how to do this and that and the other thing. And remember, he's not supposed to know anything about where his trash is or anything at all about, whatever. So, but how weird, like, can you even fathom that? They bring a family member, a civilian, any civilian, it doesn't matter who, like, brings it like in with her in the same cruiser. Like, he rode in her cruiser. Like, this is wild.
Out of the dumpster, and George Anthony knew what dumpster it was.
That.
Were you?
That's why I mentioned that just a second ago. To that, how, like, that just doesn't make any sense, because he never saw it go into the dumpster. He wasn't there when that happened. He just saw it get chucked over the fence. He was very clear about that. Which I don't know why he was like so emphatic about that on the stand, because he should have seen that this testimony was going to come, right? And like, this just impeaches him, basically.
Able to gain access to this dumpster then at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a camera with you?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may have what's been marked as states
And
X.
the other
for
thing, like, so Simon Birch isn't there. Like, it would have made more sense if, like, she shows up. It doesn't make sense that George is there at all, but let's just say she shows up with George. George is like, if what he testified to is correct, he's like, I don't know where the trash was. It just went over the fence. But if Simon Birch was there, then Simon Birch could be like, oh yeah, I put it in this dumpster. And then, then that would make sense. But it's weird that Simon Birch isn't there and George knows what dumpster it's in. Now, also, I will note, so when Simon Birch testified, he said that he actually tried to go find that trash after Caylee was reported missing, and he went to go find it and it wasn't there. Now, maybe it was after they had already collected it, but also just keep that in mind.
Identification. Ma'am, can you see on your screen X for identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's shown there?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the trash can that the dumpster where we went.
Okay. There is a month, day, and year associated with that photograph. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that photograph taken prior to your gaining any access to the interior of the dumpster?
Yes. Okay. We went in, I apologize. We went in through the gate, and before we started looking inside the trash can, I took a picture of the dumpster.
Okay. Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation then of the exterior of that dumpster on the property of Johnson's Wrecker as of July 16th, 2008?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce X for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
Permission to publish this item to the jury, Your Honor.
You may publish.
All right, Ms. McBryde, it appears that there are sections to the lid to that dumpster?
Yes.
Okay. Were those sections of the lid in that position upon your arrival at Johnson's Wrecker?
No.
Okay. How were they situated?
They were closed.
Everything closed?
Yes.
Okay. How did they get opened prior to your taking this picture?
What do you think?
Opened them.
Who's we?
Brilliant.
George Anthony, I, and Mr. Hudo.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Hudo, the employee of Johnson's Wrecker.
Okay. Did you touch anything inside the dumpster prior to taking this photograph?
No.
Okay. Ms. McBryde, can you see why for identification?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the trash bag that I retrieved. It's the one on your right that has like the pizza box.
Okay. Now, is this photograph taken prior to anyone touching that item?
No, we took the picture first before we removed anything or touched anything.
Okay. You took this picture, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Does the photograph fairly and accurately represent the condition of this bag of trash prior to your removing it from the dumpster?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce Y for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
Permission to publish this item to the jury, Your Honor?
You may publish.
All right, you can actually touch the screen and make marks on it. If you would just circle the item that you were referring to that was ultimately collected.
Brilliant. It's a bag of trash. Excellent.
At any point in time, did you open that bag?
No.
Did anyone touch the bag but you?
No, only me. I had gloves on and I put it into a brown paper bag after I retrieved it.
What did you do with it after retrieval?
We put it in the brown paper bag. I pulled it. I opened a brown paper bag. I put it in there.
I think she was trying to make sure that it wasn't we as in her and George, but we know he was there.
I used 2 trash bags and then I put it in the trunk of my vehicle, my agency vehicle.
Okay. Now you put the white plastic bag inside a brown paper bag and then put that inside another item?
No, the trash bag was too small, so I wanted to cover the whole bag to preserve the evidence that was inside. So I took the brown paper bag, I put that white bag inside of it, and then I took another brown paper bag and put it over it also, just to conceal that bag.
All right, so you're talking about a double paper bag over this plastic bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you put it into the trunk?
Yes.
Of your agency vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you access it again?
No, ma'am, until I got to the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Was Mr. Anthony in the vehicle with you as you placed the item into your trunk?
Yes.
Okay. Did you allow him to have any access to the bag?
No.
That is insane.
Was he dropped off prior to your return to the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
What happened to the item in 75 once you got to the Sheriff's Office?
When I got to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I walked directly to the forensics unit to meet one of the forensics CSI officers there.
Who?
George Bloise.
Is that Gerardo Bloise?
Yes, Gerardo, yes.
I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong. I always do.
Foreshadowing right there, guys.
And you just turned that over directly to him is what you're telling us.
Yes.
Okay. Would that have been your last opportunity to have any access to that item?
Yes, I did the property form, handed it over to him, and then Yuri Mellish came down.
Okay.
Corporal Yuri Mellish.
Were you also asked to retrieve another item from the Anthony residence at 4937 Hope Spring Drive, this time on July 17th of 2008?
Yes.
What item were you asked to retrieve on that date?
A computer tower and a digital camera.
Do you recall, or did the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect what time you would have received the items that you described on July 17th of 2008?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office records reflect.
Okay. Do you recall at this point, or do you need the record to refresh your recollection?
If I can see the paperwork, because I don't remember what time it was. I know what items I picked up.
As to the retrieval date and time.
It was, I'm sorry, the 17th at 12:15.
Did you do with those items after you retrieved them?
We brought them to the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Who is we?
Me and Tanya DePalma.
Okay. Who is Tanya DePalma?
Tanya DePalma was also a missing persons investigator.
At least George wasn't there.
Okay. Is that somebody who accompanied you to the Anthony residence to retrieve those items?
Yes.
Are you the person that actually took possession?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that the item that you took possession of was a HP Pavilion computer tower Q520N?
Yes.
And the camera was a Polaroid digital camera?
Yes.
What did you do with those items after they were retrieved on July 17th?
Y'all,
We
y'all remember when there was such a thing as digital cameras? That's so crazy.
got to the Orange County Sheriff's Office and we gave it to Sergeant John Allen and Corporal Yuri Melish.
Did you have contact at that point with Sandra Kahn?
I did not know.
Okay. Would that have been the last opportunity that you would have had to access either of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no other questions of this witness at this time.
Cross-examination. May the witness be excused, Ms. Burdick.
Ross,
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you.
My name is Christine Narkiewicz, ChristineNarkiewicz.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the members of the jury your occupation, ma'am.
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
okay.
How long have you been employed with the Orange County Sheriff?
A little over 3 years.
What sort of background or education do you have that qualifies you for that position with the sheriff?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science with a minor in chemistry from the University of Central Florida. I'm currently obtaining my Master of Science degree in Criminal Justice from the University of Central Florida, and I'll graduate in August. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 3 years, and our training program is 4 months long, where we receive extensive training in all the areas of crime scene. I have obtained over 320 hours of additional specialized training in the area of crime scene.
You know what's wild? Look at her necklace. Guys, it looks like handcuffs.
As of July of 2008, how long had you been employed with the sheriff at that point?
I was employed March of 2008, so
Just a few months.
yes.
Were you asked to assist in the collection of some evidence items by Detective Yuri Melish?
Yes, I was.
On July 21st of 2008, were you asked to go to the Orange County Correctional Facility for the purpose of taking samples from an individual by the name of Casey Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What time
Oh, so she
did you
took-
arrive at that facility to achieve that goal?
May I refer to my report?
Will that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can the witness have permission to refer to the report
Yes, the witness may refer to her report. You may proceed.
for the exact times?
I arrived at the correctional facility at 21:44 hours.
What was it that you were asked to do there?
I was requested to obtain hair and buccal swab standards from Ms. Anthony.
How was that achieved?
Buccal swabs are achieved, we are provided with sterile cotton swabs. There are 2 swabs per container. And what I did, I requested Ms. Anthony to open her mouth, and I rub aggressively these 2 swabs on the interior of both sides of her cheek for the collection
How
of
amazing
cheek.
is it that she brought the swab in? I feel like we don't often see that. You know, I love it when they've got props at trials, you know. I feel like we hear about buccal swabs in like every trial, and I don't know that I've ever seen them bring in the swab like that, just pull it out of the bag.
Cells.
Okay. Now, you are demonstrating an item to the jury. That's not the actual item that you used. You're just using that as a demonstrative aid at this point.
Correct.
Okay. When you get there to the facility, you had indicated that those are sterile items that are sealed.
Yes, they are.
Okay. You also take some precaution not to transfer any of your skin cells, or
That is correct. In obtaining buccal swab standards, I wore gloves and a mask.
All right. Now, if I may approach again.
You may.
I have what has been marked as IU
and IV for identification. Let's start with IU. Tell me if you recognize that package as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are 2 buccal swabs from the left cheek of Casey Anthony.
Is that item currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
If you could somehow break the seal,
Somehow.
look
Use your
inside
teeth.
without taking the
Use your teeth, man.
item out if possible, and tell me if the swabs that you collected are in fact contained inside.
Yes, they are.
How do you know that?
I identify my handwriting and seal on the swab box.
Same as it relates to IV for identification. Have you take a look at the exterior packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This has my handwriting and my initials on the seal.
There's a kind of a spoiler alert. I don't know. For me, it's fascinating. On the next episode, you know how we see this in every trial, right? They're like, do you recognize it? And they, sometimes they don't really give it a full look and they just sort of like, yep. Other times they thoroughly go over it and really make sure they recognize it, right? We are going to see in the next episode why it matters, because we're going to have a witness on the stand who doesn't fully take the time and just is like, yep, I recognize it, blah, blah. And you know what? Other defense attorneys that might have been asleep at the wheel could entirely have missed that, because literally it was just like, whatever, a chain of custody. I don't think it was anything that was like a necessarily consequential piece of evidence or anything like that. But it was just like there were a bunch in a row, and there was one in there that he said, yep. But the defense attorneys were paying attention. I say defense attorneys, Mr. Baez was paying attention and gets up there on cross and is like, and dude, it's awesome. I won't say anything else I don't want to fully spoil it, but basically my point is like, here's what can happen if you don't fully take the time to be like, yes, those are my initials. I recognize it, blah, 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 And what's funny is like when that happens in the next episode, the state, like the prosecution, they don't correct it. They're not like, are you sure? Blah, blah. They're not like, oh, I gave you the wrong thing. Like, I don't know how it happened. If prosecution made a mistake, probably is what it is. But I don't even think they caught it. But the defense caught it, it's insane.
What is it that is purported to be inside?
Those are 2 buccal swabs from the right cheek of Casey Anthony.
Is that item currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
Again, if you could break that seal without taking the item out of the packaging if possible, and tell me if you recognize the item inside.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This also has my handwriting and my seals.
Once these items are obtained, what do you do with them?
Those items were turned over to lead crime scene investigator Gerardo Bloise.
There it is again. Remember,
You seal
how many
those
times now we heard that last name? We've heard it at least 4 or 5 times. The last name Bloise.
Prior to turning them over to another individual,
Yes.
would you have sealed them that same evening?
Here, Cece, are you doing
I
cleaning?
believe those have the same date as I collected them, yes.
All right. Do you need to look at the seal to tell us with certainty?
Yes.
Good answer. Good answer. It matters.
Yes, the seal on the exterior envelope is the same, July 21st,
It was so much better that she said yes and did that. Like that's good.
2008.
Aside from the swabs of
What are you
the
cleaning?
cheek, did you collect any other evidence item from Casey Marie Anthony?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what would that have been?
I was requested to also obtain hair standards from Miss Anthony.
Okay, how was that achieved?
Hair standards
This is a whole can of worms. Y'all, anyone that watched the Karen Reed trial, we got a little snippet as to what a big deal. I mean, honestly, it's even a bigger debacle, which is really funny I said that because it almost rhymes with follicle, than I even had realized from, but there was some hullabaloo with Karen Reed about that. And there was like that one lady that failed her test and whatever. But we're going to learn a lot more about the hair, and we're going to learn about where it's, controversial. And I don't think that the technology has actually really developed any more now than it was then. Like, obviously there's many other forensic evidence that's come a long way, blah, blah, but I'm pretty sure that this is pretty much the same, like in terms of the technology. And, but what's going to happen is this is laying the foundation for, I believe it's the very next witness after her, which is this lady from the FBI, who's the one who tested the hairs. I mean, why? I don't know. They don't even end up mattering. Like, this is unless it was like there was going to be some other perpetrator that wasn't in the family. We know that it was, everybody used that car. It used to be Lee's car, and then it was Casey's car, and George drove it back from the Johnson's record place, but technically it also belonged to Cindy. So it was a family car. Caylee rather had been in the car. I mean, it's like you would expect that everyone's hairs would be in the cars anyway. But we will hear about it. And, just to note also, right, because FBI involvement when it comes to different cases varies. And, for anyone who's unaware of how that works, you have to invite, if it's a state case, right, it's different, obviously, if it's a federal case, but if it's a state case, the FBI has to be asked to come in. They're not just going to get involved. They have to be asked. So, a lot of times it ends up being kind of like I don't really fully get this, but from everything that we hear and, from law enforcement agencies, and we see this in trials, Idaho, Brian Koberger, Idaho 4 is a good example. But it's like a thing where like sometimes the FBI is called in to help, but then the local law enforcement, especially when it's small towns, they seem to really feel like that is a diss to them. You know what I mean? Like as if they, I don't know, it's like an ego thing. It's weird. It's hard for me to wrap my head around because I think you would want the FBI's help, but like the FBI comes in and then they're just like trying to get them out as soon as possible, right? Like they try to they're really not going to fully use all the resources. And that's the thing. If they don't want the FBI, then the FBI leaves. So this case is unique in many ways, but one of the many ways is they utilized all of the FBI involvement like as much as possible. The FBI was all up in this case. And, did they find any forensic evidence of value? No, not really, that we know of yet anyway. But what I will say is this, is that I do appreciate that the Orange County Sheriff's Department didn't think that they were above needing help or didn't think they couldn't use the resources of the FBI because who wouldn't want those resources, right? So I do appreciate that from like a perspective of like not thinking they're above it,
According to the FBI protocol, they would like loose hair standards as well as pulled head hair standards. So I requested Miss Anthony first turn her head over and using her fingers retrieve all of the loose head hair. As her head hair fell out, it fell onto a piece of brown paper, and I folded that up, placed that into an envelope, and then I personally pulled Miss Anthony's hair out for the pulled head hair standard.
So that's why I wanted to mention all that with the FBI, because she's the one who collected the hair, and then what happens is the hair, and so she's following the FBI protocols because it's going to be sent to the FBI and tested by the FBI. Like I said, I think that's actually the very next witness is the lady who tested it at the FBI. So, yeah.
All right. Now, the brown piece of paper that the loose hair was collected on, where does that come from?
We are supplied in our van a roll of...
Is it a shop and stop bag?
Brown paper, and I retrieved it out of my van that evening.
All right. What steps or precautions are taken to ensure that the brown paper that you are utilizing to collect this evidence is not contaminated in any way?
It's like, again, y'all, it's like it wouldn't occur to anybody to use a shopping stop bag. I mean, that is so, it will forever blow my mind. Or, and the red Solo cups. Same thing. It's like, can you even imagine? It's just wild.
This brown paper is just a large roll that's placed in my van. It's only taken out when needed to be utilized.
Now, you said that you had Ms. Anthony turn her head over just to collect whatever loose hair could be obtained at that point.
Correct.
If I may approach the witness with IT for identification.
You may.
Have you take a look at that packaging and tell me if it's something you recognize as you're having had contact with in the past.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on it and my initials on the seal with the date.
Do you also indicate on the exterior of the package what item is contained inside?
Yes, I do.
And what is this item?
These are the loose head hair standards from Miss Casey Anthony.
You had mentioned the seal with the date. Was that item sealed by you on the date that we've been speaking of, July 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do with this item once you've collected it and placed it into the sealed package?
That was also turned over to lead investigator Gerardo Bloise.
There's that name again.
You mentioned pooled head hair.
Correct.
Okay.
So I just want to make
How is that?
clear. You're going to hear this word a lot, and sometimes when whoever it is, it could be any of the attorneys because it's going to come up a lot. A lot of times you'll hear it, or I do anyway, and it sounds like they're saying pooled. Just to note, they're saying pulled. I don't know why they pronounce it weirdly in Orange County, Florida, but every now and again, actually, I would say more often than not, you're going to hear the attorneys, and it's going to sound like they're saying pooled. At least that's how it sounds to me, but it's pulled, just so you know. Also, I was going to note too, this whole thing with the hair, I think that this is really comes in that category of like the soft forensic sciences, you know, along with like tool mark analysis and shit like that. But remember, like I said, like they did utilize all the resources, but one of the things we're going to get to in the next episode, you know, it's always tricky whenever they decide they're going to try to use a new type of science in a trial, right? Because that's part of it. It's like, has it been verified? Is it reliable? Blah, blah, blah. And one thing that's really interesting about this case is that there were a lot of firsts that were happening here in terms of the forensics. And one of many of them that we're going to hear about in the next episode is air testing. Now, here's what I mean. So it would seem to reason that they didn't have any evidence. Like, okay, so what they did is they brought in Dr. Arpad Vass from Tennessee, I believe. And you know, because the part of the whole thing is like, oh, there's the car smells, the trunk smells, right? But although not everybody smells it, but the people that smell it say it smells like a dead human, and it's like the worst smell. It's like so pungent. But then half the people, you know, that have testified don't smell anything. Anyway, they bring in Dr. Arpad Vass, and he literally, like, from like the way that I picture this is he takes like a can or whatever, or like he tests it, I guess. I don't know that he collects it, but there's like a can, and they literally like test the air. And I think that the goal is like they're trying to like test the smell, like what's causing the smell. Isn't that wild? And I don't think it's ever been done since. And I think that's the only time that this has really ever been done. But that's the thing. It's like, so like part of what he was testing was he got like a can with air in it, and it was like the air from the trunk, because it's like the trunk smelled. Isn't that wild? So anyway, we have that to look forward to next episode.
That done like it sounds?
It is.
Speaking of soft sciences.
As a crime scene investigator, we're responsible for pulling head hair from multiple areas of the head.
Okay. How do you do that? With some implement?
I initially started with a pair of disposable tweezers, which are for a one-time use only, and those were not working properly, so I physically pulled them with my hands.
I wonder how can tweezers malfunction? How?
Were you wearing gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, aside from wearing gloves, were there any other steps taken to ensure that you weren't mixing any of your hair or skin cells with this sample that you're collecting from Miss Anthony?
If I recall, I still had my mask on.
If I may approach the witness with IS for identification.
You may.
I was expecting her to say like a hair net.
That item, and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Like
Again, this is my handwriting, and my initials are on the seal with the date.
Do you put some indication on the exterior of the package what is contained inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And what indication have you placed on there?
These are the pulled head hairs from Miss Casey Anthony.
You indicated that it is currently sealed. Can you tell when you sealed? that?
Yes, the date of July 21st of 2008 is present on the seal.
What happened after you obtained these samples and sealed the package? What happened to it?
Those were also turned over to lead investigator Gerardo Bloise.
Boise,
If
there's
I may approach the witness with JC, JD, JE, and JF.
You may.
Identification.
Gerardo Bloise.
Let me have you take a look at JC for identification. Tell me if you recognize that as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my handwriting and my initials and date on the seal.
Do you put some indication on the exterior of the package as to what is contained inside?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is it?
4 toothbrushes belonging to Caylee Anthony.
How does anyone have those like 4 tooth? Like when she says this, it means if they're collected for DNA, right? It means they have to be used. Like it can't just be like you've got stockpile of brand new toothbrushes that are in the packaging. Y'all, how does someone have 4 toothbrushes that they use? I don't even understand that. Like 4? I have 1 toothbrush. I could understand maybe having 2, like for example, if you have a situation where you can leave one at your workplace or something. I don't know how common that is. Or if you have like a significant other and you like stay over there, maybe you leave a toothbrush there. But still, that would be like at most. Okay, let's say you've got a significant other that you stay at, and also you have a workplace where you can have a toothbrush or whatever. Like, and then you have your home. Like, best like that would make max would be 3, right? So 4 toothbrushes is just wild. And they collected all 4 of them, like expecting different DNA. I don't know. I think one would be sufficient, right? I don't know.
Items that you obtained from Detective Yuri Melich.
That is correct.
Did you place the item into the package and seal it?
Yes.
It does look
Does the
very
seal
official.
indicate the date that was done?
Yes. July 28th, 2008 is on the seal.
Let me show you JD for identification. Tell me if you recognize that as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This also has my handwriting and my initials and date on the seal.
Did you put some indication on the exterior of the package as to what item is contained inside?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
1 brush belonging to Caylee Anthony.
Is this also an item that you obtained from Detective Yuri Melich?
Yes, it is.
Does your seal appear on the exterior?
Yes.
Did you initial and date that seal as well?
Yes, I did.
Right. And what date did you seal this?
July 28th, 2008.
Let me show you JE for identification. And if you recognize that,
Yes, I do.
what do you recognize it to be?
This is 1 comb belonging to Caylee Anthony.
Comb? I'm sorry,
Yes, 1 comb.
combs.
We're gonna try to get the hairs.
How do you recognize that?
This has my handwriting, my initials, and the date on my seal.
Is that an item that you obtained from Detective Yuri Melich?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What date is reflected on your seal on this package?
July 28th, 2008.
And finally, JF for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This has my handwriting, my initials, and the date on the seal.
Do you put some indication on the front of the package as to what is contained inside?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
1 thermometer belonging to Caylee Anthony.
Is this an item that you retrieved or received from Detective Yuri Melich?
Yes, it is.
Did you place that item into that packaging and seal it?
Yes, I did.
Does the seal reflect the date that you accomplished that?
Yes, July 28th, 2008.
I have no other questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
May it please court.
Yay,
Ms.
okay.
Green Burdick.
Tobias.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I like his voice.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you wore gloves when collecting a DNA sample. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's to protect basically from any epithelial cells that may transfer?
Any type of cross-contamination.
Exactly. And that would include even secondary transfer, would that not?
Now here's
Meaning, if you had touched something that had somebody else's DNA, you could also transfer that DNA to whatever sample you were collecting.
I suppose.
So here's what's happening here. So she doesn't understand where he's going, because usually, you know, we're so used to seeing defense attorneys get up there and just like try to rip people apart, like that other dude, right? I mean, you know, who I don't care for, Mr. Mason. Jose Baez is not like that with anybody. Honestly, I feel like he went easier on George Anthony than he could have. So she's like kind of confused, like, where is this going? But here's where I think it's going, okay, with this questioning, because he's smart. He actually tries to, like, in my opinion, I feel like he tries to be likable, like befriend every witness for the most part on the stand versus come across as the bad guy. And I think that's actually like his personality, because even when we see them arguing motions and stuff, he never raises his voice, even though you expect that from like attorneys all the time. He never gets disrespectful. He's always very even keeled and patient and kind of just like relaxed. It's really unusual for any attorney, let alone a defense attorney. But anyway, but here's where I think he's going with this. So you remember the only thing that they have like that connects Caylee when they found the remains that connects her to like her remains to anybody in the family is just that one piece, is that piece of duct tape. And because it was a very unique brand of duct tape, and that's the only thing that connects it, because it was a unique brand of duct tape that George Anthony used. Okay. So here's the thing, right? The tape, and we heard about this in opening statements, and I'm sure they'll be getting to it, but so far we just know about it from opening statements. But you know, duct tape, of course, right, is like gonna pick up DNA more than anything else, obviously, right? It's like, so it'd be like, really, how do you use it without leaving DNA thing right on it, right? And here's the proof of that. The extent to this, that duct tape did not have any DNA on it, anyone's, except for the DNA that was left by accident from the FBI analyst, not even the Orange County, the FBI analyst accidentally left trace DNA on that duct tape. So they couldn't even manage to not get DNA on that duct tape, but somehow whoever placed that duct tape there, you know, didn't leave DNA, which is wild. So where I think he's going with this is to try to he's using her as in, here's the correct procedure so that you don't end up contaminating a piece of evidence, to start setting it up for when it gets to that part, when they bring in whoever it was that left the DNA on the duct tape.
Okay. And you obviously take extraordinary precautions when collecting DNA.
Correct.
And that is because of the extreme sensitivity of DNA and its ability to transfer.
Correct.
And you also wore a mask.
Yes, sir.
And the reason you wear a mask is so you also don't get any further DNA on whatever sample it is that you're collecting.
Correct.
And in fact, you take these precautions. Well, let me actually strike that and say, in fact, while collecting DNA, you don't even speak, do you?
For the most part, we try not to.
And the reason you don't try to speak is because even while speaking, you could contaminate samples.
That's true.
And there have been tremendous advances in DNA, and that's why you take these precautions.
I don't know if it's because of the advancements. We just don't want to cross-contaminate any evidence we collect.
Well, you're aware now that that you don't need tons of blood or anything like that to get DNA on something, right?
Okay.
And you're also aware that low copy number DNA, you're aware with that concept? Familiar with that
Basic concepts?
Yes.
Yes, I'm not a DNA analyst.
I understand. But in the process of collecting DNA, you're also aware of touch DNA.
Correct.
And that's when you touch an item, and that item would contain some type of DNA.
Potentially.
Correct? Potentially, yes. And the packaging that you use, it specifically you have certain procedures as to the packaging because that way it could preserve the DNA,
The DNA that's inside them, yes.
preserve the integrity of the sample.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
She's like,
And in fact,
she's so wary. She's like, oh my God, what's his trap? What's his trap? There's no trap.
if
Not for her anyway.
properly packaged, we can go back 20 years later
Yep.
and still be able to collect that DNA potentially.
If the sample's still there, yes. If it hasn't been utilized, the whole thing.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, now I think
Then
it's
witness
on
be
to
excused.
Bribe.
You may.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Oh wait, no, it's actually Mr. Bloise. Okay, so Mr. Bloise. So I think he testifies twice in this episode. He comes back a bunch of times, like George Anthony does. This is so funny though. Watch how he sits down in the witness box. But then also, like I pointed out, remember, so far on this day, we've heard and the attorneys have heard his name said Bloise a bazillion times. And of course, those attorneys have met with him and talked. They already knew him. Keep that in mind. Watch him as he gets himself stuck in here. Pretty funny.
My name is Gerardo Bloise, Bloise.
You may proceed.
Thank you. How are you employed, sir?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
In what capacity?
crime scene investigator level 2
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, 11 years.
Have you been a crime scene investigator with that agency for all 11 years?
No, I have previous experience.
Okay. During your 11 years with the Sheriff's Office, what various duties have you performed for them?
For them, I'm doing a crime scene investigator.
Okay. You indicated that you had experience prior to joining the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what that is.
I was a police officer in San Juan, Puerto Rico for 6 years. And after that, I was transferred to the Institute of Forensic Science in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And after that, I received trainings in that capacity with the FBI, with the Institute of Forensic Science, and also here in Florida, I have a training with the FBI, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, with the ATF, and also I have a BA degree in Sociology and Criminology, and also a master's degree in Criminal Justice with concentration in business administration.
Wow.
As a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff, what are your job responsibilities?
As a crime scene investigator, our responsibility is to process any crime.
It was crazy. It looks like she's reading from like a notes or a checklist or whatever, which is wild to me because like these are the same questions and like foundational questions you would ask with like literally every single law enforcement officer. And if you watch her when she's at the podium, it looks like she's reading from a list. Like, how do you need that though?
Crime scene via taking notes, photographs, searching, collection, preservation, and submit the evidence to any lab if they needed any kind of lab test. Basically, this is general responsibilities that we have as a crime scene investigator in Sheriff's Office.
All right, so if I understand you correctly, it is the documentation, collection, and preservation of items of evidence.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not that complicated.
And from what you've said, you do not perform any analysis typically on evidence items that you've collected.
No.
Were you employed in this capacity with the Orange County Sheriff on July 16th of 2008?
Yes.
On that date, did you receive a Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes.
A 1998 white two-door vehicle, Florida tag G63XV.
That is correct.
How did that come into your possession?
That particular vehicle came to my possession through Detective Beasley.
Charity Beasley?
Correct.
How did it come to you? Did Did it arrive on some sort of transport vehicle?
Correct. That was transported by a towing service truck at the forensic garage.
Once it arrived at the forensic garage of the Orange County Sheriff, where does it go?
Goes to the forensic garage bay.
In what condition did it arrive?
The vehicle arrived in good condition. I observed that the vehicle, all the doors of the driver's and passenger side trunk was sealed.
Are you going to be asking
Investigator Bloise, do you recognize
I
what
talked
has...
over it because that's the first time. You guys, this blows my mind. Again, how many times have we heard his last name? Now listen to this.
Investigator Bloise, do you recognize what has been previously admitted into evidence as States 47?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Is the vehicle with tag number G63X Victor.
Right. You had mentioned that this vehicle arrived in the forensic garage or arrived at your facility and was placed in the forensic garage with seals. Can you show us on that photograph what you're referring to? And you can touch the screen to assist you.
Okay.
It's the telestrator.
This area and this area.
If I may have 48 in evidence. Investigator Bloise, do you recognize 48 in
Bloise again.
evidence?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Is the vehicle that I received on July 16, 2008 is a Fire Pontiac white vehicle.
All right. You mentioned the seals as it relates to the trunk portion of the vehicle. Was the hood
correct?
Likewise sealed. Can you show us that item in the photograph? If I may have 49 in evidence. Investigator Bloise, do you recognize 49 in evidence?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Is the vehicle Wyson Fire Pontiac that I received on July 16, 2008, and the vehicle doors is sealed at the driver's side.
All right. Is that this item?
Correct.
Aside from receiving the vehicle, did you also obtain evidence items from Detective Beasley?
Yes.
Were these evidence items contained within a black plastic garbage bag?
Yes.
Let me show you NN for identification. Tell me if you recognize the packaging of that item.
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
So recognized because I have my hand letters and have the day and the time that I collected from the evidence Q78.
Was this the bag that contained the evidence items given to you by Detective Beasley?
Correct. It's a black plastic bag with yellow handle. Yes, it is.
Were you also given a blue plastic crate?
Yes.
Did the bag and the crate contain a doll?
Correct.
A child's backpack?
Correct.
A child's toothbrush?
Correct.
Black leather bag?
Correct.
Various paper items?
Correct.
And plastic clothes hangers?
Correct.
Now, Investigator Bloise, given the length of service with the Orange County Sheriff and the prior experience that you've described with police agency in Puerto Rico, have you had the opportunity to come into contact with individuals who are deceased?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. The smell.
Have you had the opportunity to smell the odor
Laying the foundation for being a smell expert.
of human decomposition?
Yes.
How often or how regularly would you have been in a position to smell this?
In my experience on Puerto Rico and here, can say about 30, 40, 45 times. And sometimes I have to go to the medical exam.
It's so insane. The reason that the state is relying so much on the car smelled bad, the smell of the car, and having all these different people come in and have to try to lay the foundation for the fact that they are smell experts and they smelled something bad, and then others that didn't smell something bad. Remember, that's what they are relying on to prove that there was a dead body in that car. It's wild, because in other words, their forensic evidence is lacking clearly. I think that's obvious. Like, I didn't really know anything about this case when I started covering it, except for what most people know, which is, in my opinion, as I've learned, incorrect. But you hear from opening statements, right? The state from the very beginning starts talking about this smell, and it keeps coming up, and you're like, oh fuck, is this like their whole case, right? Like the smell, and it, on and on and on and on, and it's been like that the whole trial. That's them trying to prove that there was ever a dead body in that car, which is just, you know, even if every single witness came in and said, yep, I smelled something bad, I smelled the car stunk, whatever. Even if that was the case, that would still be laughable. But it's even worse because, like I said, about half of them probably, or maybe more, said they didn't smell anything. Wow.
Examiner's office in order to get fingerprints from decomposed bodies sometimes, and I have that kind of encounter with that type of conditions.
Have you had experience with bodies at varying levels of decomposition?
Oh, yes.
And again, and that's why, think about, it's like the desperation, right? Like you're trying to build a case against Casey Anthony because that's who they're trying to build it against from the get-go, right? Like that's how this whole thing, you know, so it starts with like the smell of the car, and then that's what leads them then to being desperate enough to take a can and grab air from the trunk of the car and send it off for testing. Isn't that, it's just wild.
As a result of your employment with the Orange County Sheriff and your prior experience, have you also had the opportunity to search for evidence in places such as dumpsters?
Yes.
Or the landfill?
Yes.
Did you break the seal on this Pontiac Sunfire when it arrived at the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, when I opened the driver's door.
Is that the first seal that you broke, the driver's side door?
Yes, that was the first one.
Okay. And what were your observations upon breaking the seal?
My observations, when I opened the driver's side, I immediately smelled odor of decomposition coming from inside the car.
Is the interior portion of the car the first part of the vehicle that you began to document and or process?
That was the first one, correct.
All right. What's the first thing you do to document the condition of...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What is the first thing you do to document the condition of this piece of evidence?
As soon as I receive the vehicle, the first things that I document is photograph the vehicle exterior of the vehicle and the condition that I received the vehicle, and the second is to photograph the interior of the vehicle. And then documented what I observed through my reports.
All right. Well, in connection with your documentation of any particular evidence item, you take notes?
Correct.
You then utilize those notes to write a report so that you can recall the steps that you've taken as it relates to various pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so don't panic, guys. I forgot. So I didn't forget. I just have to pull it up. So this got split up into 2 video files. So I'm just going to pull up part 2, and this is just going to pick up literally where that left off. That's just how my computer decided to save it. So, all right.
At some point in time, did you attempt to determine whether or not the gas gauge on this vehicle was working properly?
Correct.
How did you determine that?
What I did in this case, I just photographed the vehicle and the instrumental panel, the way that I receive it. And after that, I put some gasoline in the vehicle and then turn on the ignition of the vehicle to see the needle of the gasoline gauge level. And that way, I photographed it.
You're joking.
Now, this process occurred.
You guys hear that? So that, I don't know why they're even bothering with it, right? Except for the fact that, like, apparently there was issues with the car's gas gauge or something like that. But if you're going to bother with it, don't bother with it in the way that we just saw, which is, what did you do to test the gas gauge? To test the gas gauge, right? See if it's functioning. He says, I put some gas in it and I saw that the needle went up and I took a picture. Like, are you kidding me? That's not how? Like, incredible.
Later on, several months after you initially received the vehicle, correct?
That was correct.
Okay. Did you make a determination as to whether or not the gas gauge was in proper working order on the vehicle?
Yes, was working properly.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. Just because you put some amount, he didn't even specify how much. This is wild. Okay. At the very least, what you would need to know is you would need to know what size tank like that car holds, right? Because they all vary. How much gas is, like, what is a full tank or whatever, right? You'd have to know how much gas was in there to start with. You'd have to have a way to measure that, like, without using a gas gauge, right? If we're assuming that's not work, you'd have to have some other way to measure that. And then you'd have to know how much gas you put in it. So then you could, like, and this is just me thinking through it with, like, common sense, right? I'm sure there's an actual fancy way, but just thinking through it with common sense. And then you could do the math to figure out, like, okay, but even then, it's like that needle moving up or down is still, honestly, it's still subjective, right? Because it's just a visual thing and it's not going to be the most accurate anyway. But he didn't even say how much gas he put in. He just said he put some gas in the car and the needle went up. Like, the fact that you would testify that proves that the gas gauge is functioning properly. I mean, wow. It's not Solo Cup level, but it's pretty bad, I think.
And did you photograph the end result of your attempt to determine?
Thank God that wasn't actually like a huge part of this case, like I said. But if you're going to bother mentioning it, at least do it right.
Whether or not the gauge was in proper working order.
Correct.
All right. Does states G for identification accurately reflect the photograph of the end of that process?
Correct.
Okay. Investigator Bloise.
Oh my God.
Bloise, yes.
Do you see states 50?
I can't stand this attorney, this prosecutor. Again, how? Is she not saying his name properly when we've heard it a bazillion times? You know they've worked together before. You've done witness prep, like a lot of it. It continues to happen, unfortunately. He corrects her. I'm almost certain, if I remember correctly, it still happens again. Because I remember thinking it was, like, absurd. Like, how many times she'll say it. And the other thing is she'll say it correctly, and then she'll go back to saying it wrong.
In evidence.
Yes.
Pretty special.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Y'all remember how George Anthony testified about this car? He was, like, really rude. He was, like, saying it was, like, a complete and utter disaster mess. We're going to see the front seats and the back seats. There's, like, a belt, and then on the back seat, there's, like, a car seat and some boots. There's no, I mean, what? He made it sound like this car was a complete and utter disaster. Like, what? It doesn't look dirty. It's not a mess.
Was this photograph taken on July
16th? Correct. That is the interior of the vehicle, showing the driver's front seat and the driver's seat area.
Do you see the item?
There we go. So you guys, if you think of, like, if someone were to describe to you, like, a super messy car that was a wreck, it was, like, just gross and dirty, blah, is this what you would picture? Because when I hear a description like that, like the way that George Anthony gave the impression when he testified, I think it was the first time he testified, maybe the second time. One of the things I think of is like like I know there was a bag of trash in the trunk, but it was like a bag of trash because she was supposed to be taking it to the dumpster, which you had to drive to get to at Sawgrass Apartments. Like the dumpster was not close to the apartment. So like that was how that happened, was she was transporting the trash and I guess forgot about it or something, right? Apart from that, like there's no loose trash. There's no wrappers. There's no crumbs. There's no goldfish crackers. There's no spilled drinks. I mean, you know what I mean? Like I would say it's pretty clean.
Okay. What is it that you are documenting?
In that area was sunglasses and black CD case and a brown bell.
Was this photograph also taken on July 16th?
Correct.
And what is it?
Again, look at the back seat. There's no crumbs. There's no food. There's no trash. I mean, just a pair of boots and a car seat. Crazy.
That you're documenting through the use of photography here?
That area is the rear side of the inside the vehicle, showing the baby car seat and pairs of shoes, black pairs of shoes on the seat.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it that you are attempting to document through the use of photography?
It is mid-frame photos that we call mid-range, and it's a picture of the baby car seat.
Okay. Investigator Bloise, what is it that you are documenting through the use of photography in 51?
I can't stand her. First of all, she said the name wrong again. So like I said, it's going to keep happening. It just drives me crazy. And then documenting through the use of photography is so weird. I don't know why she's saying it like that. It reminds me of, I think it was Elaine in Debt Be Heard who would say, this is the only thing worse I can think of, worse than what we just heard with documenting through the use of photography. The only thing worse I can think of is Elaine. And she would say things like, does this accurately depict the image of the scene portrayed in this picture? But also, I just wanted to note, that's a dryer sheet on the seat. Like, if you could say, if there's anything that could be maybe construed as being messy, as in like, is not like usually kept there, maybe you would say that about the dryer sheet. But let's just remember that Cindy Anthony placed that dryer sheet there. So that was not Casey's doing.
Evidence.
That would be the seat area, the rear side, and showing two pairs of shoes, female, one black, the other one is like a gold brown, and air freshener sheet that was found in that area of the vehicle.
Great. Are you referring to the item that I have attempted to circle?
That is correct.
Okay. Based on your experience, well, I don't know if you do laundry. Do you know that to be a dryer sheet?
Fuck's sake.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what is shown in?
Did not, dude. I don't think she really did a good job establishing the foundation for him to testify as to his expertise as a expert laundry doer and to whether he can testify about that or not. Anyway, there's the undercarriage.
For identification.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the underneath of the vehicle that I put on the lift in the forensic garage.
Detective Bloise, Investigator Bloise, excuse me, did you determine whether or not there were any foreign substances on the underside of the vehicle?
Yes, I did some.
Why the hell? This is like one of the rare opportunities where you could use the word undercarriage and it could be accurate and correct. Like, why are you not taking up that opportunity?
Inspection on the underneath of the vehicle.
And what were your findings upon inspection?
What I found on the vehicle was a dry leaf near to the transmission area, and the other one was a dry leaf nearest to the front, if I remember, chassis area of the front tire, and that is my observations at that moment underneath of the vehicle, a dry leaf too.
All right. Were you able to determine whether or not there were any animal parts?
No.
On the underside of the vehicle?
No.
You were not able to determine, or there were not any?
There are not any kind of animal parts underneath of the vehicle.
Okay. What is it that you're documenting there through?
By that question, it's just the desperation getting worse, right? Like I said, so much of this case is hinging on the smell. Did it smell? Yes, it smelled. Or no, it didn't smell. But if it smelled, did it smell like what did it smell like? Is it trash? Is it a dead person? Is it a dead animal? Whatever. So it's just wild. That the point of that question was to show that there was no sign that there was the car had run over some poor helpless animal, and that could be the cause of the smell. Again, it's like, why are you relying on smell this heavily in the first place? Like, that's your problem. But anyway, because they're relying so heavily on the smell, they have to be able to try to attempt, I guess, to show that the smell, though they can't really prove it came from a person, they're just trying to prove it didn't come from something else. And that's, I guess beyond reasonable doubt. No, oh wait, sorry, didn't work.
The use of photography.
That is a mid-train photo, and is the trunk inside the vehicle.
Okay, so
Investigator Bloise.
now we're going to get to places where the chloroform was found.
There is an item near the center that appears to have been removed. What is that?
That was one of the part of the spare tire cover well. There was a plastic that hold the spare tire cover well. It's a plastic.
This item
Correct.
here is the plastic. Did
Correct.
you remove it from the hole that appears next to it?
Yes.
When you received the vehicle, was the plastic cover on the hole?
Yes.
Do you see O for identification displayed on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you place markers into?
The point of this is to show that the spare tire cover is missing.
The trunk of the vehicle to assist you in documenting and identifying items contained within the trunk?
Yes.
Right. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of the trunk once you've placed those markers inside?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce O for identification into evidence.
No objections, Judge.
Investigator Bloise, the marker A that is seen inside the trunk, what is it that you are demonstrating through the use of this marker?
Y'all, when
That was
do you think she's going to go back to saying Bloise again?
The description of the dry sheet or air freshener sheet, letter A. And the second one will be letter B, which is a residue of dirt that I found inside the trunk.
Okay. Is this a different dryer sheet than was in the rear seat of the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay, and you are referring to the item that I've circled in red?
Correct.
Okay. You discussed dirt residue. Are you referring to the item that I've circled in red here?
Correct.
Do you recognize P for identification?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's the back area of the spare tire cover well.
All right. At this point, has it been removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, did your processing of this vehicle take several days?
Correct.
Was there a section of this spare tire cover that was removed prior to this photograph being taken?
Correct.
Does it then fairly and accurately depict the condition of the reverse side of the spare tire cover once the section had been removed?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce P for identification into evidence.
No objections.
The section that was removed is that the area that I've circled?
Correct.
Okay. What is the material that comprises this spare tire cover? What's it made out of?
It's like kind of wood, and in the back is carpet, and the front is carpet and wood. Yeah.
Okay. What do you recognize to be shown in Q?
It is the inside of the trunk, and showing in letter C the area that was the spare tire cover well. And at the same time, there's a description of the dry leaf that I observed in the trunk area.
All right. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of that portion of the trunk after you have removed some items from it?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce Q for identification into evidence.
No objections, Judge.
All right. Investigator Bloise, you had referenced C as a marker on this photograph. Can you explain again what it is that you are showing?
Basically, it's the dry leaf.
Overall.
Go ahead.
It's basically the dry leaf that I observed in the trunk area.
The what?
A dry leaf. This area here, right there.
Yes, sir. Was the spare tire with the vehicle when you received it?
Correct.
Let me clear that. Where would the spare tire be sitting prior to its removal?
In this area.
All right. In an earlier photograph, you were describing the spare tire cover being made out of some wood board and carpet.
Correct.
Would that sit on top of this section of the trunk in the manner that you've indicated with the blue mark?
Correct.
Investigator Bloise, do you recognize what is shown in R for identification?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It is the trunk area when I removed the liner from the trunk.
I'm sorry?
Is the inside the trunk area.
Once you've done what to it?
Once I removed the liner from the trunk area.
Okay. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict that you've described?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce R for identification into evidence. Investigator, what is it that you are attempting to show or document through photography in this exhibit?
I just want to know.
Try to document.
Look at the seats in the gallery. They're all cushiony. Incredible. Just incredible. Like they've got the green chairs that the attorneys use and stuff. I think they still have those there, same chairs. But look at the gallery. It's all cushions. Crazy.
The condition of the trunk area and the metal area of the floor when I removed the liner from the trunk.
All right. Is the tire removed as well?
Correct.
Do you recognize what's shown in S?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the liner of the trunk when I removed from the vehicle.
Okay, you took the whole liner out of the Pontiac and took it somewhere else?
Yeah, to the forensic lab.
Okay. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of that liner once it is removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce S for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
No objections.
Investigator Bloise, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at?
We're looking at right now of the trunk area, the liner, and then I place two yellow markers, one with a letter L, the other one is with the letter R, which means the left side, to show you the left side of the liner and the right side of the liner. I'm the spare tire cover well.
All right. Are you referring to this area of the liner as the spare tire cover?
Correct.
Okay. Is it one continuous piece of either carpet or fabric that covered the trunk at one time?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Bloise, do you recognize what is shown in T?
Yes.
And what is it that you are attempting to depict through the use of photography in this exhibit?
That will be the left side of the trunk area. Should be the left area. showing with pointer 12, which would be the left side of the trunk of the liner of the vehicle.
All right. Is the 12 intended to signify anything in particular?
Yes, the pointer number 12, when I inspected the vehicle, I observed what appears to be a human hair.
Does this photograph accurately depict that section of the liner as you found it, and then place the indicator 12?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce T for identification into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
You indicate that the 12 is intended to show a human hair.
Correct.
Is that a single human hair?
Yes.
All right. Did you take a photograph, a close-up photograph of this section of the trunk liner in an attempt to actually capture the hair?
Yes.
Do you see you for identification?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a close-up photograph of that section?
That is correct. That is the close-up that I tried to get the photograph of the hair.
All right. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the close-up of the single human hair that you were attempting to depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce you for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
Detective Bloise, Investigator Bloise, 86.
You can tell that Jose Baez is like losing it. You're like, oh my God, this is taking for fucking ever. And I will say, as you guys may know, when I edit these videos, I take out all of the long pauses of silence. And Miss Drain Burdick is the worst about it. I mean, it's like the amount of time between each one of these photos that's being admitted into evidence would be like a minute or maybe longer, like between literally each one. And between each question, then there's like 30 seconds. It's wild. And it sounds like he's almost kind of falling asleep until Judge Belvin says, what says the defense? And then it almost sounds like he's being woken up and he's like, oh, no objection, you know. I know he's not falling asleep, but I think he's just like, oh my God, like, let's just get to the point because this is taking for fucking ever.
In evidence, there's a red item shown in the photograph. What is that?
Correct. That was what appears to be a red fiber that I observed in that area on the left side of the trunk. And in that area, you can see part of the hair that was over that particular fabric in this area right here. You can see the hair right there.
Okay, can you take us along the length of the hair as you observed it there on the trunk liner?
Yes, most likely this is the long of the hair, approximately.
Investigator, can you show us where that hair was located in relation to the rest of the trunk liner that is shown in 84 in evidence?
Should be in this area.
Okay, the area in blue is where you...
Yeah, approximately in this area right here.
You had testified earlier that you received other evidence items from Charity Beasley.
Correct.
Detective Charity Beasley. If I could direct your attention to what has already been introduced into evidence as I believe 52. Were these evidence items that were given to you by Detective Beasley?
Correct.
What did you do with those upon receipt?
When I received the items, I inspected and then I secured my evidence locker.
Okay. Did you ultimately package those items in some fashion?
Yes, I put especially the whole crate with all the items in a box.
Is this an item that you collected from Detective Beasley as well and then photographed?
Correct.
Okay, and what did you do with it after you received it?
I did a picture of the backpack, the interior of the backpack, and then proceed to preserve it.
Aside from the item depicted in marker number 12, did you collect other evidence items from the trunk over the course of several days?
Yes, I collected some more hair from the trunk and dirt residue, the air freshener sheet, and then I preserve it.
All right, if I may have, this is going to be an item with the clerk, IB for identification. All right, approaching you with IB for identification. Can you take a look at the exterior packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past?
Yes,
And how is it that you recognize that item?
have my initial on it, have the tag number of the evidence, which is H52025, the time that I collected 1447 hours, the day that I collected 7/17/08, and then the description of the evidence, which is a hair, and the location that I collected, which was the front edge of the trunk vehicle, tag G63XV, and have my name on it, and my handwriting.
Is this a different hair than the one that we saw in the trunk connected with the pointer 12?
That is correct, it's different.
And where was this one collected from?
This one was collected from the front edge of the trunk of the vehicle. When I opened the trunk, I observed the hair on the edge of the trunk, and I proceeded immediately to photograph it and collect it as evidence.
Did you collect this by hand or by the use of some other process?
In this kind, the hair, what I did is I photographed it, I collected using a tweezer with...
I was going to ask because do we not, like, what's the deal with, like, the other pair of tweezers that the lady was using earlier were defective? So were these, did y'all fix the tweezer situation?
magnifier. I have an example here. If you allow me to show the euros, there's no problem with that. Yes.
We'll get to that
Okay.
at the appropriate point.
I don't think
This, once it is sealed by you,
Correct.
what happens to it?
And then what I did is I seal it, preserve it, and submit it to evidence. Submit it to evidence. To evidence, yes, to the lab.
Showing you IC for identification. Tell me if you recognize the packaging as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize the package.
What indication is there on the package that you recognize?
It have my name on it, and then the day that I collected, 7/17/2008, 1440 hours, and I collected from inside the trunk of the vehicle, G63X Victor, is an air freshener sheet or dry sheet collected from the trunk area.
Had we seen a photograph of this earlier?
Yes,
Is this associated with the placard with B?
correct.
Have you taken a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I recognize the package.
And what do you recognize it?
Have the name on the package, and then the day that I collected, 7/17/2008 at 16 hours, and the location collected was inside the trunk, the vehicle, G63X Victor, X-ray Victor, and from the floor, and was a petri dish containing dirt particles with hair. That would be
He's saying
item
petri dish, so he's going to go through a number of these petri dishes.
number 4, tag number H52025.
Once you collect this, do you seal it and place it into this envelope?
Correct.
You had mentioned that this was collected at a certain time,
Yeah, 16 hours.
1600 or?
1600s at 4.
Okay. May I have continuing permission to come to witness with these items? Let me show you HV for identification. first.
Y'all, did you hear Judge Belvin? Even he cut her off. Same thing where he's like, before she can even finish her stupid sentence, he's like, you may, like, oh my God. Like,
Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize the package.
What do you recognize it to be?
Had my name on it, and then the description of the location that I collected was inside the trunk interior fender, well interior side, left side area, and it's a petri dish containing dirt particles. And that was a tag number H52025, and it's item number 6.
Do you indicate on the exterior the date and time of collection?
Yes, 7/18/2008, about 0016 hour, which is a MiG-9, 12:16 a.m.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as HX for identification. Tell me if that's something you recognize as having had contact with it in the past.
Yes, I recognize the package, and it's dated 7/18/08, and time was 12:05, the time that I collected, and was located inside the trunk interior fender well area, the right side, and it's a petri dish containing dirt particles with hair.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as HU for identification. Tell me if you recognize this article.
y'all, don't ask me how because there's like so many of these, but I have the feeling that we're getting close to the last one.
Yes, I recognize the package, excuse me, and was dated 7/22, 2008. The time was 18 hours, which is 6 p.m. And the location collected was on the spare tire cover of the vehicle Florida tag G63X Victor, and it's a petri dish with hair, and it's a tag number H52025, and it's an item number 7.
Once this item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as HW for identification. Do you recognize that as something that you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H2025, item number 8, and was located on the spare tire cover well of the vehicle. Tag G63X Victor is a petri dish with hair, and is item number 8.
Once this item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
How do you take a look at this item? Tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yeah, I recognize the package, and it's tag number H52025, item number 9, and was collected in July 23rd, 2008 at 16:28 hours, which is 4:28. And the location of this evidence was on the bottom of the edge of the radiator vehicle, Florida tag G63X Victor, and is a dry vegetation.
Once you've collected that item, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Tell me if you recognize this item as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
I'm really surprised.
Yes, I recognize.
I'm really surprised that she wasn't completely and utterly confused as to what he meant when he said vegetation, because she's struggled. She has struggled a lot.
The package is tag number H52025, item number 12, was collected at July 23rd, 2008, about 23:48 hours, which is 11:48. And the location of this piece of evidence was located on the seat underneath of the black shoes. Is an air freshener sheet, which is a dry sheet, and have my name on it. And it's a item number 12.
Is this the dryer sheet we saw in the photograph in the back seat of the vehicle?
Correct.
Once it is collected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Correct.
If I may show the witness HZ for identification.
You may.
Have you take a look at that? Tell me if it's an item that you recognize as having had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package is a tag number H52025, item number 14, was collected at July 25th of 2008, about 14:03 hours, which is at 2:03 p.m. And the location of this piece of evidence was on the right side of the trunk liner vehicle Florida Tag G63X Victor. Is a Petri dish with hair and is item number 14.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as ID for identification. Tell me if you recognize that packaging, and if you do, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package is tag number H52025, item 16, and was collected on July 25th, 2008, 14:08 hours, and was located on the middle of the trunk, the liner, in the vehicle tag number G63X Victor is a Petri dish with hair, and it's item 16.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as IE for identification.
Gotta be getting
Tell me
close
if you
to being done.
recognize that as
I
something
will
that
be
you had
honest. I
contact
feel like I cut some of these out, but I mean, they got to be getting close to the end.
with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package is a tag number H52025, is item 17, and was collected in July the 25th, 2008 at 14:10 hours, which is 2:10 p.m., and was located on the left side of the trunk of the line of the vehicle tag G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a Petri dish with hair. And that will be item number 17.
After this, I
Once
think
that
they
item
bring
is
in.
collected, is it placed into this package?
After this, I think they bring in the physical evidence of like the tire cover thing, and it's really funny because it's like struggling to get out of the box. You know, we love that in trial, and then like presenting it to the jury. It's pretty great.
Package and sealed.
Correct.
Get her.
Let me show you what's been marked as IF for identification. Tell me if you recognize that item as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package is tag number H52025, is item 18, and was collected in July the 25th, 2008 at 14:15 hours, which is 2:15 p.m. And the location of the item was on the left side of the trunk of the liner vehicle Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor Petri dish with hair, and is item 18.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Yes, correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as IG for identification.
Just for fun, I wish he would say no one of these times when she asks all the same questions, and then it's like, was it placed into this item and sealed? No, just for fun.
If you recognize this as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H52025, item number 19, and was collected 14:18 hours, which is 2:18 p.m. Location of this particular evidence was on the left side of the trunk of the liner vehicle Florida G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a Petri dish with hair.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as IH for identification. Tell me if you recognize what's contained therein, and if so, what is it?
I recognize the package, and it's a tag number H52025, is item 20, and was collected as July 25th, 2008 at 14:20 hours, which is 2:20, and is the location of this piece of evidence was in the left directional wire vehicle, the Florida G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a Petri dish with hair, and that was collected from a directional wire of the vehicle, which is inside.
Is that the wire to the
directional lights, yeah.
turn signal?
Exactly.
Once this is placed into this packaging, once this item is collected, is it placed into the package and sealed?
Yes.
Okay, I know I've said this a bunch of times. I
Take a
think
look at this item. Tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package is tag number H52025, item 21 was collected in July the 25th, 2008, 14:22 hours, which is 2:22 p.m. Location of this item on the left side of the trunk, the liner area, vehicle Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a petri dish with hair. And this is item 21.
All right. Is this the item, the single hair that we saw in the photograph with the directional pointer 12?
Correct.
Once that item is collected, placed into the petri dish, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Say no.
You place your initials then on the seal to ensure that it is not tampered with in any way.
Correct.
Is the same true for all of the evidence items that we've been discussing?
Correct.
Okay, I think that's, here we go,
Can you
yay!
first take a look at the
All right, now they're gonna struggle with the box.
entire package and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I recognize the package.
Right, and what do you recognize this to be?
Have the day that I collected, and there's some labels in this area, the day that I collected and the time. And
What is it?
this is the identification of the items that I collected. Is a label with the sheriff's office label. They say that it's a tag number H52025.
Stickers on it.
And was collected on July 17, 2008, and that was collected from the interior of the trunk, which is Florida tag vehicle Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor, and the description inside this box is a right side of the trunk, the liner, the left side of the trunk, the liner, and the spare tire cover of the liner, and then have my name on it.
All right, so contained in this box is that trunk liner that we saw in the photograph once it's removed from the vehicle.
That is correct.
All right. Did you have to cut it in some fashion?
Yes, especially the spare tire cover to collect some evidence, but the left side and the right side, these two pieces, the right and the left and the center, I don't cut it, I just remove the parts from the trunk, which is one piece on the left side, one piece in the center, and the other piece of the right side of the line trunk. So it is three pieces. I put it inside the box with the spare tire cover.
This is great. So we had to bring in reinforcements, bring in the assistants here. Look at this, watch. Yes! This is the best part. This is the best part. They can't do it. I love it. I love it. Look. The struggle is so real. Oh my god, I'm dying. Just rip it open. Like a kid at Christmas. There you go. Oh, okay. All right. At least the jury's getting some theater, getting some action. They're probably awake now. Glove up. Got some clear gloves today.
IK identification is Article 22, a piece of the spare tire cover. Do you see that inside the box?
Yes,
Can you retrieve it?
sure.
Actually, that is IN, which is Article 26. Is
Yep, there it
that the
is.
spare
Great,
tire
wonderful.
cover?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Article
I know.
22?
That was so
Yes,
good.
that is correct.
Oh,
Article
so good.
22.
That was so
And
good.
what is contained in Article 22?
The can.
It's contain a piece of spare tire cover that was collected from the spare tire cover well.
Are there other items inside the box?
Yes. The left side of the liner, the black plastic cover from the edge of the trunk, and the other side is the right side of the lining of the trunk. There's a right and left.
All right, the left side of the trunk is IM for identification, the right side is IL.
Left.
Another funny one was in Murdoch when it was Mr. Metters was opening up all those boxes of evidence, and like it was like a complete mess, and there was like shit falling all over the place, and he wasn't wearing gloves, but then he kept like taking all of the wrappers and all the boxes and all that and just like stacking it on the court reporter's desk until it was like went above their head, and it was like you couldn't even see them anymore, and it was really funny. Put another sticker on it.
This is the right side.
Just another add another sticker into the mix there. Yellow, just to be again.
Let me show you IJ for identification. Tell me if you recognize that as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize the item, the package is tag H52025, item 27, and was collected in July 28, 2008 at 13 hours, which is 1 p.m. And location that I collected this piece of evidence was the spare tire cover, and was 2 swabs that I collected from the spare tire cover.
Oh, swabs.
Once those swabs are collected from the spare tire cover, do you put them in this packaging and seal it?
Yes.
Have you take a look at this packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H51977, item number 2, was collected in July 17, 2008, about 00:30 hours, which is 12:30 a.m., and was collected from the trunk of the vehicle G63 X-Ray Victor. And the description of the evidence that I collected is piece of a stained spare tire cover.
Once that piece of the spare tire cover was collected, was it placed into this box and sealed by you?
Correct.
Is this a piece of this tire cover that you've seen as?
There's Mr. Baez. He's awake. He's standing up.
IN for identification.
That is correct.
Take a look at this box and tell me if you recognize it as something that
box.
you had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize the package, and it's tag number H52025, and it's item number 31, was collected in July 25th, 2008 at 17 hours, which is 5 p.m., and was collected from the vehicle tag number G63 X-Ray Victor, and the description of the piece of evidence is a spare tire cover collected from the vehicle.
What would we do without X-ray Victor?
Once that piece of the spare tire cover was collected, was it placed into this box and sealed by you?
Correct.
All right, is this item in HF for identification from the item IN?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce IB for identification into evidence, which is identified as a hair, article number 1.
Look at those blobs.
I would seek to introduce
Blobs there.
IC for identification, which is article 2, identified by the witness as a sheet of air freshener. Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce HT for identification into evidence, which has been identified by the witness as dirt residue with hair, article 4. At this point, I would seek to introduce HX for identification into evidence, article 5, Petri dish containing dirt residue. At this point, I would seek to introduce
Look at how nice Jose Baez with that. He got the matching pocket square. Nice.
HV for identification into evidence, identified by the witness as a Petri dish containing dirt residue, article 6. I would seek to introduce IA for identification into evidence, identified by the witness as an air freshener sheet, article 12. Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce ID for identification, article 16, identified by the witness as a hair. Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions of the witness on these issues.
Okay. Mr. Baez, you may proceed.
Yes, sir.
Yay!
May it please the court? Mr. Rain? Good afternoon, Mr. Bloise.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
I want to start back with the Pontiac Sunfire when it first arrived.
I know.
First thing that you did is do an external
Never boring.
visual, did you not?
Yes, the first things that I did was exterior inspection of the exterior of the vehicle. Yes, correct.
And then subsequent to that, what you would do is do an internal inspection.
Correct.
In plain English, look inside the car.
Correct.
Okay. And that would include the passenger side,
Correct.
the driver's side,
Correct.
the back seat,
Correct.
and the trunk.
Correct.
Now, I heard you testify earlier that you, upon opening the door of the car, you smelled decomposition.
That is correct.
And you specifically used the word decomposition because you don't know if it's human or non-human, correct?
Oh boy.
Correct. What I used was a decomposition.
Okay. And that just basically means something is decomposing.
Yes.
Okay. And that could be animals.
Yes.
That could be meats.
Yes.
And that also, can also be human.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also testified about being able to smell various bodies at various stages of decomposition.
Correct.
Here we go.
And that would include
How expert are you?
basic stages of decomposition, would it not?
Yes.
And these are in various environments.
Correct.
Various environments, I'm sorry.
Various.
Now, one of the common things that you see when you see a decomposing body are maggots.
Yes, depend of the stage.
Right, the
Of
stage.
of the body at that time. When it's full, completely decomposed, yes.
And depending on the stage of decomposition, you would see anywhere from thousands of maggots to even hundreds of thousands of maggots, would you not?
Yes.
Not to say that you would sit there and count them, but you could photograph them and you'd be able to see that, correct?
Yes, it's possible.
And
Yeah,
this
the
is
lack
what
of
also
maggots-
include
maggots is
puparia,
horrible.
that basically when the maggots hatch, they're shells.
Yes, but in that particular question or statement that you are doing right now, that will not be my expertise. I know that human decomposition is in different stage, but talking about that specific topic, it is not my expertise.
I
So
understand.
I don't feel confidence talking about that specific topic.
I understand. I only want to ask you about things that you've seen in your experience
Okay.
visually. I'm not going to ask you to identify any entomology or any entomological evidence, okay?
Thank you, Counselor.
No problem. All right, now, sir, you also testified that you've gone many times to medical examiners' offices to
I
take.
think it's I love his demeanor, and this is how he is. Like where you've got all the different witnesses, right? And you just are likable, right? And you put them at ease, and you make sometimes he'll get them to laugh, and it's just I think it's in a lot of ways it seems to be more effective than coming in like blah 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 blah. Yeah, I know, right? Nightmares, yeah. But it is a problem, right? That there's no maggots. So
fingerprints of decomposing bodies and things like that.
Yes.
However, would you not agree that when you go there, what you mainly smell is formaldehyde, the chemical?
Yes.
Okay. You don't really know you're smelling, you just smell it, do you not?
Just smell, yeah.
And that's what medical examiners use to preserve tissue.
Yes, but in different areas. Because when I go to, in this case, take a fingerprints of any decomposed body, it's a different area of the medical examiner. So most likely, there's no any kind of chemicals in that area, just the body inside the freezer.
But when you go into any medical examiner's office or any medical examiner's area, that smell is everywhere, is it not?
It's correct.
Okay. And you also smell fecal matter as opposed when a body is decomposing, do you not?
Yes.
Those are different sources of smell, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what comes from what.
Well, depends. Once again, if I'm doing fingerprints on decomposed body, I know that smell from a decomposed body. It is because that smell is unique. For instance, when I have my first case with a decomposed body in Puerto Rico, that smell, when you smell it, you will never forget that smell. So that is, I want to differentiate between the chemicals that you're talking about using at the medical examiner's office, and then, with the dead body, in a stage of full decomposition state is completely different. So it's unique, and in my personal and professional opinion, you will never forget that smell once you have that experience in your life.
And also, sir, there is different smells with different stages of decomposition. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, the only different is the odor when start to do the decomposes smell, but a week I can say that. But when he's a full decomposition, is very strong smell.
Mr. Bloise, if you can answer my question, sir, please.
I'm sorry, yeah.
My question is, at different stages of decomposition, you have different smells, do you not? For example, let me expand upon that. For example, once a body's orifices are exposed,
Oh boy.
that smell is different than that of a newly deceased body that just began to decompose. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree with that, yes.
You also testified about the gas gauge in the car.
Oh, thank God
Correct.
you didn't ask about that, because that was.
However, you didn't take the car out for a spin, did you?
No.
So you don't know if after driving it a certain period of time, that gas gauge just sinks down.
No.
Okay. And all you can testify is that you put gas in the gas tank, and it rose up a little bit.
Yeah, that was
correct.
Stupid. That was stupid.
Now, the air freshener sheets that you got, you also talked about, actually, let me ask you this. Were you given any information about that car prior to you receiving it?
The only information that I obtained from the detective is that the vehicle was related with a missing child.
Okay. So you were not informed that Cindy Anthony had put those air fresheners in there?
No.
You were not informed that she sprayed the entire car with Febreze?
No.
And the dry leaves that you found underneath the chassis and underneath the car,
Undercarriage.
they're of no forensic value, were they not?
Depends. If we have a standard to compare with, that will be a forensic value for that piece of evidence.
But as far as you know in the work you've done, those leaves, those dry leaves, have no forensic value to this case.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any response to be based on hearsay.
I know.
Not necessarily, Judge.
Smearing her hand all over the
Were those
seat.
dry leaves sent out anywhere for analysis?
My best recollection, I was submitted to a lab.
And did you receive any results that may have assisted in this investigation?
Not to my best recollection, no.
As part of your examination, you then began to focus on the trunk, did you not?
Not necessarily, just
After the inspection?
exterior. After, yes.
Yes, sorry.
All right, no problem.
Now, part of your inspection is you did a thorough search of the trunk of the car.
Correct.
And part of that thorough search is going through there with tweezers and pulling out hairs.
Were they defective or not, though? Oh, why is there no sound? That's weird. Don't know why there's no sound. I'm sure it'll come back. Why is there no sound?
For example, if you have a bed sheet and you're looking for a speck of blood, the alternate light source would be able to help you find that that's not observable to the naked eye.
Correct.
So when you did that, you found a portion of the car that had a stain, did you not?
Yes.
And it's not uncommon to find stains in trunks of cars, are they?
It is possible that we found some stains, yes.
It's fairly common that everybody's got trunks, they throw things in there and sometimes they stain their trunk, right?
It is possible.
Okay. Fairly common though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now that you've been able to identify a specific stain, the next thing you do is you utilize a product called Bluestar.
Yes, I use a chemical that we call Bluestar.
Now, Bluestar is similar to luminol, but it's not luminol, right?
Correct.
In fact, Bluestar is one of the leading forensic tools to help you identify blood.
Correct.
And this is important, obviously, in a case like this, because if you have blood in the trunk of a car, that would certainly be important.
Correct.
And what Bluestar does on top of things is that luminol does not, is it actually exposes the stain for a longer period of time.
Correct.
And it's even better than luminol because at certain times, there's certain items that it would identify that luminol does not.
Correct.
And it also limits the false positives, meaning it's a banana stain instead of a blood stain.
That is correct.
Now, when you sprayed the stain area with Bluestar, tell the jury what the results were.
Negative results.
Now, subsequent to this, you did what is called a presumptive test for that stain, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And this is taking it a step further, that you have basically a forensic tool that will give you, I'm trying to break this down a little bit more plain English, is it will give you a preliminary result of whether that's blood or not.
Like this is great because this was not, Mr. Ian Burdick didn't ask any of these questions, but this is the jury has not yet heard. This is the first time the jury's hearing about how this works in this trial, about the testing for blood and the luminol and the Bluestar. They haven't heard anything about that yet in this trial. So it's educating them. So I appreciate it. I'm sure they do too.
That is correct.
And tell the jury what the presumptive test told you.
When I performed the presumptive test on those specific areas that I observed what appears to be a blood, negative results.
And finally, while we're dealing with that stain, you can take things a step further and swab them for DNA.
That is correct.
And you actually did that in this case. Even though the Bluestar was negative and even though the presumptive test was negative, you took it a step further and were even more thorough and swabbed it for DNA.
Part of the protocol is to collect swab samples from the area, yes.
And are you aware of what those results are?
No, I did not.
Okay. You wouldn't have received the results back from the lab as to what the DNA results were of that
you're
stain?
talking about the swab samples?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object. He's asking for a response.
Sustain.
Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the hairs in the trunk. You initially found, upon your first inspection, how many hairs, sir? And please feel free to refer to your report and any notes that you may have.
Hairs by hand, in total,
Correct.
12.
Okay.
And
Let me stop you there for a second. We're gonna take this one step at a time. When did you first collect the first set of hairs?
that was collected in July 17, 2008. That will be the tag number H52025 that was found in the front edge of the vehicle. That was the first one.
Okay. Now, these hairs are of multiple sizes, are they not? Lengths, I should say.
That one in particular was long. The other one that I talked about in Q12 was pointer 12. I can say a little longer too, but the other ones I can't say the size.
They were different sizes and colors, were they not?
I can testify about that because I don't know.
From what you observed, sir?
Well, what I observed on the first hair, yes, I can say is a longer. In Q12, which is, a pointer number 12, which was Q12 when I submitted to the lab. Yes, I can say that because I observed that was a long hair, both. But the other ones is very hard to tell because was collected by the vacuum. I don't know if those hairs was inside the dirt. I can't say that.
And how many hairs did you select individually, not from the vacuum?
I said before 12 by hands.
How many? 4?
12.
12 by hand. Okay.
Yes.
And some of them were dark brown?
I don't remember right now the color.
Some of them, do you remember if some were blonde?
I don't remember.
Cindy's hair's baby.
Sustained.
You also found animal hair in the trunk of the car, did you not?
No, I can't say that. I don't know if there's animals or not. No.
We'll get back to that in a few, but let me ask you this. You're experienced in trace recovery, are you not?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
You're experienced in trace recovery, are you not, sir?
I have some experience. Trace, yes, evidence.
And what that means for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is recovery of evidence that is trace evidence, the minute amounts of evidence. Very small pieces, which would include hairs.
Could be, yes.
Textile fibers, and a whole array of different things.
Yes.
Now, as part of your job, of course, you don't want to contaminate anything that you're inspecting, right?
Correct.
And you would then wear a white jumpsuit?
Correct. A Tyvek.
And that's what you did in this case?
Correct. Tyvek and hairnet and yes, and gloves.
I'm getting to that. You'll also wear a hairnet so none of your hair gets in the trunk of that car.
Correct.
And gloves so none of your DNA would get in that car as well.
Correct.
And oftentimes you'll even wear a mask.
Yes.
I noticed you got a little shrubbery there.
Shrubbery.
All right, so
he makes him smile.
this is all to protect further contamination of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you take all of these precautions because hair is one of the easiest things that shed on a human being.
Yes.
In fact,
We all lose hairs
we
all
shed
the time.
hundreds of hairs every day.
Yes, I say so, yes.
And that's what assists you in your job.
Correct.
The more hairs we shed,
And
better for
to find hairs in the trunk of the car is fairly common.
I don't say that it's very common.
Okay, let's explore that. I take my a sweater off.
That was well done. The way he laid that out, because the premise is like it's already been established. Like, yeah, there's just hairs fucking everywhere. Yeah, I know, right? But I love how he did that, and and then let's explore that. Like, how does that make sense?
I throw that in the trunk of the car. Is it possible a hair will transfer from that to the car?
Well, in that kind of examples that you gave me to me, Counselor, yes, it's possible.
If I have clothing or a backpack and I have hair on the backpack, I put it in the trunk of the car. That will transfer hair.
Of course.
It's possible, yes.
Of course.
And this car is how old?
I'm sorry again?
the car that you inspected, sir, how old is it?
I believe it's 98.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was over 10 years old when you inspected it.
So it should have a lot of fun.
Yes.
And over 10 years, there's going to be quite a bit of trace evidence that might be in that car.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to.
Hairs galore.
Sustain.
Have you ever inspected older cars?
Object to the relevance.
I think it is.
Overrule as to that question. Question calls for a yes or no answer.
Sometimes.
You sometimes.
Depends what use the definition of old cars means.
Cars that are 10 years or older.
Yes.
Okay. And those are usually much more dirty than a car that's maybe a year old.
Depends the owner.
But generally speaking, wouldn't you agree?
I agree, but depend of the owner.
All right. Now, did you send each and every single hair to be tested for mitochondrial DNA?
Yes. In my best recollection, yes.
So it's your testimony that every single one of these hairs was tested for mitochondrial DNA?
I sent it to the lab, but I can't say that every single one was tested by mitochondrial DNA. I can't say that. I just submitted to the evidence to the lab, but the decision of what kind of a specific test will be run in that specific item, that is not my decision. It's the decision of the lab.
And for the benefit of the jury, the mitochondrial DNA is the type of DNA that's generally used when identifying hair.
Your Honor, I'm going to object outside the stated expertise of the witness.
Sustain unless there's a foundation laid.
You're aware what you actually send pieces of evidence to labs all the time, do you not, sir?
Yes.
And you're aware, and I'm not asking you to be a DNA, if you're a DNA expert, but you're aware of which pieces of evidence are generally sent to which departments of the lab, are you not?
Correct.
Like you would send a bullet to ballistics.
Correct.
Like you would send a fingerprint or a latent print to an analyst that would look at fingerprints.
Correct.
And you would send hair towards mitochondrial DNA as opposed to nuclear DNA.
Once again, when I submit hair, my explanation in the sentence is for DNA. Whether or not about the mitochondrial DNA is not my decision. The only things that I put in my submission is DNA. That specific term, mitochondrial DNA, it is not my decision to make that determination to run that particular piece of evidence and that particular DNA for mitochondrial DNA. That will be by the lab, not by me.
All right.
And honestly, y'all,
Investigator Bloise, let's
I don't remember the difference between mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA. Maybe I'll look that up.
go back to the hairs. You got 12 by hand.
Yes.
Correct? And then you got how many by the vacuum?
May I
Absolutely,
check
sir.
notes? 11.
Okay, so he's checking his notes. But here's the difference. So, right, of course, I should have remembered this. Right, so mitochondrial DNA is inherited solely from the mother, and nuclear DNA is inherited from both parents. There we go.
Vacuums.
So now you have a total of 20, oh my goodness, 23.
Yeah, approximately, yes.
All right, and subsequent, and that's after inspecting the car how many times?
The vehicle I inspected about 12 times. Well, 12 times, yes, about 12 times I inspected the vehicle.
So that vehicle, and particularly the trunk and its liner, were searched top to bottom.
I can say that I searched the trunk I did best I can, but I think that I inspected very well the trunk of the vehicle, yes.
You did a very thorough job, sir.
He's afraid.
Yes.
He's like, I don't want to answer this question.
And in fact, this car is probably the most thorough you've been on any car.
I'm telling you right now, based on my experience, I have previous vehicles that I have to inspect it, that I have to spend days. This is not the only car that I inspected.
I'm not saying it's the first time you've ever searched a car
Okay.
that often, but it's right up there with the most amount of times you've ever searched a car.
The time, yes,
Okay.
I agree with that.
And subsequent to all of this, you were also present when the defense inspected the car.
Yes, in one occasion, yes.
And we contracted Dr. Henry Lee, did we not?
Sustain.
She doesn't even have to give a reason or finish a reason. He's going to sustain it. But I wonder what the approach. He sounds mad.
Move to strike the question from the record.
Okay. I'm not going to strike it from the record, but I will advise the jury to disregard the last question. Okay, you may continue, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir, thank you. Mr. Bloise, the defense went and inspected the car.
Yes,
And during the defense inspection, that consisted of the trunk liner.
correct.
And during finding, while inspecting the trunk liner, additional hairs were found.
I knew he was
That is correct.
And you collected these hairs.
Correct.
And you submitted them as evidence.
Correct.
And there was also on the trunk liner certain animal hairs that were pointed out as well.
I don't have any recollections about the animal hairs on the trunk.
Did you not take notes, sir?
Yes, I did.
Do you have those notes with you?
Let's refresh you.
No, I destroyed the notes.
Well,
This is my
what?
notes.
Uh-oh. Look at his face.
You're referring to your report,
My report, this is my notes.
Oh, boy.
but you destroyed the notes from which you wrote that report.
Oh, boy.
Correct. And
Oh, boy.
based on the legal bulletin that we have at the sheriff's office,
Sir, just answer the question if you can. All right.
yes,
Now, you wrote this report
Notes.
that, and I know you've written multiple reports, but the report relating to the car and the vehicle inspection was written January 1st of 2009.
correct.
And this was approximately 6 months after you had inspected the vehicle.
That was let me explain that, to clarify that.
Answer the question and then you can explain.
Yes.
Okay.
May I explain?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Constable. That specific day is the date that my supervisor reviewed my report, and then that is the date that he signed it for, after he reviewed my report. But all my reports that we have is 43 pages, and is made by activity log investigation is by day. So what he did is always, as a procedure, the supervisor reviewed the report and signed the date that he reviewed the report.
So let's see if I understand your answer correctly. So what you're saying is you wrote the report, it just wasn't reviewed until 6 months later.
Yes, he reviewed it that date that is signed by my supervisor, which is 1st January 2009.
You testified on direct about some garbage that you received as evidence, did you not?
Garbage. I don't recall the
Funny.
Garbage garbage that was turned over to you?
Oh, you're talking about in my report?
Yeah.
Yes, trash, yes.
Trash, garbage, sorry.
Trash, yes.
Okay, so you had some trash that was given to you, correct?
Correct.
And this was moist garbage, was it not?
Trash, yes, moist.
Moist trash, okay. You prefer the term trash?
Yes, because I put that in my report, trash, and I would like to use trash in my report.
All right.
I try to be accurate in my testimony here because I use trash and I would like to use trash.
That's okay. We'll talk trash.
Okay.
Now, in this trash, there were multiple packages of food.
Yes.
I'm going to object. This is outside the limited scope of direct at this point.
Overruled.
On page 23 and 24 of your report, there are 37 items of garbage, trash, that was recovered and listed as evidence, was it not?
Correct.
Okay. And rather than read them all into the record, I'd like to point out a couple of items for you.
Do you catch that? It's like, rather than bore you guys, members of the jury, the way that mystery and verdict did, we're just going to go through the ones that matter.
Fine.
Go ahead.
There was a bottle with chewing tobacco spit in it.
What number is, please, Counselor, if you help me?
Sure.
We'll help you.
It's not in here, is it, sir?
Oh.
Can you look at it from 1 to 37
Oh, wow.
and see if you can identify a bottle with chewing tobacco spit in it?
Wow. That was a good one.
The only things in the page 23 that I found, which is number 5, is an empty circular metal box, Copenhagen tobacco, with number SLN817A. That is related with tobacco. I don't see anything spit over there. Let me see. In page 24, item 13, Counselor, empty crystal light bottle, 60 ounce, proof of purchases number 31600247001.
So who thought we'd have another trial where Crystal Light comes up? So that's just so hilarious because Karen Reed, we've got Crystal Light in this trial as well.
Brown liquid?
That's the brown liquid.
Yes, the brown liquid.
Did that appear to be chewing tobacco spit?
I can't say that. It's very hard to tell that.
Okay. There were also other packages of cheese.
Yes.
In fact, 3 boxes of Velveeta cheese.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of direct. I have not talked to this witness at all.
My friends didn't.
I did not. Only with Awilda McBryde.
With this witness?
Not yet.
Let me think for a second. You're correct. Sustain.
I will move on, Judge. I thought we went into that area, but if that's what the court's
No, I was
recollection.
the other witness that identified the photograph that received the trash out of the pane. So
Sure.
state is correct.
Your Honor, I'll reserve my other questions for this witness as we go into those other areas.
Okay.
Thank you, Investigator Bloise. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Counselor.
Okay. I think
In the redirect
yeah,
as to those areas?
not her. Not her again.
Investigator Bloise, I wanted to clarify when you referred to the negative results as a consequence of using Bluestar on either the interior or the trunk of that vehicle. What are the negative results for?
For blood.
Negative for blood. Okay. When you are inspecting a vehicle or preserving evidence, you take notes, handwritten notes on a notepad, piece of paper. How do you accomplish the recording of what you are doing and when you are doing it?
Yeah, handwriting, a piece of paper, and in the activity log, yes.
Okay. After you complete your processing of whether it be a vehicle or any other item of evidence, do you then take those notes and create a report from your notes?
That is correct.
Okay, and then at that point, once your report is created, is when you destroy the notes pursuant to Orange County Sheriff's Office policy.
That seems crazy.
Correct.
What's the objection?
Yes. One, it's leading. Two, the answer relies on hearsay.
As to hearsay overrule, as to lead and sustain, rephrase your question.
Once you have written a report from your notes, what happens to the notes?
With the notes, as soon as I finish my report, I destroy the notes based on Legal Bulletin 97-09 made it by the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Based on this legal decision, and then I destroy the notes.
You had indicated during cross-examination that there are universal precautions taken to prevent cross-contamination of evidence. When Mr. Baez referred to a defense inspection of the vehicle, did those individuals inspecting take those precautions?
By the defense?
Yes.
Could say yes.
Did they wear hairnets?
No specifically hairnets, just gloves, but no hairnets.
Just gloves.
Correct.
Based upon the experience that you have told us about, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the odor that you smelled in the car was of a particular type of decomposition?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion?
The opinion, yes, a human decomposition.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Proper predicate. This witness isn't qualified to give a opinion. He's not an expert in the field of human decomposition.
Oh boy.
Objection overruled. He may answer the question.
Based upon the experience that you've described, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the smell that you smelled in the vehicle was of a particular type of decomposition?
Correct. Based on my 23 years experience and sometimes 30 or 40 times to dealing with fully decomposed body, yes, I can determine. Professionally speaking, my opinion is that it was the smell of human decomposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I wanted to follow up with.
Recross into those areas and those areas alone.
Yes, sir. The notes that are since destroyed could never be inspected by the defense, could they?
Yep.
No.
That's a problem. I don't like that at all.
And you can't testify that there are things in your notes that are not in your report, can you?
Once again, Counselor and members of the jury, everything that is reflected in this report is accurate to my handwriting.
My question was, sir, because you don't have the notes, you can't testify that everything in that report was what's written in your notes.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. He can answer it one more time.
Again, everything that I did with my handwriting notes is reflected in this report.
It's not the question I asked you, sir. I said you can't testify because you don't have your notes that everything that you had in your notes made it to your report.
Objection asked and answered.
No,
Now,
he didn't answer
I just
it.
want to be clear. During cross-examination, we were clear that you used the word decomposition, correct?
We were clear.
Correct.
And you also testified that the reason you chose that word was because you couldn't determine which type of decomposition it was. Do you remember testifying to that?
Correct. But I used that terminology in a simple way, decomposition. That was my intention when I put that in my report.
Correct. And when I asked you that that's because there are different types of decomposition, you answered, that's correct.
Correct.
And that's why you did not specify human decomposition, correct?
It's possible, correct.
However, when Mr. Burdick comes up and does redirect, it's now human.
That's what I was gonna say. Is it's like he's like referring to when they had crossed the first time. It's like remember the boat times, like old Greg. It's like remember the good times we had together when we talked about this, and you agreed with the idea. Well, you agreed with yourself that you called it decomposition, and you weren't specific. Do you remember those times?
And decomposition.
Yes, because she asked me about based on my experience, then I can say on my experience, can say that.
And when you testified earlier about decomposition, you weren't talking about your experience.
Because they don't ask me that question.
But you weren't talking about your experience, is my question.
Objection asked and answered.
Mr. Stain?
Were you talking about someone else's experience, sir?
Objection argumentative asked and answered.
Well,
Mr. Stain?
Were you referring to someone else's opinion?
there you go. Try again.
Objection.
Fucking hell.
Relevance.
Overrule as to relevance.
Were you referring to someone else's opinion?
My opinion.
Your opinion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Consuelo.
May the witness be excused, subject to recall.
You may. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're
Now
excused.
I think we get to the FBI lady. Oh, wait, that's the housekeeping first.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed. Okay, yes, sir, turn your mic on.
At this time, Judge, we would renew our objection based on Fry. It's our understanding that the next witness that the state intends to call is FBI analyst Karen Lowe.
Yep.
We would also object to under predicate, and we would request to voir dire the witness at the proper time.
You lost me when you say you object on the predicate.
Well,
If you're gonna rehash what you hashed at the Fry hearing,
not going to do that. We're just renewing it
heard about
and
that in,
just
Sarah Boone,
wanted to
too,
make sure that
right?
we properly preserve it.
Yeah, but you made a request to voir dire the witness.
What we intend to hopefully accomplish with the voir dire of the witness would be to see if she actually can meet the predicate required to testify on this topic.
We've done that at a Fry hearing. So the only thing you need to do is object to her testimony. Of course, the state has to lay a foundation, not a Fry foundation, but they have to lay a foundation as to her qualifications like they do with all witnesses. But we don't do a mini Fry hearing today. That's why we had a Fry hearing.
No, certainly, and that's not my intention. However, I do think that we still have an obligation to, if we think that a voir dire of the witness upon the state attempting to lay a predicate is done under 705, 9.705, that we should be, we are entitled to voir dire the witness to determine if the witness meets the qualifications.
Okay. Unless they don't lay out a predicate for her qualifications before they attempt to get an expert opinion out of her, then that would be proper. But just to go back and have a mini Fry hearing, we will not be doing that.
He's like,
So
I'm not asking for that.
I will note your objections to her testimony. I will note your renewing the previous motion that you had filed to exclude unreliable evidence post-mortem banding, and amended motion in limine concerning the unreliability of scientific evidence. That is the testimony by Karen Lowe. And it will be my same previous rulings. If the state fails, and all things are possible, to lay a proper foundation to show that she's qualified like they have to do with all witnesses, or if there's some defect in the predicate that they lay, I will permit you to voir dire about her qualifications. But to have a mini Fry hearing, we've done that.
That's certainly not our intention, Judge. We just think that in order to properly have this witness's testimony be admitted, that we feel voir diring the witness at a certain time would be beneficial to the court, understanding whether this witness is A, qualified to testify on this, B, whether the methodology employed and the data relied upon
Here's what I think is
would
going
be
on.
sufficient for them to render an opinion on the matter.
Here's what I think is going on here. So, like I said, this is one of those things where it's like there's a lot of controversy over this whole thing. So I think what's happening is, if it seems like he's being intentionally vague, I think it's because he's being intentionally vague, because it sounds like there's a certain issue that he thinks that there is with this type of testimony, right? With whatever it is that she's going to testify to, but he doesn't want to say what that issue is, because this is my impression here, is that he's thinking that the state is going to like basically walk right into a trap, essentially, that they're not going to. He doesn't want to say what it is, because then they'll know what it is, and then they will not do the thing, or whatever the case is. But I think he doesn't want it to be like, this to me seems like a courtesy thing, so that way he's basically like saying, like, just don't be surprised when something happens that I foresee happening, and then I voir dire the witness. And I do believe, if memory serves, that they do end up doing the voir dire, which means he's right about whatever it is. But it's just, again, he's being intentionally vague, I think, here, so that the prosecution doesn't know what the plan is.
Well, if you're talking about 705, you're talking about 9705, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 9705 basically provides that an expert may testify in forms of opinions, and they don't necessarily have to do that by disclosing at that time the underlying data. That's what that talks about. Correct? Okay. All right. Well,
so I'm clear on your ruling, Judge. Am I not allowed to voir dire the witness, or will the court give me some type of indication?
Well, what are you wanting to voir dire the witness on? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
So maybe
on whether this witness is qualified to render an opinion on this topic.
Well,
and whether the methodology is reliable for.
Well, we've done the reliability of the methodology. We had a fry here, and so the simple answer to that is no. Unless she testifies to something totally different, as opposed to what she testified as to her qualifications at the Fry hearing, then based upon, if memory serves me correctly, you didn't have any objections to her qualifications at the Fry hearing the last time.
I think
that she was a hair and fiber analysis analyst, and that she was qualified as to be an expert witness. Your objections were based upon Fry, that this was new or novel scientific evidence.
Right.
And we have established that you cannot have a mini Fry hearing again after you've had one. That was tried once in a case called Corral versus State by the defense, dealing with some blood evidence.
I think her qualifications she was questioned about them, and we would maintain our position on that.
Okay. You can maintain your position, but the court has ruled. Anything else?
Yes. Cite your order, Judge, where basically the court has ruled that the evidence will be admissible so long as the state establishes a proper predicate. I think in doing so,
he's got something planned for this witness, and that's why he's not giving up on
the
this.
witness would have to be voir dired.
I have ruled the proper predicate is that they lay a foundation like they do with all expert witnesses, that the person is qualified. If they don't lay a predicate and you don't object and they ask questions, then the witness testifies. If they don't lay a predicate and you object, then the witness doesn't testify. If they lay a predicate and for whatever reason you object, that they're not qualified, then the court rules then. But I've ruled and we've wasted enough time on that already. So anything else, folks? Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Okay, here.
State may call their next witness.
State would call Karen Korsberg Lowe.
FBI.
My name is Karen Korsberg. Korsberg is Korsberg. Lowe, L-O.
What's that actress? She looks like that actress. I don't know her name. I don't remember what movies she's in, but hopefully someone will recognize her and be like, oh my God, she does look just like that actress. I think she might have been in, hold on, let me look. 40-Year-Old Version with Steve Carell. Let me just see. But she looks like spitting image. Let's just see. 40, I think that's the one. Year old. Hold on. Cast. Is that her? Catherine Keener? Let me see. I think that might be who I'm. No, that's not who I'm thinking of. Somebody else. She looks kind. Nah, who? Gosh darn it, who is it? Anyway, maybe someone will know. She looks totally though like an actress that's in. Or what is it? Is it the lady from hold on, Gilmore Girls, which I've never seen, but I'm just. She looks so familiar. Let me see cast. Yeah, I think that's who I'm thinking of. Yeah, the lady from Gilmore Girls. That's who she looks just like. Well, at least Lauren Graham. That's the actress's name. For anyone that wants to look her up and be like, does this look like her? I mean, to me, she looks so much like her that it's like, did you, after you finish your acting career, did you go and become a DNA analyst or a hair analyst for the FBI? Anyway.
O-W-E.
Looks just
Good morning,
like
ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Lowe.
Good morning.
Could you please tell us where you work?
I'm a trace evidence examiner at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity by the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
I've worked for the FBI for over 15 years, 13 in my current position.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background in the job you presently have?
now we have Mr. Ashton.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Scranton in Scranton, Pennsylvania. A Master of Science degree in criminal justice from the Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts. And I've taken several postgraduate forensic science classes at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
Those various courses that you, or degrees that you've obtained and courses that you've had, did those involve the use of microscopic examination of items?
To some extent in school, yes, and I also had on-the-job training.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what training you've obtained through the FBI that qualified you in the position you presently have.
Prior to becoming an examiner, I spent just over a year in training. This was under the direction of other qualified examiners. I looked at thousands of hairs and fibers. I read pertinent journals, articles, and books. I took tests. I took oral boards and moot courts. And when I successfully completed all the components of my training, I was then qualified as an examiner.
And how long, excuse me, how long ago was it?
Cough that he develops persists because the video that I'm editing now is day 12 and he's still got this cough. I just want to so here's what's going to be happening with these hairs, right? Remember, again, I'm like they're grasping at straws, the smell, right? So here's the whole thing with these hairs. Like I was saying, it's not going to be surprising to find the whole family's hairs in that car because they all used it and blah, blah. So again, just sort of like how they decided to come up with the whole thing about taking the air within the trunk and like putting it in a canister with like to capture the smell and testing it, that type of thing. This whole thing, this post-mortem hair banding, I've never heard this used in a trial. And again, it sounds like Mr. Bias was trying to have it excluded for being novel science. And I guess not surprisingly, Judge Belvin found that it wasn't. Side note, I don't think that means definitively that it isn't novel science. But what I mean is it's not surprising that Judge Belvin overruled that. But this is the idea that, again, because like they've got all these hairs in there, they're still trying to prove that there was a dead body in the trunk at some point, which I mean, again, it's like, you know, so it's just, that's their whole thing. The smell, like, I think what happened was like the whole thing with the smell started, and that started with George. So there's that. And then it's like they got really fixated on that being involved, and then that, you know, now they just really want that to be proven or, you know, the case. So, but again, like things like there's no maggots, right? There were so many problems. There was no bodily fluids, I don't even think. Like there was no evidence that there was a dead body in the car, basically, right? The best they got is like trying to test the smell. And then the other thing that they're trying to bring in is it's this post-mortem hair banding. So again, it's this idea that you can look at the hair and the banding on the hair and tell if it's post-mortem or not. And, you know, it's funny because there's an overlap here with tool mark analysis, and which has been really in the forefront of things with the in Delphi with the Richard Allen trial. And so, you know, and Runkle, as if anyone, you know, y'all probably know how much I love him, but he explains things really well, of course, when it comes to firearms, but he's also just awesome in general. And, you know, and one of the problems with these, again, they call it, you know, soft sciences, such as tool mark analysis, you know, and such as I would say this post-mortem hair banding would fall into that category, is at the end of the day, it still relies on a person using their eyeballs to look at something and determine it. In other words, it's subjective. It's not as hard, you know, even DNA to a certain extent is still, you know, there's room for human error, but at the end of the day, it doesn't rely on someone using their vision to look at it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's more scientific than that, versus like when it comes to like examining the cartridge casing or examining these hairs, they take a really high powered microscope or whatever, but still there's no answer that is going to be obtained without a human viewing it through a microscope and then determining. So at the end of the day, it still really depends on the person, right? It still has human error or the room for human error. So yeah, but I'm sure gonna hear when we get to Cross and you know, potentially voir dire, that the other potential issues with this. But I remember even in Karen Reed, which, you know, of course, that entire investigation was a complete mess anyway. But I remember one of the many messes was with the hair, the whole thing with the hair, and the lady had failed the hair tests when they do their proficiency and whatnot, and you know, you don't see it very often. At least I feel like don't see it very often in trials. But anyway, we're going to hear about it today. So let's see what happens.
That you became qualified as an examiner?
About 13 years.
And in those 13 years, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of, first, the examination of trace evidence?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you been so qualified?
This is my 44th testimony.
And how many different jurisdictions, if you know, have you been qualified as an expert to give opinions in that area?
I don't know the number, but it's been all over the country in both federal, state, and local level.
And specifically in the area of the microscopic examination of hairs, how many times have you been qualified? Do you have that as a separate figure?
I don't really track it that way, but the majority of the testimonies that I've had have at least touched on hair examinations.
And
And
I feel like that they explore that more, to use Jose Baez's word, on Cross, and unless it's in a voir dire, one or the other. And my recollection is it's something like 4 times. I could be wrong because I edited this a little while ago. It was before the Sarah Boone trial, but my recollection is that there was something about it really was only 4 times or something like that. So let's see if that pans out.
Again, in a number of different jurisdictions around the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At this time, Your Honor, would submit the witness as an expert in the area of
I feel like to say I don't really track it that way is just not a good answer.
microscopic examination of trace evidence, specifically microscopic examination of hair.
You can have a brief voir dire on her qualifications.
Interesting. All right.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, this is the first time you've ever testified on hair banding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Lowe, the topics that you are going to cover today in your testimony
Sorry, can we take a look at this face again? That was the best face I've ever seen.
on hair banding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I think he said approach the bench. Look at him. Dude, that face is
Ms. Lowe,
amazing.
the topics that
I
you
love
are
it.
going to cover today in your testimony, the amount of training that you received was a 6-month course?
Objection doesn't go to her qualifications to be an expert in the area.
It's her training that I'm inquiring
That
on, Judge.
sounded like
Overruled
a
at this point.
yeah, that was a
You may
valid.
answer the question, ma'am.
Jesus.
The hair portion of the intensive training that I described was 6 months, yes.
And the courses that you have covered, that you have taken on this topic that you're about to testify today, there are a total of 3? Or was it just that one course?
The training that I'm talking about was the year on the job training.
And only a portion of that 6-month on-the-job training covered this topic.
That's correct.
So remember,
And
so you know, we hear, you know, voir dires and proffers. You know, they're pretty similar, but one thing that you can take, like, that you can remember and think of as a distinction, voir dire with an expert like this is still in front of the jury, and a proffer is not. So the jury is present, and why does that matter? Well, a couple things. You know, first of all, it's important to do a thorough voir dire. A great example of the outcome when that doesn't happen is in Murdoch, when Mr. Barber failed to pay attention when on the state's rebuttal, they brought in that, I think it was Sergeant, I always forget his name, one of the law enforcement officers, right, that had done something in the initial case in chief, but they brought him back in for that cell phone to throw it around the office and all that, right? And Barber was like asleep at the wheel on that one and didn't even, and so when they offered him as a witness and they offered all these different categories that had to do with like cell phone stuff, they didn't object and they didn't voir dire him. And then it was too late. But anyway, so my point though is that this is in front of the jury is present. So keeping that in mind, remember, it can be to vet the witness and to, you know, ensure that they are, or if they aren't, qualified to testify. And sometimes it's like they might be being offered as a witness in multiple subjects, and turns out they really should only be offered in 2 of those or whatever, you know, like not struck all together, but just that they're, what's the word they use? Putting themselves, what is it? What is the word they use? Put yourself out as an expert in a certain field, or, you know, getting out over their skis type of thing. A bridge too far, Judge Newman quotes. So, but the other point, sometimes it could just be so that the jury hears these questions. Even if it gets objected to and overruled, you know, part of this could be so that right at the very beginning, right, she just got on the stand, he's already calling her credibility potentially, you know, into question. And just, again, well, we all know what the lawyers say is an evidence, right? Every lawyer will also say that sometimes it's about the question, not the answer, that you want the jury to hear the question. So just things to think about.
the rest of your knowledge that you've gained on this topic is by reading articles?
Reading articles and experience in casework.
And when you say experience in casework, you're referring to examination that you have actually examined.
That's correct.
And when you examine something, you render an opinion.
I just wanted to say, I remember the phrase I was looking for. It's held yourself out. That's the phrase they always use. Held yourself out as an expert. So
That's correct.
So what you're talking about as to your experience and on-the-job training is you giving an opinion.
Objection doesn't go to qualifications.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
there
I've submitted her as an expert. I don't know if the court ruled on.
So he wanted,
Whether I can
oh, there's
proceed
a
with
red
that.
box in my backyard.
Any objections?
Previous motions and objections.
He wanted the jury.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Lowe would be accepted as an expert witness in the area of microscopic examination of trace evidence, particularly.
So he wanted that. I think it was brilliant. That was so. My thoughts there were looks to be accurate. That he wanted to call her credibility into question right from the get go, because you know what? Think about it.
if you're on the jury and here comes someone from the FBI, most juries are probably like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, that's impressive, obviously, right? Like, that's just like, would be a normal human thing. So he's going ahead and calling her credibility into question right from the get-go. And Mr. Ashton looked like he was not pleased.
Hair examination. You may continue.
Ms. Lowe, if you could just give us we'll talk a little about the history of the science of microscopic examination of hair. In general, how long has that been around as a recognized field of forensic science?
See, now
It's
so now he's trying to establish, dude, that's so funny. And that could be the other reason too for that, right? Because Mr. Baez really knows how to rattle Mr. Ashton. And the thing is that Mr. Baez never gets rattled. He never gets his panties into water or whatever. But Mr. Ashton totally does. And we saw that in the last episode. They had a little bit of like Mr. Ashton got all worked up and whatnot. And you can see it. He's like, And so right now, my thought is whatever his first question was going to be, he's just changed paths to now try to undo what potentially Mr. Baez, did by diminishing her credibility and all that. And so anyway, it's just funny because you can see how it got under his skin, and that could be also part of the strategy.
been in literature, it's been done as early as the late 1700s. In this country, specifically the FBI, hair examinations have been done since the 1930s.
Just take the jury, if you will, generally through the process of the forensic examination of
And I want to know more about the tweezers.
as you do it, just in general.
They're done in essentially 3 steps: collection, identification, and comparison. Collection is how the hairs are removed from the items of evidence that have been submitted in a case. Identification and comparison is done with a comparison microscope. So when the hairs are removed from an item of evidence, they're placed on a glass microscope slide for the examiner to examine with a comparison microscope. And a comparison microscope is 2 high magnification microscopes connected by what's called an optical bridge. The optical bridge allows me to look at 2 samples side by side in the same field of view, kind of like a split screen TV, so that I can directly compare the characteristics in one sample to the other. If I do a comparison and I find that the characteristics present in one sample are all present in the same arrangement and distribution in the other sample, I can conclude that they're consistent with coming from the same source.
And
Now, is it possible in
illustrates perfectly what the point I was trying to make about where it just relies on human judgment, right? She's saying she's going to take a microscope. She can take 2 hairs, put them side by side. And like, in other words, her point was like, it's not like I'm looking at one, putting it down and looking at the other. Her way of trying to make this seem like this is, here's what we could do. It's like, oh, they're side by side at the same time. It's like as if that's really all that much better. And then it's like and then she says, looking at certain characteristics, that's really determines on the human, right? So there's a microscope, you got the hair side by side, and then you're looking at the characteristics, and then the person's going to decide if they look consistent or not. So,
in your field to ever positively identify.
And that's why again, just you can also there's a distinction there between what she just described and then like DNA testing.
One hair as matching another, like DNA kind of thing.
No, hairs are not a means of positive identification. I can't say that one hair came from an individual to the exclusion of all others. But if they exhibit the same microscopic characteristics, I can say that they're consistent with coming from that same source.
Right.
And by corollary, if they show different characteristics, can you exclude?
I can exclude.
This languaging is just like what we hear with the tool mark analysis. It's the same type of languaging where it's like, it's just the same thing. And it's to say that it's consistent with actually is really not, doesn't really mean anything. It's kind of like a way to get around the fact that they really don't know. They really can't say that it is or isn't, right?
To different levels. If the individuals are within the same race and the characteristics are different, I can say that they're not consistent with coming from the same source. The exclusion is a little bit stronger if the differences are more significant. In other words, a racial origin difference, then that hair couldn't have come from this individual.
Now, are there things that microscopically you can determine about hairs, as in how they were removed from the scalp, things that have happened to them since they were, things like that? Are there things that the science accepts that you can determine by looking microscopically at a hair?
I can determine the racial characteristics that are present. The root appearance will tell me how the hair was removed from the body, if it naturally fell out or if it was pulled out, if there's evidence of disease, damage, or artificial treatment, and of course, most importantly, if it's consistent with coming from the same source as a known sample.
And are those examinations that are generally done, not in your laboratory, but in many laboratories around the country and the world that do these kinds of examinations?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there in the literature certain signs that point to decomposition as being related to some artifact in a hair?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us kind of what is the history of the science on that issue?
The first papers that I'm aware of that were published were in 1988. One of the authors was Petracco. This was in the Journal of Forensic Science. And this was an evaluation of the morphology and evidentiary significance of human hair roots. In this paper, they looked at hairs in all of the growth phases and specifically talked about hairs that showed characteristics of apparent decomposition. And they defined a post-mortem root band as an opaque band that appeared to be made of parallel elongated air spaces. And it seemed to be at the transition between the portion of the hair that would still be within the scalp and the keratin or the protein in this area of the hair would still be soft. And the portion of the hair that would be above the scalp and the keratin in this area would be hardened. So the postmortem root band seemed to be at that transition period between the hard and the soft keratin. There's a paper in 1998 that was an evaluation of human hair roots for DNA examination. The author was Lynch. This was also in the Journal of Forensic Sciences. In this paper, they were mostly looking at determining whether or not nuclear DNA could be conducted on hair roots of different appearances. But in part of this paper, the application of an enzyme seemed to mimic one of the characteristics that you can see in decomposition, where the hair comes to a point at the root end. In 2000, there's a paper by Tafaro, also in the Journal of Forensic Sciences, and this was a case study of two cases where the appearance of apparent decomposition in hairs helped them to recreate crime scenes. One of the cases, someone had been held at one location and then the body was found at another location, and hairs that had appearance of decomposition were found in the original location. So it helped them to figure out the timeline or what had happened. And finally, there's another paper by Lynch in 2001. And this was a two-part paper. The first one, they looked at samples from 22 cases where they took post-mortem hair samples. Each case, they looked between 10 and 15 hairs, and they looked to see when they started to see any characteristics of decomposition. They saw a post-mortem root band as early as 2 days. In other cases, it was seen in 4 days, and the latest it was seen was 15 days. The post-mortem root band actually was one of the less common characteristics of decomposition that they saw in the hairs in those cases. Another portion of this paper dealt with anagen hairs, or hairs that had been forcibly removed from living individuals. And these hairs were placed on tape in the woods. In a winter period, they were left for 42 days, and in a summer period, they were left for 14 days. And no changes in the appearance of the root was noted.
So let's go back through a few of these. The original paper from 1988 that you described, did that involve hairs that were taken from known decomposing bodies and then examined? Is that how that?
Yes.
Okay. The last paper you talked about, where you talked about part of the paper was an attempt to place hairs in environmental conditions, was that to see if hairs taken from live people could mimic those hair banding? Is that was the purpose?
That's correct.
Right. And did they find that it did not?
Right. None of the hairs in that particular study showed any changes.
Right. In any of these all these studies that you've discussed with us, are these all published in peer-reviewed, respected journals in forensic science?
Yes, they're all published in the Journal of Forensic Science.
And in any of those journals, did the researchers find, let me back up from that. Does the research reveal what causes the hair banding? In other words, what the biological or chemical process is that causes the hair banding?
No, we're not sure exactly what causes it, just what the microscopic appearance of the.
Yeah, well, that's stupid then, dude. I was like, oh, that's a good question, because like if they can figure out what causes it, then there is potential for this to become more scientific, as in if they, I mean, just hypothetically, right? If they determine that there's some sort of a chemical process that causes it or something, right? Then that's something you could really test for, and that could be more objective. But then your answer is no, it's really just the appearance. Oh, great. Now we're relying on human eyeballs again. Excellent.
Of the characteristics are.
Not good.
But from the peer-reviewed journals that you've discussed, is there any indication that this particular artifact is created by something other than the contact between the hair and a decomposing body?
That appearance hasn't been replicated in the journal articles that I've mentioned.
Right. Now, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit N-O and ask if this is a poster that was prepared by your laboratory
You got a
for
poster.
purposes of sort of educational purposes.
It was.
Would it be helpful for you to use this in describing to the jury the different root characteristics we're talking about?
It would.
I'm not going to move this to John. I would like to show the
So
jury.
you know what this reminds me of? Hold on, let's do this because we were talking about this earlier. Hold on.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
We love it when they bring their poster, their school projects into court. It's the best.
Any objections?
No objections.
Okay.
Okay, can everybody hear? Just speaking, you might make sure they can hear you.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep. Okay. Ms. Lowe, if you would just kind of take us through your poster and what it demonstrates about hair.
The top portion of the poster shows hairs in 2 of the 3 growth stages. There are a total of 3 growth stages: anagen, catagen, and telogen. Anagen is the active growth stage, which is depicted here. There's pigment production all the way through, and you can see that the root portion of the hair is distorted. This hair was forcibly removed, so it was still actively growing. The cuticle layer, which is the outer portion of a hair, it's a layer of scales which overlap kind of like fish scales.
Do you guys like to use a pointer?
Sure.
I'll help you.
Within the follicle, there's also a cuticle layer as part of the internal root sheath, and that the scales of the 2 cuticles are in opposite directions, which lock the hair in place.
Let me stop you for a second. You just used a word I don't think any of us know: internal root sheath. Is there any way you can demonstrate on that what you mean by that?
It's within your scalp. That's what keeps the hair in your scalp.
Okay.
So the outer portion of the hair.
I guess that answer is no. It's not visible on the poster.
The cuticle interacts with the cuticle layer of the internal root sheath to keep a hair in place. So if you've pulled out a hair and it hurts, that's why. So if a hair has been forcibly removed, the portion that's still in the scalp, I talked about earlier, the keratin still being soft, and this is why it gets distorted, because it hasn't hardened completely all the way through like in a naturally shed hair. The hair on this side, which shows the club root, this is a telogen hair. So this hair has completed the growth cycle and it's been naturally shed, either through grooming or another hair starting to grow. The pigment production has shut down. You can see the black specks in here. Those are air spaces. And it's formed this characteristic club shape where it kind of looks like a Q-tip. So if I see this in a hair, I know that this hair has been naturally shed. Club roots or telogen hairs don't show any characteristics of decomposition. They don't seem to be affected by the decomposition process. So the hairs that we do see.
Is that because presumably they're shed before death?
Not necessarily. They may still be.
Bleeding.
Overall.
Go ahead.
They may still be in the hair and haven't been shed yet.
Look at Mr. Baez over there. He's doing lounge lizard like Creighton on the far right-hand side of the screen. So I heard his objection, but I didn't know where he was coming from until I saw Mr. Ashton wag his finger. And then I was like, oh, there he is. Look at him lounge lizarding it up over there. That's awesome.
Again, nobody knows what exactly causes the appearance of the decomposition, but it's thought because the keratin is hardened in these hairs, it's not as vulnerable to the mechanism that creates the appearance.
Wow. Yeah, this is a mess.
So the only hairs that we tend to see any characteristics of decomposition are hairs that are still in the anagen phase, where the keratin is still soft. And again, it's thought to be that transition phase where the portion above the band or any characteristics is hardened.
If I were on the jury, I would have a bit of a problem because she says, well, nobody really knows why. And then she says, but it's thought that. It's like, well, okay. I don't know. Not her fault. It's like they've gone as far as they can go with the hairs, right? It's like if without some other way to test it and get something that's more scientific and objective, then yeah, it is what it is, you know?
And the portion that would still be underneath the scalp is soft. And the appearance of the band in the postmortem root banding seems to be at that transition phase.
If I may slow you down for a second. The transition phase between the part that's still growing and the part that's already hardened and set.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Another characteristic of apparent decomposition is this tapered, where the end of the hair may be a little bit darkened and it comes to a point. This is the appearance that the paper by Lynch that I referred to, with the application of an enzyme, that it was something similar to this. Finally,
let me stop you for a second. So this particular appearance, if I understood you correctly, according to the Lynch paper, was somewhat mimicked by the application of an enzyme to a hair taken from a live person.
Correct.
Right. But that was not found to be the case for the postmortem root banding.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood that.
Yeah, this appearance hasn't been replicated in any of the studies by anything, by anagen hairs, by hairs from living individuals. And finally, the last characteristic is a brush-like appearance.
Can you see
sometimes this appearance is also accompanied by a reddish-brown coloration at the very end. And it's thought to be a later stage of decomposition and perhaps one of these hairs where the hair is actually broken at this band. I don't know that that's exactly what it is, but that's what it appears to be. So any of these characteristics could be called characteristics of apparent decomposition.
And is that based upon the published peer-reviewed literature that you've discussed?
Objection, Judge. Proper bolstering.
Overruled.
Yes, characteristics like this are discussed in several of the papers that I mentioned.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to use to explain this?
No.
All right. Thank you very much. The determination of these artifacts we've talked about, is it a sort of a mathematically precise process?
It's a visual assessment of the characteristics that are present. There's, at least in our laboratory, there's no measurement that takes place, but if you see those characteristics present in the hair, you can conclude that it's consistent with some sort of decomposition.
Does the literature that you've described indicate that it's a mathematical process as opposed to just an evaluative process?
Some of the articles mention in the hairs that they examined where the band was found. One of them is approximately 0.5 millimeter from the end of the root bulb, but it's not a standard. Like, it doesn't have to be but so far to be called a postmortem root band or one of the other characteristics of decomposition.
Now, the photographs we've been looking at, obviously those are two-dimensional photographs. When you're actually doing an examination of a hair to determine any of these, different things you look at, are you looking at it in 2 dimension or are you looking at 3?
3. I'm able to increase the magnification and increase the focus to be able to see more clearly the characteristics that are present.
Right. So while the photographs generally demonstrate, aren't necessarily what you see when you look through a microscope.
That's correct.
What actual training do you do in training you to recognize post-mortem root banding? I mean, you told us about the articles, but do you do any actually looking at them?
There are hairs in our reference collection that exhibit characteristics of either the postmortem root banding or the later stages of decomposition, and those would be covered in the training period. And additionally, the number of cases that each examiner works, some portion of them involve people who have been killed, and some of those known hair samples will also include characteristics of decomposition.
Would you be able to give us any kind of guesstimate as to how many times in 13 years of casework you've had occasion to see hairs with, post-mortem changes?
That's not really something I keep track of. In 13 years, I've worked over 2,000 cases.
That's weird. That's the same answer she gave when he asked her about how many times she's testified. And then it was like, how many times have you testified specifically when it comes to like post-mortem hair banding? And then she was like, that's not something I keep track of. I mean, yeah, like, I don't know, man. Should probably be keeping track of it because it's gonna, I don't know.
Obviously, not all of those involved homicides, and not all of the homicide cases resulted in known samples with decomposition, but there have been a fair number of cases where I've seen it in casework.
More than 100, less than 100, or you just really couldn't even guess?
I wouldn't even want to guess.
Okay. Now, in most of the cases you've had in the past where you looked at hairs and saw the decomposition, were those hairs where it was already known to be from a person that had deceased?
Yes, most of actually this is the only case that I've found a hair outside of a known sample or items associated to an individual who's deceased. Most of the time in casework, the hairs that I find that have characteristics of apparent decomposition are items from the individual who is deceased.
So while it may not be essential to your report, you do note them and recognize it.
That's correct.
Now, I said generally post-mortem changes. How frequently have you seen post-mortem banding that we're going to be discussing here in a moment?
It would be, you could see a combination of the characteristics that I showed on the poster within a single known sample, depending on when the known was taken.
All right. Again, do you have have you frequently seen post-mortem banding in your 13-year career?
In the cases where characteristics of decomposition were noted in a known sample, yes.
All right. Now, were you provided evidence to examine in the investigation of the death or disappearance of Caylee Marie Anthony?
I was.
All right. Okay. Let me show you, first of all, State's Exhibit in Evidence 87 and ask if you recognize that item.
Do I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials?
And is that something that you examined in this case?
It is.
This time, let me show you State's Exhibit 89 and ask you the same question.
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials, and it's something that I examined.
Right. And State's Exhibit 90?
Yes, again, recognize it by the laboratory markings and initials.
And State's Exhibit 91?
Actually, this item I may have just gotten a pillbox from. I didn't look at that specific item.
Okay.
Sorry, I may have gotten a pillbox, a separate set of evidence from that. I
This
didn't.
is the one that says containing dirt particles. Okay. So okay. How about State's Exhibit 93?
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
State's Exhibit 94?
Again, I recognize it by the laboratory markings and initials.
95?
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
And 96?
Yes, I recognize that as by the laboratory markings and initials.
You can just say I recognize
All right.
it. We'll assume
Okay.
you mean by that.
Okay.
97?
Yes, I recognize it.
This earlier with
98?
what's his face? Was the boy?
Yes, I recognize that as well.
99?
Yes, I recognize that.
100?
I recognize this.
Yeah, 101?
Yes, I recognize that.
That's what I don't, 102, I'm not sure you were showing that. It says vegetation, but.
No.
Okay. I think so.
Vegetation.
Now, were you also submitted certain items that will indicated, let me get this away.
Oh my God.
Certain items that were represented as being from known individuals?
Yes.
That is a very bold shirt choice that we have there on the left-hand side. The lady seated there, she's got a very unique color of yellow with like a vesty thing, and it's got a big bow on the front. Hopefully you guys can see that, because I've literally never seen a shirt quite like that, but that is a unique shirt.
All right. Let me show you State's Exhibit for Identification IS. Ask if that was one of the known hairs that were submitted to you for purposes of your examination.
Yes, it was.
Right. And do you recognize it to be by the markings that you previously described?
Yes.
Okay. This time you're going to move into Evidence State's Exhibit IS for identification, which has previously been identified as the full head hair of the defendant.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We'll also show you State's Exhibit for identification IT. Have you seen that as well?
Yes, I recognize it by the laboratory markings and initials.
And is that one of the known samples that was submitted?
Yes.
This time you ought to move into Evidence State's Exhibit IT.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We also show you State's Exhibit IW for identification.
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
And was that another known sample represented as being from Cindy Anthony that was sent to you?
Yes.
All right. And State's Exhibit IV for identification, which is a known, do you recognize that as a known sample represented as being from George Anthony?
I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
Were you also submitted a hairbrush as a purported known sample of Caylee Anthony?
Yes, I received both a hairbrush and a comb.
All right. And which one did you actually find hairs for purposes of your examination?
The brush.
Let me show you State's Exhibit JD for identification and ask if you recognize that as the brush that was submitted as the purported known sample for Caylee Anthony.
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
This time you ought to move down to State's Exhibit JD for identification.
What says the defense?
No objections.
All right. Ms. Lowe, upon your examination of the items that we've described that were submitted to you, did you find human hairs?
In some of the items, yes.
Do you have how many total number of human hairs did you find in the exhibits? That is the unknown exhibits that were submitted to you.
I'd have to refer to my notes to know the.
Please go right ahead.
There were at least 10, but some of the items may have had more than one hair, and I don't have a count for that.
Okay, at least 10 or more hairs.
Right.
All right. And in any pardon me, in any of the hairs that were examined from the exhibits that we just went through, the unknown exhibits, did you find any hairs that showed evidence of apparent decomposition?
Excuse me, it should have been at least 11. Sorry.
At least 11. That's okay.
One of the items had a hair that exhibited characteristics of decomposition.
All right. And which of your designated numbers was it? Your Q numbers?
Q12.
Okay. Just so we're clear, is this the item that you're about to testify about?
It is.
And for the record, this is State's Exhibit 99 in evidence. What did you find upon examining the hair in State's Exhibit 99?
The hair in State's Exhibit 99, which is my Q12, was a Caucasian head hair that had characteristics of apparent decomposition. It had a darkened band, or what would be consistent with a post-mortem root band.
And is that the artifact that was shown on the poster we looked at?
It is.
Did you examine that in the manner that you've described using stereo microscope?
I used both the stereo microscope to mount the hair on a glass microscope slide and a comparison microscope to conduct the analysis.
And again, did you look at it in 3D through the microscope?
I did.
Now, can you further describe that hair force in terms of length, color, and other characteristics?
It was light to medium brown, no tissue was present, and it was 9 inches long.
9 inches long. Did any of the other hairs, that you examined have the post-mortem root banding or other post-mortem changes?
No.
Were any of the other hairs you found in any of those samples comparable microscopically to that 9-inch hair with the decomposition, such that you would conclude they could have come from the same person?
I actually didn't compare the hairs to each other. What I was looking for were any hairs that exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition. And then that hair I compared to a hair recovered from the hairbrush, which is identified as belonging to Caylee.
All right. Did you compare the hair with decomposition both to the purported sample from Caylee Anthony from the hairbrush and also to the known samples from Casey Anthony?
I did.
And do you have an opinion as to whether that hair could have come from either one of those two individuals?
The hair in Q12 was microscopically dissimilar to the head hair sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony. The head hair in Q12 exhibited similarities to a hair found in a hairbrush, which was identified as belonging to Caylee Anthony. The hairbrush contained only one hair, so this was not a suitable known sample, but the characteristics that were present in the hair from the hairbrush were similar to the characteristics present in the hair in Q12. So I can conclude that they are similar, but due to the limited nature of what I could use as a known sample, a more meaningful conclusion could not be reached.
All right. Did you also compare the 9-inch hair to the hair of Cindy Anthony?
Actually, I didn't receive those. I only received a hair sample from Casey Anthony.
But you said it was a 9-inch brown hair.
That's correct.
Based upon that examination, do you have an opinion as to whether the hair found in State's Exhibit 99, thank you, 99, shows apparent decomposition?
It has a darkened band at the root portion of the hair, similar to one of the photos in the poster, and this is consistent with apparent decomposition.
And based upon the peer-reviewed published literature, is that artifact found under any circumstance other than a connection between the hair and a decomposing body?
It has not been shown to be found in under other circumstances.
Now, did you take a portion of that hair and submit it for further analysis by another section in your laboratory?
I preserved the portion that showed the darkened bands on a glass microscope slide and removed the remainder of the hair to be sent to mitochondrial DNA for additional analysis.
Did you retain, the portion of the hair that had the actual root band that you described?
Yes, that portion was remounted on another glass microscope slide to be preserved.
And the remainder of the hair was sent to another portion of the laboratory?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit JU. I know you don't recognize outside the envelope necessarily, but would you open it and take a look at the packaging inside? Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize laboratory markings and initials.
Is that the portion of the hair that you separated and sent for mitochondrial DNA? That's the packaging for that portion of the hair?
Yes, there are 2 tubes within a clear plastic pillbox, and these were sent to mitochondrial DNA.
This time you ought to move down to State's Exhibit JU.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Now, let me ask you to explain a little bit of your terminology. You refer to apparent decomposition. Kind of explain to the jury why you use the word apparent and what that means.
Because we can't say that the only reason that we might see this characteristic is that it came from a dead body. We say apparent decomposition because
What's the point?
it hasn't been shown to be replicated under other.
Oh my God, dude.
Other circumstances, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be. So we refer to it as a parent decomposition to be a little bit more
On the safe side in case we're fucking wrong.
conservative.
Yeah,
Thank
that's the way to say it. All
No
right.
further questions.
Cross time.
Cross-examination.
May it please the court? Mr. Ashton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Lowe.
Good morning.
You discussed the history of microscopic hair analysis during your direct testimony. This is actually, I guess you can trace it back as far as the 1930s.
In the FBI laboratory, yes.
In the FBI laboratory.
That's correct.
And part of the history, of course, FBI laboratory has learned a lot along the way.
That's correct.
People's hair remains the same, correct?
Well,
People
actually,
still have hair.
people still have hair, but hairs can change over time.
Okay. But what you learn about the science has changed drastically over the years.
We've obviously the instruments have gotten better.
I
and the
think
way we
what he's getting at is exactly the point that I was making, which is this is different from DNA, for example. And I think the point he's getting at is that the science getting better has impacted like DNA, again, for example. However, that with something like this, once you've got a high-powered microscope, science isn't really that helpful. Why? Because it relies on a human. I think that's what he's getting at.
document things is different, but hair examinations come down to comparative biology, comparing characteristics in one thing to characteristics in another, and really that hasn't changed.
What has changed is the FBI's position on microscopic hair analysis as it relates to identifying individuals, has it not?
Hair exams have never been a means of positive identification.
There have been numerous trials where the FBI analysts have testified that this hair comes from this individual, has there not?
Relevance, specificity.
Sustained.
Judge, I think this is proper examination on this area. Now, you have cited numerous articles that you've read.
That's correct.
I think, was it 4?
Specifically regarding post-mortem rebanding, yes.
And
That might be the part I was referencing earlier where I remembered him making a point using the number 4. But
you've also read the National Academy of Sciences report that came out in February of 2009, have you not?
I have.
And that report was a commission that was organized by Congress, was it not?
I believe so.
And the National Academy of Sciences is, of course, a very respected body of scientists, is it not?
I don't know the specifics of the members. Not all of them are scientists. I know that.
Correct. What that commission was it organized leading members of the forensic science community as well as...
Your Honor, improper cross-examination of 1976.
May I finish the question, Judge?
Oh boy.
Approach the bench.
Approach. Get over here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning recess at this time. We're going to take
Perfect example of a difference between a voir dire and a proffer. My thought is, guess what? I think we're going to be having a proffer outside the presence of the jury.
a 15-minute recess. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Baez, is the thing you're talking about is strengthening forensic science in the United States, a path forward?
Yes.
The first thing you need to establish is whether or not she recognized this as an authoritative source before you start questioning her about it. But this may or may not be a learned treatise.
Judge, I would also ask the court.
The significance is that it has to be, in order to get around the hearsay, and in order for it to be an exception to hearsay, it needs to be recognized as a learned treatise.
Well, I would point out to the court that Justice Scalia in the Melendez decision cited the NAS report. And
for what basis did he cite it?
For his, if I can I will pull up the case and give you the exact
Judge Belvin.
portion of that quote.
Before we do that, I apologize, I was out of the room. Did counsel indicate what portion of the report he wants to question her about?
Yes, I would.
No, he hadn't indicated that yet.
Page 160 to 161, the summary assessment. That has to deal with it.
Can I look over your shoulder?
Sure. Page 160 to 161. No scientifically accepted statistics exist for the frequency which particular characteristics of hair are distributed in the population.
Mr. Baez, if you're going to read at a rapid rate, you will not have a record, sir. So there will be nothing for no one to review.
Slow down for court reporter.
On page 161, it states, in some recent cases, courts have explicitly stated that microscopic hair analysis is a technique generally accepted in the scientific community. But courts have also recognized that testimony linking microscopic hair analysis with particular defendants is highly unreliable. In cases where there seems to be a morphological match based on microscopic examination, it must be confirmed by using mitochondrial DNA analysis. Microscopic studies alone are of limited probative value. The committee found no scientific support for the use of hair comparisons for individualization in absence of nuclear DNA.
Aha!
Microscopy and mito-DNA analysis can be used in tandem, but may add to one another's value for classifying a common source, but no studies have been performed specifically to quantify the reliability of their joint use.
Well, you need to get her to recognize it, but unless you were somewhere different from where I was, she did not say that it was identical, and that's what they're talking about when folks tried to say that this hair came solely from this individual and this individual alone. She said that in her direct examination. But let's take it through the numbers. Let's see if she first recognizes that, but that's exactly what she testified to.
And could I request that this be proffered? Because specifically the first half of that paragraph discussing what court cases have said is clearly not scientific testimony, and that would clearly be improper. So I would ask that it be proffered so that we can determine, one, whether it's authoritative, and two, whether pursuant to 90.706 is on a relevant subject matter.
Well, we're not going to talk about what court cases said.
I think
a journal deals strictly with scientific principles. So let's take it through the numbers. Let's first find out whether or not, in fact, she recognizes that. But this is no different than what she testified to on direct examination.
I understand. I'd like to question her on those topics. And
no one has said that you could not, but you don't pull something out and start reading it without. And from what you were saying, you didn't even have the document with you to even show it to her.
I was not going to read from the document, Judge. I was going to question her about her knowledge dealing with the report, its findings, and the science and lack of science in her methodology and the area and field in which she practices.
Well, let's take it by the numbers. So let's get her back in here, and you need to see whether or not she first recognizes that to be an authoritative source.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's have the witness return to the stand. Okay, let's go ahead and proffer this. What I have in my hand is exhibit number 10, which is a defense exhibit, which was introduced at one of the Fry hearings. So I'm going to hand it to her, so when you start questioning her about it, she will have some reference. You may proceed with your proffer.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, you have a copy of the National Academy of Science report in front of you, do you not?
I do.
And you are familiar with this report?
I have seen parts of it, specifically the trace parts.
The parts that relate to your area of expertise or your field.
That's correct.
And the National Academy of Science is a recognized body of scientists, is it not?
It is.
And this report was commissioned by Congress, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
And this was to identify the needs in the forensic scientific community?
That's correct.
And to also give guidance to the forensic science community on how to move forward?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would consider this an authoritative article, would you not?
Again, not all the members were scientists. Some were in other disciplines. But it's as far as offering guidance on what they thought could be improved. Yes.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of some of the criticisms that were issued in this report as it relates to microscopic hair analysis?
I am.
And what exactly are those?
Majority of them were, it really was the limitation of the discipline as opposed to a criticism of the discipline. It indicated that identification couldn't be done without DNA analysis, which I would agree with because hair exams are not unique to an individual. So accompanying DNA examinations need to be conducted, and that's what the FBI laboratory does.
And the reason this was done is because there has been, over a course of many years, numerous testimony, including by your lab, identifying individuals by the use of microscopic hair analysis.
I'm not aware of testimonies where someone has identified someone as such.
In trouble.
I can have just a moment,
Trying to bring in another case.
Does that article say that your lab did that?
I don't believe so, no.
Are you familiar with a forensic analyst by the name of Michael Malone?
I'm familiar with the name, yes.
Does he still work for the FBI?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
And not in the laboratory. I'm not sure if he's still an agent. I don't believe so, though.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Gates case?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the name?
The Gates case.
From Washington, D.C.?
Correct.
Yes.
And this case was, a man was convicted based on Mr. Malone's testimony that the hairs found at a scene of a 1981 rape and murder were microscopically indistinguishable from Gates' hairs. Do you recall that?
I believe that was his testimony, yes.
And this conviction was later overturned by the Innocence Project when they conducted mitochondrial DNA. Isn't that correct?
I'm not specifically familiar, but I believe it was. But microscopically indistinguishable to me is the same thing as exhibits the same microscopic characteristics. So I don't know that use of that word was improper.
His testimony was correct, according to you.
If the words that he used were that the question hairs were microscopically indistinguishable from the known hair sample, I don't believe that's improper. I haven't seen the transcript of his testimony to know if he went beyond that. And if someone did say that, this hair came from this person, period, that would be improper.
But it turned out to be wrong, nonetheless.
Objection to asking the witness to draw a conclusion.
Okay, let me stop both of you. I am not permitting any testimony about what happened in any other case. You can attack her methodology. You can attack what she did in this case, but we're not going to try or litigate some other case in this courtroom.
I understand, Judge.
Okay, so don't even go there.
Have we proffered sufficiently as it relates to the report?
She's indicated that she recognizes that portion to be authoritative. Yes.
Just so we're clear, are you indicating that it's authoritative as a scientific treatise, not necessarily as a policy treatise, but as a scientific treatise?
Correct.
Okay, very good. But the portion that you've been read, you agree with? I'm sorry, the portion that you described about the limits of the ability of hair examination, you agree with that?
I do.
And that's consistent with what you've already said?
That's correct.
I have no other questions for the prof.
I just have one other portion that I'd like to
Go ahead.
ask. Are you familiar with an FBI study conducted by Hawk and Odor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell the court what that study consisted of?
Your Honor, could I have a copy of that?
That's on page 161.
160.
Yes.
The study is on page 161 of what? I'm sorry. Of this document?
Can I finish the proffer, Judge? I'm referring to something else.
Later, Mr. Ashton.
Oh.
Can you tell the court what that study consisted of?
The study looked at the correlation of the microscopic assessment of hairs and the mitochondrial DNA results with those same hairs.
Basically, it compared whether the accuracy rate of being able to do microscopic comparisons and whether they were confirmed by mito DNA. Is that correct?
I don't know if I would agree with the term accuracy rate because hairs are not unique to an individual. We can't say that a hair came from one person to the exclusion of all others, and therefore it means there could be someone else whose hairs exhibit those same microscopic characteristics. We do mito to get as much information from the hairs that we're examining as possible. So it's possible that the hair that we send to mitochondrial DNA, their results don't agree with ours, or theirs differ from ours, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the microscopic association was incorrect.
And out of the 80 microscopic hair comparisons, 9 were found to be from different sources when re-examined through mitochondrial DNA.
That's correct.
I have no further questions for the proffer, Judge.
Mr. Ashton.
I have no further questions. I have an argument.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the proffered portions of this cross-examination appear to be to not impeach the witness's testimony, but to agree with it. The 90.706 indicates that the cross-examination must be on a relevant subject matter. How is it relevant to get the witness to state that other people agree with her? That's bolstering. So I do object to it for that purpose. I also object to the study being discussed since this witness hasn't indicated an identification in this case. So the results of the Beasley study are not relevant to impeach an identification she didn't make.
Anything else? If he wants to bolster her testimony, I let him do it. And the points you brought out about the Beasley study, you can bring that out on redirect.
But the court is not allowing defense counsel to go in any of the case-related materials in the.
I'm not going to ask him about it.
If I could finish, that would be appreciated.
Well,
referenced in the journal, the committee, the research council report. Correct.
Okay. I know it's Saturday morning, but I think I've made myself abundantly clear about what should not be done. And I firmly believe Mr. Baez heard me.
I will not be discussing any prior cases or results of those cases or anything of the kind, Judge.
Now, you mentioned something about the Menendez case. Was there anything particularly you wanted to use that for?
No, sir. I was just using it to explain and to its authoritativeness as to the NAS report.
All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Baez, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lowe, we were discussing the history of microscopic hair analysis, as you brought out during your direct examination. And then we began to discuss the National Academy of Sciences report. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as I explained, this report was commissioned by our government, Congress.
Asked and answered. Council's already established this with the witness.
Overrule out.
Yes, I believe it was commissioned by Congress.
And what it did was it put together a body of forensic scientists as well as individuals from the court system to try and look for a better way to improve how forensic science is entered into the courtroom.
And that's part of it, correct?
Okay. And of course, you consider this report authoritative.
For the purposes of offering suggestions on improvements that could be made, and yes.
And they were highly critical of the...
Objection. It's beyond the proffer.
I got to hear the question.
They were highly critical on the area of microscopic hair analysis, were they not?
Objection. Beyond the proffer.
Overrule.
There were parts of the reports that dealt with really the limitation of the science. The report said that hair examinations could not be a means of identification without DNA examination. But hair examinations are never a means of identification unless there's nuclear DNA along with it. So the criticism is really pointing out a limitation of the science, which we agree. So when I testify or when I write a report and I have association, I'll either say or have in my report that hairs are not a means of positive identification, and that an accompanying DNA examination must be conducted, more than likely mitochondrial DNA. So I don't disagree with what's in the report. It's a limitation.
And just to clarify something you just told the jury, when you say DNA, you're referring to, the report refers to nuclear DNA, not mitochondrial, correct?
As far as being able to be individual, saying that this hair came from this individual, that would require nuclear DNA, okay, as opposed to mitochondrial DNA.
And without getting into a DNA lecture, nuclear DNA is more specific, more discriminatory to an individual than mitochondrial, correct?
Mitochondrial DNA is inherited maternally, so all of your maternal relatives will have the same mitochondrial DNA. Nuclear DNA is unique to an individual, with the exception of twins.
So to give a real-life example, Casey and Caylee and Cindy Anthony would all have the same mitochondrial DNA.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the area of this witness's expertise.
Judge, if the witness has knowledge of that, I think she is established through her credentials that she has certain knowledge. In addition to that, this individual does determine which...
I object to the speaking. Objection.
I've sustained objection.
Thank you. Okay. As we were talking to, as we were explaining this to the jury, that is the reason why you cannot testify and will not testify that one hair comes from one individual.
That's correct.
Okay. And this was a problem that the NAS report addressed in 2009.
Again, they saw it as a criticism, but it's really just a limitation of the science.
But it was a problem that they recognized, that they wanted to offer guidance as to how to proceed in the future in the courtroom.
That's correct. They suggested doing accompanying DNA examinations.
Now, this is the very first time you have testified as an expert witness for hair banding. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you are not an expert in hair, are you?
In the microscopic characteristics and appearance of hairs in comparison.
But not on the growth of hair, what Any medical characteristics in hair, anything like that?
Those are areas that were touched on in training, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert in the physiology of it, just really the microscopic characteristics.
And as it relates to hair banding, your knowledge, of course, is what you've testified to today, as to your qualifications.
My training and experience.
The 6-month training course, that a portion of it went to this topic.
That's correct.
And some on-the-job training where you have given your opinion.
That's correct.
And the 4 articles that you have referenced.
That's correct.
Now, you don't know what causes you don't know what causes post-mortem banding.
No, I don't know what the mechanism is.
You don't know how long it takes to develop.
The studies have shown that it's, in the papers that I mentioned earlier today, it was seen as early as 8 hours after death.
But you don't know how long it takes to develop.
Again, no. The studies showed it or as early as 8 hours.
And not everyone who is deceased has post-mortem root banding.
That's correct.
So it just shows up sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
If it comes from a deceased person at all.
As I talked about earlier, the cases that I've worked that were homicide cases, so the known sample was from a deceased individual. You don't always see characteristics of decomposition in those known hairs.
My question was, you don't know if it comes up at all.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You don't know if it comes up how often on individuals?
In casework and deceased individuals?
In any deceased person?
No.
You don't know the frequency?
No, I don't.
Okay. And the testimony that you've given here today, it's based on a handful of studies, is it not?
A handful of studies as well as training and experience.
Okay. And that training and experience, as we've explained, is you giving your opinion when you have a homicide case on certain hairs.
It's seeing those characteristics present in cases over 13 years.
And the way these articles that you have and these studies are conducted is they'll do a study on a specific number of variables. And let me explain. For example, they will give you certain scenarios and be able to tell you what the results were for those scenarios, correct?
In some of the papers, yes.
So unless that specific area is studied extensively, you really can't testify as to the accuracy or the level of certainty on this specific topic, post-mortem banding.
What I've testified is that their characteristics that are present are characteristics of apparent decomposition, and I've testified that I cannot say that coming from a dead body is the only possibility. Those characteristics, the postmortem root band specifically, have not been replicated in other conditions.
And when you say they haven't been replicated in other conditions, these are only on the limited number of studies that have been done on this topic.
The limited number of studies, and in my casework, I've not seen those characteristics in hairs outside of a known sample or hairs associated with someone who is deceased.
And you have never rendered an opinion on only one hair dealing with postmortem root banding, have you not?
Again, the other cases where I have seen postmortem root banding, those hairs have been associated with someone who is deceased. So this is the first case where that is not the case.
In fact, you requested of the case agent to try and find more hairs in this case to make the case stronger, did you not?
I was informed that there may be vacuumings from the trunk, so additional evidence that was collected from the vehicle beyond the initial items that I received, and I requested those to be submitted to see if there were additional hairs with characteristics of apparent decomposition.
In fact, you stated that if we find more than one hair with decomp, it makes the case stronger that it's from a body rather than from some other random possibility of why one hair would look that way.
That's correct. Just like in any trace evidence, the number of associations increases, the significance increases.
And that's because you had doubts.
No.
You asking for more hairs to try and make your position stronger, correct?
No, just to see if there were additional hairs in that location.
But you specifically stated that that would make the case stronger that it's from a body rather than some other random possibility as to why the hair would look that way, right?
That's correct. But that doesn't mean that I had doubts that the characteristics that I saw were consistent with parent decomposition.
And so it's not that you have any doubts, it's just that you would like to make the case stronger?
I wanted to know if there were additional hairs with those characteristics.
And your request for this information was just for no reason whatsoever?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
You did actually get more hairs, did you not?
I did.
And do you have your file with you? When was the next time you got some hairs? Actually, if we can, here's what I'd like to do, Ms. Lowe. We'll start with your first report on August 1st, 2008, and then we'll move forward from there. Is that okay?
Yes. Okay, I have my report.
Okay. Now, there were multiple hairs that you were given for the first report, were there not?
There were 12 items that were submitted that were identified as coming from a vehicle.
And that included multiple hairs?
Some of the items, yes.
Okay. And these hairs were of different characteristics?
Some were.
Okay. So there's no allegations or anything as far as you're aware with this report, with this case, there were multiple people in the trunk of that car?
The only hair that I compared to any known samples was the hair that showed characteristics of apparent decomposition.
Okay. And when you did the analysis, none of the other, how many hairs did you examine on August 1st, for the August 1st report?
Again, I don't have a total number. 11 of the 12 items at least had some hairs.
Okay. So throughout all of those hairs, you found no other confirmation on that one hair?
There were no other hairs that exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition.
And then you did another report on August 6th, correct? And you examined those items of evidence.
I did.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those results were?
The items that were submitted from my August 6th report were pieces of trunk liner and other items that were identified as coming from the vehicle where the initial 12 items were found, and none of the hairs present on these items exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition.
Subsequent to that report, you did another report on August 13th. Would that be the next one?
Yes.
August 13th, you were given multiple items of clothing that belonged to Miss Anthony.
That's how they were identified, yes.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found, what your conclusions were on that report?
Testimonies to items that are not in evidence.
Sustain.
You did another report on August 6th, did you not? I'm sorry, October 6th.
Yes, 2008, yes.
And you were given multiple items to inspect, multiple hairs to inspect in that report, right?
Additional items and vacuum sweepings identified as coming from a vehicle were submitted.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the results were of that report.
The hairs found on these items, none of the hairs found on these items exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition.
October 15th, completed a report on that date, correct?
That's correct.
Sorry. And you were given items of evidence to examine for decomposition there, correct?
There was a single item in the submission, yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the results were of that? examination?
No hairs with apparent decomposition were found.
October 21st, you conducted another examination.
Yes.
And you examined hair in that report.
I did.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your results were for that report?
No hairs with the characteristics of apparent decomposition were found.
November 6th, you were given more items, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And you found more hairs, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your results were of that examination?
Counsel, please specify the source of these items, whether they come from the car. If they come from the car, I have no objection. If they're otherwise, then I do.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Sure. On your November 6th report, you were given items that were found in the trash bag and on debris of paper towels, were you not?
That's how they're identified, yes.
And it's your understanding that these came from the vehicle of Miss Anthony?
That's how they're identified.
And you examined hairs for that in that scenario, correct?
I did.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your results were there?
No hairs with apparent characteristics of apparent decomposition were found.
Okay, I'd like to now take you to your report of June 25th, 2009. And I know there are multiple items that were not found in the car, but I'd only like for you to address the ones that were found in the car. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of those hairs that you examined and what the results were?
Could counsel indicate what items he's referring to make sure that...
Sustain, rephrase
Sure.
the question.
Only those relating to the vehicle.
The same request. I would like to be able to...
Sure. Q319 through Q... Sure.
Would that be all right?
Yes, you may. 337.
No problem.
Q-
We would be happy to offer stipulation if it would move things along, if I could approach.
We're just about done anyway, Judge.
Okay.
To continue.
No problem.
Q319 all the way through Q329. You examined all of those pieces of evidence, did you not, that came from the car?
I did. I would actually go to 337.
Oh, correct, sorry. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found in that exam?
On those items, no hairs with characteristics of apparent decomposition were found.
Okay. Were there any other items that you inspected from the car that we have not discussed?
In this report, there are actually 4 other items, Q242 through 244 and 248 through 248.4. Those are
And-
also identified as coming from the vehicle.
Okay, and you inspected those hairs?
If there were hairs found, yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what your findings were?
There were no hairs with apparent decomposition found on those items.
So, just so we're certain, after you had sent in the request on August 1st, 2008, to make the case stronger, the law enforcement assisted you by giving you multiple pieces of evidence to inspect multiple hairs, correct?
There were numerous items that were submitted after that first submission, correct?
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of how many hairs, additional hairs, that they were able to give to you after you made that request for more hairs?
I don't keep a number. A large number of the items that were submitted did have hairs present.
And you couldn't make the case stronger because there were no other hairs with apparent decomposition, were there?
Argumentative.
Sustain.
Were there any other hairs that were at any time given to you after that request that showed apparent signs of decomposition?
Other than any associated with the remains, no.
And I'm referring to the car, correct?
Okay.
So we're clear.
Okay, there were a number of items submitted from a number of locations.
Right, but nothing from the car showed any other than the Q12, showed any signs of human decomposition.
That's correct.
And that one hair is still something that you cannot say came from a dead person.
I can't say absolutely that that's the reason the characteristics are present, correct?
There are no standards in identifying what is and what is not postmortem root banding, correct?
It's a visual assessment, that's correct.
It's someone's opinion.
Correct.
And in this case, it's just your opinion.
This conclusion was confirmed by another examiner in my unit.
Okay. But you're stating here today your opinion.
That's correct.
And there are no error rates or anything like that as it relates to the identification of this banding.
That's correct.
The time that you inspected this hair, it was on August 1st of 2008, or just a couple days before?
I believe. I'll check my notes for the date. July 31st. And I did a comparison to the known sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony on August 1st, 2008.
And when you do these inspections, the post-mortem root banding is supposed to be at the root, correct?
In the root portion of the hair.
And the hair that we're talking about today, the darkened area is slightly above the root, is it not?
It is, and it's consistent with the photographs that were shown on the poster.
Okay, but you didn't show this jury a photograph of that hair, did you, today?
Of the what hair?
Of the hair that we're all talking about.
Q12, no.
Okay, and the reason for that is because the banding is a little bit higher than the root, is it not?
Your Honor, the decision may approach relevance. I need to approach.
Okay, rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. The photograph that you took of this hair, the Q12 hair, you never showed to this jury.
That's correct.
And in that photograph, it shows that the darkened portion is above the root, is it not?
To discussion of an item that is not in evidence, if counsel would like to move it in, I have no objection.
Rephrase the question. You can ask her to describe it, but you can't talk about a photograph that's not in evidence.
Sure. Yes, sir. I don't have a very clear photograph of it. I just have a
Well,
photocopy.
then you're just left
Your
with
Honor, could I object to counsel's discussion?
Let's move on, folks.
Thank you.
Ma'am, in looking at that photograph, could you determine where the root ends and where it doesn't?
Specifically, I would prefer to look at it under a microscope so that I can see the characteristics more clearly. As I stated earlier, the band appears to be in that transition point between where the keratin and the hair is hardened, and that's the portion of the hair that would be above the skin line, and the portion of the hair where the keratin is soft, which would be still on the follicle. And a hair like that, it'd be more difficult to determine where the shaft actually starts from a photograph.
And that's why you don't feel comfortable showing this jury a photograph of the hair and saying the root ends here and here's where the banding is. Correct?
It's not a matter of comfort. I just, I didn't prepare a exhibit.
Do you recall being asked these questions during your deposition, asked to identify where the root ended and where it began?
Improper impeachment. There's no indication of inconsistency.
Not necessarily impeaching.
Then it shouldn't.
Sustain.
Ms. Lowe, let me see if I can make this easier. Would you say that it's difficult to be able to view a photograph to determine the characteristics of a hair?
You can determine characteristics of a hair, but you wouldn't be able to capture, as far as just a comparison, you wouldn't be able to capture how the characteristics may change along the length of a hair. You would just be limited to the view of that particular photograph.
So it's extremely difficult when looking at a photograph to know where the root ends in a hair, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand you.
It's difficult to look at a photograph and know where the root of a hair ends.
It's less difficult with telogen hairs, the hairs that have completed the growth cycle and had that kind of Q-tip appearance. Those hairs, it's more obvious where the root is and where the shaft begins. It's the hairs that are in the anagen phase that are a little bit more difficult to make that determination where the softer keratin area ends and the shaft begins where the keratin is harder and has a more regular shape. That is more difficult to determine from a photograph as opposed to using a microscope.
So noting these difficulties, you still brought photographs to testify here today, right?
They were demonstrative to assist the jury in understanding the differences in the appearance of roots and the characteristics that could be considered apparent decomposition.
So that's yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And these articles that you use to train yourself with, they don't give you the hairs with them. They give you photographs of the hairs.
That's correct.
When you actually took, after you're done with your training, you're supposed to have a proficiency test, correct?
We have proficiency tests every year.
And you actually failed your first proficiency test. Did you not?
In 2000, I did.
And after I took your deposition, in this case, do you recall the date of that?
It was April. I don't know the specific date.
April of 2010?
I believe so.
After your deposition was taken, your laboratory then created a study on post-mortem root banding, did it not?
Exceeds the scope of direct and relevance, may approach.
Approach. Okay. What is the name of this study?
Your Honor, the study actually has not been completed, so it actually doesn't have, as far as I know, a name. It is a study, ongoing study by Stephen Shaw, who is a listed witness and will be testifying later in the case, and he will testify about the study at the appropriate time, but I don't think it has a name.
Ma'am, do you know about the study involving Stephen Shaw?
I do.
Have any of your testimony here today been based upon the study by Mr. Stephen Shaw?
No, sir.
Okay. Pursuant to Coxwell versus State, found at 361 7 2nd 148, a 1978 decision of the Florida Supreme Court authored by then Chief Justice Arthur England. Objection will be sustained as beyond the scope of the direct examination. May be seated. State recognized persons of jury and the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lowe, did you participate in any meetings to try and develop ways to reinforce that post-mortem root banding comes from a dead body?
No meetings specifically regarding that topic, no.
Any, what exactly do you mean, no meeting specifically? Is there something close to that you wouldn't classify as a meeting?
Well, this topic may have been addressed in papers given at meetings that I've been to, but not a meeting to discuss ways to strengthen the meeting. And, you know, really at the end of the day, I think the most that we'll be able to say is that it's consistent with apparent decomposition. I don't know that the science will get to the point of being able to say this means it's from a dead body.
Now, we've been discussing a bit about this hair, and that it's the darkened area is at the root portion of the hair, correct?
That's correct.
And this hair has the root portion attached to it.
It does.
Now, part of your job after examining a hair would be to make a determination as to where the hair should go next for what other examinations?
If a hair has been associated, yes.
Okay. And at the time you examined this hair, you didn't know who it belonged to?
I made a determination that it was similar to a hair in a hairbrush that was identified as belonging to Caylee Anthony.
Right. You didn't know who it belonged to.
To the exclusion of all others, no.
And you didn't know the circumstances surrounding this brush or its background.
That's correct. It was identified as belonging to Caylee.
And were you told anything about whether this hair was used by Casey and Caylee or just Caylee?
Hearsay.
She can simply answer the question, was she told yes or no, but no details?
Again, it was identified as belonging to Caylee.
Okay. Were you told about any issues as to whether Cindy Anthony had given a brush that...
Sustained.
The child was still missing at the time, was she not?
That's correct.
And an identification of this hair would have been, and to who it belonged to, would have been critical to the case.
The examinations were limited to hairs exhibiting characteristics of apparent decomposition due to the common environment. So just finding a hair would not have been meaningful given the common environment.
And when you say that, you're talking about the fact that since it's a common environment, there's multiple reasons of how that hair could have ended up there.
How other hairs may have, yes.
Okay. And when you can actually do nuclear DNA testing if you have the root of a hair, can you not?
If there's tissue present, yes.
Okay. So you have this missing child, and you have this hair that you say has banding at the root and includes the root. It's not sent to nuclear DNA to confirm that it was Caylee's, correct?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Sustained.
You never made a determination or sent this hair for nuclear DNA testing, did you not?
That's correct. There was no tissue present at the root.
Okay. But you're, of course, not a DNA analyst, aren't you?
I'm not a DNA analyst, no.
And the person to make that determination and to actually test this root for DNA would have been a DNA analyst, not you, correct?
Compound question. Make a determination.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
You're not the one that makes that call.
It actually is part of my job to determine if an associated hair might go to either nuclear DNA or mitochondrial DNA. I may ask for a conference with the DNA examiner if there's a hair with a very small amount of tissue, if I'm unsure whether or not they would be able to get a DNA sequence from that amount of material.
And the DNA analyst is the right person to actually attempt to extract DNA from that root. Would it not be?
To extract the DNA, correct.
Okay. And to attempt to find out the identity of who that hair belongs to.
If DNA could have been obtained from that hair, yes.
Okay. So the best that we have at this point is that the hair either belonged to Caylee, Casey, Cindy, or even Cindy's mother. Any other maternal relative.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned about the hair having limited value because of the common environment, correct?
No.
Okay. You mentioned a determination was not made because of the common environment.
For other hairs within the vehicle.
Right. Now, finding hairs in the trunk of a vehicle is not uncommon.
That's correct.
In fact, people shed hairs quite often, do they not?
Average person loses 100 head hairs per day.
And they lose them everywhere.
Probably the majority are lost during grooming, but you do shed hairs and transfer hairs, yes.
And you have hair on your clothing, correct?
You may.
And if you, as it relates to evidence, shed a hair from one individual to another, that would be called transfer, correct?
That's correct.
And if one individual's hair ends up on someone else, and then they shed that hair somewhere or leave that hair somewhere, that's called secondary transfer, is it not?
That's correct.
And that is often found in many cases that you've worked on.
I never really know if the hairs have gotten a particular place due to primary or secondary transfer, only that they're present.
But it's certainly something you consider when analyzing casework.
Yes.
And the reason you would want more hairs is to eliminate the possibility that that hair got there from either primary or secondary transfer, correct?
If there were a large number of hairs in a location, it would suggest primary, but I still couldn't say that it was a result of a primary transfer.
So I guess to put that in plain English, because we only have one hair, primary or secondary transfer cannot be eliminated. In fact, it's the most likely scenario here.
Objection, compound question.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Because you only have one hair, there's a strong likelihood that that hair got there by either primary or secondary transfer.
I couldn't say how the hair got there.
But
either primary or secondary, I don't know.
Then I'll use one of your favorite words, consistent with.
It's consistent with transfer and contact of some sort, but I don't know from whom.
Thank you.
Redirect.
The comments in the National Academy of Science report that Mr. Baez talked to you, are those consistent with long-standing FBI policy?
Yes. As far as the determination that we can't say a hair is from one person to the exclusion of all others, a statement has been in reports as far back that I've seen as far back as the 70s, where if an association is made, there's an accompanying statement saying this hair exams are not a means of positive identification. And as soon as mitochondrial DNA was available to us, we began to use that in cases where associations were found.
All right. So the commentary in the report that counsel was talking about is something that you all have been doing for years.
Counsel.
And in fact, your report, which came out about a year before the NAS report, contains that caveat.
That's correct.
The particular hair in this case, the one with the decomp, apparent decomposition near the root end, did you say that was an anagen hair?
It's not a telogen hair. It's difficult. An anagen hair typically refers to one that's been forcibly removed, and this may have not been forcibly removed, but it's not a telogen hair.
Okay, just so the jury remembers the terms, telogen means one that naturally was shed.
That's correct.
So this hair was not naturally shed.
That's correct.
So the hundreds of hairs that Mr. Baez was talking about that we all shed, this is not one of those.
Right. This hair didn't exhibit that club shape or kind of Q-tip looking root.
Yeah, and this is why you said it was still in that growth stage, which is why part of the keratin is softer. That's what
correct.
you're talking about. Okay.
That's correct.
Now, to sum this whole thing up, you looked at a lot of hairs in this case, and you found one with apparent decomposition. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Now, mitochondrial DNA, we discussed briefly with counsel, is a method by which DNA in a part of the hair is examined, and basically everybody in the maternal line would have the same mitochondrial DNA. I think you said that, correct?
That's correct.
So basically, the child's mother, the child's maternal uncles and aunts would have the same DNA, mitochondrial.
Anyone who's maternally related, yes.
The grandmother, and on up the line.
Correct.
Right. The combination of microscopic examination and mitochondrial, though, are helpful in eliminating other maternal relatives by microscopic examination.
That's correct.
Sustain.
In this case, did you eliminate the defendant, victim's mother, as a possible source of the hair with a decomp root?
That hair was microscopically dissimilar to the known head hair sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony, so it was not consistent with originating from Casey Anthony.
But it could be from any maternal relative who had 9-inch long, light brown to brown hair.
If there was another relative whose hairs had the same microscopic characteristics, then I might not be able to distinguish them.
Well, I mean, if there's a maternal relative who has blonde hair, can that person be excluded just by seeing them?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Was that hair treated in any way?
The Q12 hair was not.
It was untreated.
Correct.
The defendant's hair, was it treated?
The known sample hairs were, yes.
The hair that you got from the hairbrush, which, as I indicated, purportedly the hair of Caylee Anthony, was that a naturally shed hair?
I'd have to look at my notes.
If you need to, go ahead.
It's actually not listed in my notes, so I don't know.
You don't know? But did that hair have the root banding that you found in the Q12 hair?
It did not.
So if that is in fact Caylee Anthony's actual hair, her natural hair would not have that band.
As represented by the hair in the hairbrush, correct?
Again, assuming that is her hair, it's purported to be. So whatever happened to the hair, assuming it is Caylee's, was not something that was natural to her hair, assuming that's her hair. That was a really bad question. I'm sorry. That was really awful. Let me start over again. The hair banding you found in the Q12 hair, assuming that it is Caylee's hair, and assuming that the hair in the hairbrush is also Caylee's hair, whatever happened to the Q12 hair was not natural to Caylee's hair.
Caylee's hair is being represented by the hair from the hairbrush, correct?
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Recrosses to those issues?
A pooled hair is more likely to contain tissue, does it not?
Potentially.
And that would assist you in actually doing nuclear DNA, correct?
If tissue is present, nuclear DNA could be attempted.
And it's your testimony that this was pooled hair, so therefore there's a greater likelihood that it would have had the tissue.
Assumes, in fact, not in evidence. In fact, contrary to what you said.
So,
I can explain what I'm
Sustain.
now, you don't know how long that hair had been in that location.
That's correct.
And you don't know if the history of Miss Anthony's hair treatments, do you?
No, I just know the hairs that I got in the known hair sample.
And that's all you can base it on. You can't base it on Cindy Anthony's hair, previous hair, or whether that was treated, or Casey Anthony's, or any other maternal person.
Correct. Only the known sample that I received.
And even at the end of the day, you still can't say that that hair came from a dead body.
That's correct. It has characteristics that are consistent with that, but I can't say absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well done.
May the witness be excused.
As far as the state is concerned, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Every single witness.
Mike
Witness for the
Vincent, V-I-N-C-E-N-T.
I think this is the last witness of this.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell us your occupation.
Actually,
I'm
no.
with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I am a assistant supervisor of the crime scene unit.
How long have you worked for Orange County?
I worked for Orange County for 9 years.
Do you have experience working with other law enforcement agencies prior to Orange County?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I am a retired Philadelphia police officer. I did 21 years with the Philadelphia Police Department. I did 5 years in patrol, 5 years in narcotics, and my last 11 years was with the Philadelphia Police Crime Scene Unit.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your background and training as it relates to crime scene investigation?
I have a high school education in electronics. Right after high school, I entered the Air Force, and I served in the Air Force for 8
A high school education in electronics. I want to know how that works.
years in law enforcement. After the Air Force, I went to the Philadelphia Police Department, and while in the crime scene unit with the Philadelphia Police Department and with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I have attended over 30 crime scene related schools, some lasting 3 days, some lasting 2 weeks.
You indicated that your service at the Orange County Sheriff's Office is in some form of management.
Yes, ma'am.
As a supervisor?
Assistant supervisor, yes, ma'am.
Would one of the individuals that you supervise be Gerardo Bloise?
Oh my God.
Yes, ma'am, it would.
She just said his name wrong again. I don't understand it. Just don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
In July of 2008, what was your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I was assistant supervisor of Squad 20.
Including, at that point as well, Mr. Bloise.
Correct. He was in Squad 20 with me.
And that's why it's weird. because she goes back and forth saying it wrong and then correctly. It doesn't make any sense.
Did you assist him in processing certain aspects associated with a white Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes, I did.
Did that assistance include taking samples of some sort from the vehicle?
Yes, it did.
All right. Can you just give us a general overview of the different types of samples that you collected from the vehicle?
I initially collected stain samples to check to see if there was any blood inside the trunk liner of the vehicle. I did 3 separate tests, one on each side and one in the middle, which came out negative. And I also collected air samples from the vehicle.
There we go.
Did you also?
There's the air samples I've been talking about. Remember, this is like the first time this has ever been done. They collected air samples again because all they're trying to do is prove that there was a smell and that the smell was a dead body. I mean, it's wild.
So collect pieces of carpeting from the trunk.
Yes, I did. On the spare tire cover, I collected a couple samples of the stain that was in the carpet itself and placed it in tin cans.
Now, you had mentioned taking air samples from the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
Crazy.
Did the collection of air samples from the trunk begin on July 21st of 2008?
Yes, it did.
Were you assisted in that endeavor by individuals with the University of Central Florida?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how air samples, how the process of collecting air samples began?
The first time we attempted to collect air samples, Dr. Michael Sigmund from the University of Florida, the National Center for Forensic Science, was assisting. He had a large syringe, and what he tried to do was insert it through the trunk seal rather than open up the trunk because he was going to suck the air into the large syringe.
This is insane.
We were unable to do that, so we cracked open the trunk as little as possible to get the syringe in there.
They're making
and
up.
close the trunk. And
They're making up like a brand new way of collecting supposed evidence. That's like, this is crazy. It's like kids fooling around with like a science fair project or something. It's insane.
he was able to suck out the air that was in there. He then transferred the air from the syringe into a plastic bag, a Teflon bag, I believe they call
How
it.
the hell?
And he transferred the air into 2 bags. And he also,
Do they not know that air, if you just put it in if you take a syringe and you take air and you put it into a plastic, do they not understand that air can like move around and like leave the bag? Like this isn't.
hung a filter inside the trunk of the vehicle. After we were successful in getting the air out of there, we opened up the trunk and he hung a filter in there, and we closed the trunk again to see if the air would absorb into the filter.
All right.
You observed this process?
Yes, he performed the process and I was there observing.
As a result of this.
I have a question for you, sir. As you were there observing this, were you asking yourself, what the fuck am I doing here?
Endeavor, did you collect an item that was ultimately shipped to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in
And that's where Dr. Arpad Vass comes into the mix.
Tennessee?
Yes.
If I may have JN for
We'll hear from him next time, and it is
Let me show you what's been marked as JN for identification. Take a look at that packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize the item?
This is the label that I placed on the front of this envelope. This is our tape, our evidence tape that we sealed the envelope. This is my initials on the tape itself.
After the process that you described, did you take the Tedlar bag and place it into this envelope and seal it?
Yes, I did.
Did you also, at that point or the next day, take a sample from the stained area of the spare tire cover?
Yes.
If I may have IR for identification. Let me have you take a look at the item IR for identification. Tell me if you recognize it and how so.
Yes, I recognize this. Again, this is my label that I placed on this, in this tin can of the item and identifying the item that's inside the can. And this is our, again, our evidence tape with my initials. After it's sealed, I initialed it.
Do you place a date on the seal as it relates to the collection as well?
Yes,
What date?
7/22.
That item in IR for identification in the can that I had just showed you, did you transfer that item to the Oak Ridge National Laboratories once you sealed it?
Yes, it was shipped there. Yes.
On July 23rd of 2008, did you conduct another effort to collect air samples from the vehicle?
I observed the collection, correct. There was another attempt at collecting the air samples, yes.
All right. How did this attempt differ from the first? What was the process used on that attempt on July 23rd, 2008?
What we did was, well, it was again done by Dr. Michael Sigmund. What we did was opened up the trunk. We hung in two different types of filters, a carbon filter and another type of filter, and we closed the trunk and let that in there for approximately, I believe it was 40 minutes, and then he opened up the trunk and collected the samples.
Have you take a look at the packaging of JO for identification? Tell me if you recognize the exterior, and if so, how.
Yes, I recognize this. Again, this is my label that I put on the front of the envelope, identifying what's inside the envelope, and this is my evidence tape with my initials on it again.
Does the seal where you've placed your initials indicate the date that the item was collected?
No, it does not.
Okay. Does the front somehow have some indication on the label as to the date and time of collection?
The date, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the date on that item?
7/23/08.
Once that item is collected and sealed by you, is this another item that was ultimately transferred to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's the one that went to Oak Ridge in Tennessee.
On August 29th of 2008, did you conduct another examination of the trunk to collect samples from it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Prior to the collection actually occurring, did you receive equipment from another individual with instructions on how to do the collection?
Yes, I did, from Dr. Vass from the Oak Ridge Laboratories in Tennessee.
All right. What was sent to you for collection purposes?
What he had sent to me was a portable air pump, 9 test tubes, and instructions on how to collect air samples and where to collect the air samples from.
Did you, in fact, utilize the materials sent to you by Dr. Vass in the collection of additional samples on Friday, August 29th?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Or on August 29th and August 30th of 2008?
August 29th, I did air samples from the vehicle, and August 30th, I did air samples from the trash that was collected from the vehicle.
Explain to the jury how that process took place.
Air samples
On the piece of
from
equipment
the
that he sent.
air samples from the trash. So this trash, remember, this trash was in the car for some unknown period of time. And then after that, it was in the dumpster. It was in the dumpster at Johnson's Towing Company for some, I guess actually it would have been some number of hours, but still. Then they pull it out of the dumpster and now they're testing the air. I don't know. This is crazy.
It was a square box approximately this size, maybe 9 by 12, and it was about 4 inches thick. It had 2 latches on the front which the lid opened up. Inside was some switches and batteries. Coming out of the side of the box were two tubes, rubber tubes, and on the end of the tubes were a nut with threads on it, the female side of a nut. The test tubes that he gave me were approximately 2 3/4 inches long, about a 1/4 inch thick. Each one of them had the male side of the nuts on each end. And what I was to do was to set up the equipment and then attach the test tube to the two hoses coming out and then turn the pump on for a certain amount of time and from each area that I did.
Now, you mentioned this process occurring in different areas of the vehicle.
Not only the vehicle, but the garage that the vehicle, or bay that the vehicle was parked in. I took air samples of the garage itself.
If I may have NF, NG, NH, NI, NJ, NK, NL, and NM for identification. I'll show you these items as a group. Have you take a look at all of them. Indicate whether you've had some contact with the item in the past.
Yes, I recognize these.
How do you recognize them?
These are envelopes that I packaged each individual test tube in for shipping. My label is on the front identifying what's inside the envelope. The evidence tape on the back is our unit evidence tape. My initials are not on this particular envelope because what I did was placed all these into one single envelope and I sealed and initialed the other envelope.
Let me start with the top item, which is NF for identification. If you could just identify the area where this was collected and the collection time.
This is from the passenger area of the vehicle, the interior side of the vehicle. It was collected at approximately 15:02 hours on the 29th of August.
How long did the collection process take?
I collected this item for approximately 69 minutes.
Can you tell us from where this sample was taken, when, and how long the collection time was?
Again, this is from the passenger area of the vehicle, and it was 69 minutes. This was like I said earlier, there's two tubes that come out of the box, and I attached a trap to each tube. This was from the trash found inside the vehicle, inside the trash bag. This was collected for approximately 72 minutes.
I don't even understand.
And it was collected on August 30th, the next day, at approximately 13:28 hours.
And the length of collection time?
72 minutes.
Incredible.
This one was collected from inside the
They collected the air from within the trash bag. Like, it's just, I don't even understand. I don't even.
trunk area. What I did was place the equipment inside the trunk, shut the trunk lid, and allowed the machine to run for approximately 69 minutes. And this occurred on the 29th of August at approximately 16:29 hours. Again, this is from the trash that was collected from the vehicle. It was collected on, again, the 30th of August, and it started at approximately 13:28 hours, and it lasted for 72 minutes. This was a test that was conducted on the air inside our garage where the vehicle was located. I allowed the machine to run for 77 minutes, and this was conducted on August 30th, and it was started at approximately 9:03 in the morning. This is what we call a standard or blank test. What we do is the traps that were shipped to me were not used. This one was not used. It was kept in its container, and it was shipped back to Oak Ridge in that condition. And we do that so during shipment, if there's any contaminations picked up, then this one would be the one that would pick it up because it's a clean specimen. Again, this was from our garage. The air that's in our garage, it was tested on August 30th at approximately 9:03, and it was tested for approximately 77 minutes.
After those were collected and sealed in these envelopes. What happened to them?
They were shipped back to the Oak Ridge Laboratory, Dr. Voss.
On September 27th, did you collect items from the spare tire, or an item from the spare tire wheel well and ultimately shipped to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Yes.
Okay, JM for identification.
I recognize this, yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This was there was a substance on the surface of the inside of the spare tire well. It was scraped and put in a plastic container, and it was shipped off to Dr. Voss. I believe it was, I'm almost positive this one went to Dr. Voss.
Did you collect other pieces of these?
We're going to hear from next time. Like I said, he's very special. We heard about him in opening statements, and he's the one who had this invention apparently of making leashes somehow that you could attach to flies to help find like clandestine graves. So we have that to look forward to next time.
Spare tire cover on October 30th of 2008.
Yes.
Did you also collect a section of the spare tire cover that was not stained?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
Again, that's what we call for a controlled sample. It was an area of the spare tire cover that did not have a stain on it, so that could be analyzed.
Let me show you what's been marked as IP for identification. Have you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Again, this is my label identifying what's inside the can. This was placed in here on October 30th at approximately 16:30 hours. It was sealed with evidence tape, and my initials are on the top of the tape.
After that item is collected, is it shipped to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee?
Yes.
Let me show you IQ for identification. Tell me if that's something that you recognize as having had contact with in the past.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Again, this is my label on the front, identifying what's inside the can, and this is not taped. I do not have evidence tape or my initials on this one.
Okay. What is that one identified as?
This is identified as a 2.5 by 2 piece of stained spare tire cover.
The other item was identified as
a 6-inch by 6-inch piece of stained spare tire cover.
which was the item that was the control sample?
The second one, the small one.
The smaller piece?
Yes.
Did you also assist Mr. Bloise in other aspects of the crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Okay. Would that have included taking standards of hair and DNA from George Anthony, Cindy Anthony, and Lee Anthony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were the standards taken from George and Cindy Anthony on October 7th of 2008?
I believe that was the date, yes.
The standards from Lee Anthony, were those taken on October 8th of 2008?
Yes, ma'am. The next day I took them from Lee.
Sorry. Are these samples collected in identical fashion from each individual?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that the DNA samples are collected from each of these individuals?
What we done was we took them into a room where we collect samples, and I collected the buccal swabs and then collected the hair swabs, or the hair samples from them. They either assisted me in retrieving the hairs themselves, or I collected the hair.
All right. How was the buccal swab collection done? How do you do that?
What's done is we take 2 Q-tips and we swab the inside of the mouth to get the skin cells that's located inside your mouth. We swab each side, and then we place them in boxes and seal them and ship them.
Okay. And the hair samples that are collected, are those pulled or otherwise shed?
No, they're pulled hairs.
All right. And how were those collected? You indicated that sometimes the individual will assist you.
Yes, if I collect them, I'll use tweezers. Sometimes I'll give the individual that is, I'm taking the sample from, I'll let them use the tweezers, or they'll just pull the hair out with their fingers.
What happens to the item after they're collected?
It's placed in a clear plastic Petri dish, a round dish, and then it's sealed.
Take a look at each of those items and tell me if you recognize them as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do recognize these.
What do you recognize IX to be?
These are 2 buccal swabs taken from Cindy Anthony.
Once they are collected from Mrs. Anthony in the manner described, do they go into that packaging?
Yes, they're in a box. The box actually gets sealed, then they're placed in this envelope, and this envelope is sealed with my initials.
IY? What do you recognize that to be?
This is 2 buccal swabs collected from George Anthony.
Once those items are collected in the manner described, do they go into a sealed box, into a sealed package?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And JB for identification?
These are 2 buccal swabs collected from Lee Anthony.
Same series of questions. Once they're collected from him, do they go into a sealed box and sealed package initialed by you?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Do you recognize each of those items as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you recognize IZ to be?
This is 1 Petri dish containing hairs from George Anthony.
Once those items were collected, were they placed into the Petri dish, sealed, placed into the container, sealed and initialed by you?
Yes, they are.
JA for identification.
This is 1 Petri dish containing hairs from Lee Anthony.
Once those were collected, were they placed into the Petri dish, sealed, placed into the envelope, sealed and initialed by you?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And IW for identification.
This is 1 Petri dish containing hairs from Cindy Anthony.
Once collected, is the Petri dish sealed, placed into the envelope, sealed again, and initialed by you?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
On August 1st of 2008, did you respond to the Anthony home at 4937 Hope Spring Drive and collect items described as gas cans?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Boy,
If I may have AJ for identification?
infamous gas cans.
This is 1 of 2 gas cans that I collected from the house.
How is it that you can recall the collection date and time?
Located in the picture is a identification card, and the card has my name, the case number, the time, and the date.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of that item on August 1st of 2008 at 11:30 hours?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AJ for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Investigator Vincent, is there anything that you did to change or alter the appearance of the gas can from the time that you collected it at the Anthony residence until the time of the photograph?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. What happened to this item after you photographed it?
What I did was I swabbed the gas can for any DNA, and I also conducted a latent examination on the gas can to see if I could get any fingerprints off the gas can.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
I mean, what's the point?
Was the item returned to the Anthony family on Hope Spring Drive?
Yes, it was.
When?
I'd have to look at my report.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh his recollection with his report as to the time he returned the item.
Yes, you may.
August 13th at 11:03 hours.
To whom?
Cindy Anthony.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce IW, IX, IY, IZ, JA, and JB for identification into evidence identified by the witness as hair and buccal swab standards.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those are all the questions I have of this witness at this point.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vincent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, when you did the process the car on July 17th of 2008, and you checked for blood, you testified about that, correct?
Correct.
And while you were doing that, that was caught on television, was it not?
The Bay Area was on television, and the vehicle was on television, but the collection of the blood or attempt to see if there was blood inside the car was not on television.
What happened was you were processing the car that evening.
Correct.
And you had the garage door open.
Correct.
And you and Mr. Bloise were processing the car with Bluestar.
That was one of the processes we did. Correct.
And there was a television crew filming you while you were doing this.
Correct.
And you could see their lights from their cameras because it was at night, could you not?
I don't believe they had lights on at that time.
Did you call the media so they could film you?
I did not call the media.
Do you know who did?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Sustained.
Are you aware if it was the intent to have the media film you while you processed the car?
Was it whose intent?
Whether it was.
I'm going to object if he's asking him as to someone's intent other than his own.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
This was immediately broadcasted throughout the country, was it not?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
The samples that you were talking about with the air this is the very first time you've ever taken air samples, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
In fact, you have no training whatsoever in the collection or preservation of air samples.
This is the first time I ever heard it being done. That's correct.
There you go.
You had never heard of this ever being done in any cases prior to this one.
That's correct.
And this for you was somewhat of an experiment.
It was new. I wouldn't call it an experiment.
Okay. Mr. Sigmund, that came and took the samples that you witnessed, this was the first time he had collected air samples, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you're aware.
This wouldn't be based on anything other than hearsay.
Sustained.
There were multiple attempts to try and collect samples, right?
Yes.
Just couldn't seem to do it correctly?
No, that wasn't the case at all.
You weren't sure if you were doing it correctly?
No, that wasn't the case at all.
It was the first time you were doing it, but you were certain you were doing it correctly?
Which time are we talking about?
Multiple times. You have the 17th and the 23rd, correct? You did it on?
The 17th of
July?
And the 23rd of?
July.
They were not attempted by me at all. They were done by Dr. Michael Sigmund.
And is it your understanding that they were being done correctly, or they had to come back and try something new?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Any response be based on hearsay.
Sustained.
You were part of this process, were you not?
I observed the process, correct.
And there were multiple methods employed in trying to collect air sample, were there not?
There were different types of filters used to collect the air sample, yes.
First, there was the syringe.
Correct.
Then there was the little carbon filters.
Correct.
And then after that, in August, you got sent a pump from Mr. Vass.
And that is the sample that I collected, correct.
The difficulty that you had is in collecting air samples is that air is a free-flowing thing, is it not?
Air is free-flowing, but I don't understand what you mean by difficult.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase it let me put it this way. The air in the garage of your forensic bay was not the same on July 16th as it was August 29th, was it?
It wasn't the same air. Whether it was the same quality of air, I couldn't tell you that.
Okay. And that's because You open the garage door, air comes in and air goes out.
Correct.
And that's the same thing with this car, correct?
Correct. The air would leave and the air would stay. Yes.
You don't have any information as to the air in this car on June 16th, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any information as to the air in the garage of the Anthony family.
Correct.
And you certainly didn't do any samples of the garage in the Anthony family home.
That's correct.
And furthermore, at the tow yard where this car was for 3 weeks, you didn't do any samples of the air over there, did you?
No.
Nor near the dumpster where this car was for 3 days.
Correct.
Now, the samples that you took on August 29th, they were not air samples that, actually, let me rephrase that. Mr. Sigmund took the samples on the 23rd, correct? Of July.
Yes.
And then on August 29th, you attempted to get what are called control samples.
I don't understand that question. No, I don't think that's correct. No.
You attempted to get samples of various different environments, not just the car.
Correct.
So you could compare the sample from the forensic bay garage versus the car.
I can't compare it. No.
That was the purpose of you collecting air samples from the forensic bay of the garage, was it not?
I don't.
Let me rephrase this.
Thank you.
Let's see if I can help you. I apologize for the question. The forensic bay air from your garage, it's not an item of evidence in this case.
The forensics bay air that I collected?
Yeah.
Is evidence.
Okay. There's no dispute in fact or anything having to do with the air from your garage at the forensics bay.
There's no dispute. I don't understand what you mean.
Maybe let me see if I can rephrase it to see if I help you. The reason you took sample from the air of the forensic bay and from the car and then also from the garbage is that you could compare, so others could compare the difference in the air from one location to the other, right?
I wouldn't say difference. I think what the tests were conducted for, to see what was in the air at that particular location, like what was in the air in the garage, what was in the air in the trunk, and what was in the air in the trash.
Right. So that way you can have a better indication as to whether the air from the garage made it into the trunk and vice versa.
Correct. Okay.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
Okay. Now, but the problem is you took this on August 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't take it on you didn't take it on June 16th.
Correct.
You didn't take it on July 15th when you first got the car.
Correct.
It was done a month and a half later.
Correct.
For air that is free flowing.
Correct.
Yeah, so like that's insane, right?
So
like that's insane.
the samples that you collected are not representative of what the air was like in that car on July 15th or June 16th of 2008.
What I think was being collected for was the odor coming from the area and the items that were tested.
My question to you, sir, is it's not a representative sample of what you're trying to accomplish. Isn't that correct?
I don't understand the question.
I'm going to object. He's asking for a scientific conclusion that's outside the scope of his stated expertise at this point.
Well, objection sustained. The witness has indicated that he does not understand the question, which means the question is valid.
All right. You also sampled the garbage, correct?
Yes, an air sample was taken of the garbage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, trash.
The trash.
Correct.
Okay. We got into that yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what you did was you didn't take a sample of the trash on July 15th, right?
Correct.
You did it of August 29th.
Yes, sir.
But there was a significant difference in the trash from the 15th of July, the 16th of July to the 29th of August, correct?
There was a what?
There was a significant difference.
There could have been.
Okay. In fact,
I wouldn't be able to tell because I didn't test it on the 16th, so I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the 16th and the 28th when I tested.
but there was something done to the trash when you got it on the 16th, right?
I didn't get it on the 16th.
Okay, the 17th of July. Let me start from the top. You got the trash in the forensics department on July 16th, 2008.
Okay.
And that trash was then taken to a dry room, was it not?
I don't know if it was immediately taken to the dry room or not.
Okay. I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit C, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing this to the jury, unfortunately, because it's not admitted into evidence, sir. The photograph on the left shows how the garbage was when you received it, correct?
I can't answer that. I wasn't there when it was received.
Does that look like the garbage when you first saw it?
It does look like the trash, yes.
And the photograph on the right is after it was placed in the dry room, is it not?
I can't answer that question. That's not a dry room. That's being, to me, it looks like it's being laid out to be inspected.
Do you see a significant difference between the trash on the left and the trash on the right?
Of course.
And what's the purpose of putting trash in the dry room?
I didn't put it in the dry room. You'll have to ask Gerardo Bloise, who put it in the dry room, what his purpose, what his reason was.
But you're his supervisor, right?
Correct.
And you have experience in crime scene investigation, do you not?
Yes.
What would be the purpose of putting trash in a dry room?
Either storage or drying.
Okay. Either to store it or to dry it?
Correct.
Okay. And when you took the samples of air for the trash, it had already been in the dry room?
Yes.
Okay. So, and it would not have had the moisture or the same odor that it had back on July 16th?
I can't answer that.
Your common knowledge, would it tell you, sir?
It's possible.
Let me finish the question. Your common knowledge.
I'm going to object. He's asking him to speculate.
Oh, boy.
Let him finish asking the question. Sir, do not answer the question until I tell you to answer. Question.
Your common knowledge of being a human being that has trash and has dealt with trash all your life. I'm sure you've thrown it out a few times, right?
Correct.
Wait, don't answer the question, sir, until I instruct you to answer the question.
The odor would be significantly different
Human being.
if you had a wet bag of trash versus trash that was individually taken out and put in a dry room.
Objection to that question. You may answer, sir.
If the trash was wet and they placed it in a dry room to dry, yes, the smell would be different from the time it was wet and then the time when it was dry, if it was wet.
Okay. And when you took the air sample of the garbage on August 29th, the trash was dry.
That's possible.
Oh, boy.
Can you look at your report and see what the trash was stored in at that time?
The trash was stored in a brown box.
Brown box like one of these? Cardboard box.
Brown cardboard box with tape all the way around it, correct.
And it wasn't moist and wet and damp, was it?
No, it was not.
You testified, and I'm showing the witness Defense Exhibit E. You testified, sir, that
Y'all,
you collected this trash can?
it's framed. That gas can is framed. I mean, if never ever in any trial a picture of a piece of evidence that is so stupid and ludicrous in terms of the premise of it, if anything ever should be framed, like this is the thing. And I think, oh, sorry for the bad pause on him.
Sorry.
I think that I think it's almost to be funny on purpose because it is so silly. The whole thing about George Anthony calling the cops because somebody stole his gas can is just so insane, and filing a police report. And there's the gas can.
This gas can.
Yes, sir, I did.
It's Saturday. I apologize, sir.
May counsel lay a predicate that that's the same photograph as the introduced photograph?
I would be more than
for the
happy to
record?
do that, sir.
Okay.
Make sure
This is the same photograph that you took that's been admitted into evidence, is it not, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And
Job
when you
done.
got this gas can,
Stupid gas can.
it's metal,
Yes, sir.
and it appears to also have some, I guess, some gas dripping on the side a little bit.
It was completely dry.
Okay. Can I show it to you and
Sure.
maybe get a closer look?
Yes.
The frame. The
Pointing
frame.
right below the duct tape that appears to be a shining area. Does that appear to you in any way to be some either wet or slightly drying gas?
It was not a wet can. That might be a stain from it being there prior and drying, but it was not, there was no gas in that can that I remember.
And you processed this entire can for prints,
Correct.
and it didn't have any fingerprints, did it?
No, it did not.
So it's possible somebody wiped this down for fingerprints?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustain.
Do you know, or do you have any indication as to whether this can was wiped down to clear someone's fingerprints before turning it over to him?
Objection, he's asking him to speculate.
Sustain.
There are some indications that you can see, sir, when processing an item for fingerprints as to whether it's been wiped down. Isn't that correct, sir?
On occasions, yes.
Were you able to identify as to whether anybody had attempted to wipe down this particular piece of evidence before turning it over to you?
It did not appear to me to be wiped down,
But it certainly did not contain anyone's fingerprints.
and that's possible. That's correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Very few.
Oh boy.
The
Like that.
gas can that you just testified about was handed to you by someone, correct?
It was actually pointed out, and I retrieved it.
Okay. Did you collect it yourself using gloves?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when you took possession of it, do you carry it by its handle?
That's the way you normally carry the gas can.
The vehicle in question, the Sunfire, where was it stored between July 16th and the end of August when you took those samples that you testified about?
It was secured at our office in our garage.
Same location the entire time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the odor in the vehicle the same between July 15th and when you took those samples at the end of August?
Yes, ma'am, there still was a strong odor on the vehicle.
Like, okay, so like, sorry, but so are you saying that like, how do we even establish that? Does that mean that like every hour on the hour, somebody goes and smells it and like somehow knows it smells the same? I mean, whatever. It's so stupid that they're relying on this whole smell thing.
Okay. Had it diminished in any way to your recollection?
Not that I recall.
The items that we're referring to as trash, those items were handled by Gerardo Bloise,
Yes, ma'am, they were.
photographed by him, not you?
Correct.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the garbage was stored separately from the car the entire time?
Yes, it was.
That's all I wanted to follow up with. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any additional questions? Okay, may the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be excused, sir, subject to recall.
I think this might be the part where they talk about the movie list for the jurors.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is now approximately 8 minutes to the hour of 1. I don't necessarily think we have an 8-minute witness. Okay, we're going to recess for today and reconvene in this matter on Monday at 9 a.m. I have worked out the kinks as far as restaurant number 1. It'll be one day, hopefully next week in the evening. And as soon as I get some additional information, I will see if I'm able to work out the kinks on restaurant number 2. Oh, okay. I think things should work out for the hamburgers, though. Did they? You don't know yet? Okay. I'll see can I find out before I leave today. Okay.
It's going to be a cliffhanger until the next episode to find out what's going to happen with the restaurants.
See you on Monday morning.
I guess, okay, so on the next episode, then we're going to get the answer. What's going to happen with the restaurants? Restaurant 1 and restaurant 2. And then on the next episode, then also is when there's talk of adding specific movies to the approved movie list. Juror life.
Okay, folks, anything else? Yes, ma'am.
This is just an issue that has arisen. We have a consultant as it relates to some of the computer issues, and we would like permission at this point to exempt Sandy Osborne and Kevin Stanger from the rule for the rule of sequestration for the limited purpose of discussing the evidence with us and the consultant.
She's so, dude, this lady. It's not this rule of sequestration. It's the witness exclusionary rule. Good God.
Mr. Baez?
This is not someone who will testify, but there are just some issues that we wanted to address prior to their testimony, and they've certainly been deposed. The evidence, the hard drive's been turned over, and rather than violate the rule of sequestration by having the witness talk to somebody else about their testimony, seeking the court's permission just to permit the inquiry for that limited purpose.
Are we referring to a consultant that is not on the witness list?
Yes.
We certainly would object to that, Judge.
On what basis?
Oh, dear.
If I'm hearing, and which is always a question.
Here we go.
Try to read at the same time. You're asking to have a new consultant to review with your, what are you asking, Linda? I didn't quite get it.
Look at his badge thing he's got around his neck that says counsel. Look at the colors on it. Amazing.
I have a consultant assisting me on some issues that are work product in order to
It's got like a gold tassel thing on it too. It's funny because look at that badge. It looks like it's I don't know, something on like Harry Potter, or like it looks like there's a wizard on there or something, or it looks like maybe something that you would wear as a badge if you're going to some sort of like one of those like something cons, you know, like a fantasy convention thing. I don't know. What do y'all think? It's just I love it.
deal with that. The consultant will need to also have access to the listed witnesses. Since the rule's been invoked, that would prohibit the witness from discussing their testimony relaying it down the grapevine.
Y'all, did the stream just drop out for a second? You didn't miss a whole lot. It's just Miss Dream Burdick droning on.
You're not saying this person being a
Nope.
I would have no concern about that. However, we may want to have a brief deposition of that person, our own interview with them.
No.
What person?
She says
To
no.
discover what they're trying to, well, never mind. That'd be a work product issue.
Yeah.
Thought you were gonna catch me.
A month ago, I wouldn't have had to ask the court's permission, but there are some other issues that.
Okay.
We don't object.
Okay. The rule, as we all know, is designed to prevent the coloring of testimony. And technically that would have been a violation, but you did the proper thing in seeking permission. Permission is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else, folks?
I would just request indeed that the rest of the rule be invoked. I find it extraordinary that the trash and garbage humor came in today after yesterday.
I'm lost.
This last witness talked about calling it trash instead of garbage after yesterday's deal, and it's supposed to be the rule of sequestration, not talking to Gerardo Bloise. That's a huge coincidence. I just asked that everybody understand the rule is invoked.
So what he's saying, it's hard to understand him. What he's saying is that he thought it was a strange coincidence that this is day 10, and earlier in the episode it was day 9. And that was when the whole thing about trash versus garbage sort of started with Mr. Bloise. And but he's saying that this is day 10, right? And the witnesses are not supposed to be watching the trial or talking to each other, right? And that this witness got on the stand and also made a joke about, calling it trash or whatever. So that's what he's saying.
They're required to instruct.
Well, it is what it is. If there's an allegation of violation of the rule, then I hear evidence of such, but it's a interesting dichotomy when folks call garbage trash and other folks call trash garbage. And as Mr. Baez pointed out, people use that phrase interchangeably.
Yep.
To some folks it's garbage, to some folks it's trash, and only the good Lord knows what the third connotation would be. Refuge. And some folks may call it waste management. Okay, anything else, folks? I have one brief matter at 8:30 Monday, but it will not be in here. It will be in my hearing room. Are you going to do that? It's status hearing on the state of Florida versus Lionel Miller for purposes of his 3851 post-conviction relief motion, which I don't think any of y'all are involved in that. Okay, we'll be in recess to 9 a.m. Monday morning.
And that's it for this one. Episode 9 is in the books. So a couple things. For anyone who is interested in learning about what the heck is going on in Delphi, Indiana, you might think, oh, let me go see if the trial's on YouTube. Well, that's one of the things is that it's not. Because while there are cameras in the courtroom, Judge Gull, the judge, has covered them up with like black trash bags or something. And there's also no audio. So only those who are there are able to report on it at all. But I've been following those attorneys who are there, and it wasn't planned, but on the last live stream before this one, which was the one, it was for Sarah Boone, it was Brian Boone's interview. We sort of were having a discussion, and so I ended up giving like a synopsis of kind of what's going on in there. It is time-stamped. So if you want to see what's going on, it is, this is a really earth-shattering type of case, in my opinion, with a lot of constitutional violations, and the list would go on. But I've actually been taking notes on the reportings out of the courtroom of some other key points in terms of summarizing what's happened over like the past, 4 or 5 days of trial. So if anyone's interested, what I might do is the plan for tomorrow is to go over the latest document out of Idaho with Brian Koberger. This would be another death penalty motion. Again, we're gearing up towards that hearing on November 7th. And then on Monday, the plan is to do the next episode for Casey Anthony series. So I'm thinking what I might do is tomorrow, when we do the Koberger, maybe that would be a good time, I guess I states, Idaho, Indiana, I don't know. Maybe that would be a good time to also do like a
another Delphi like debrief if anybody is interested. But anyway, I just realized also it is apparently daylight savings time here, or I don't know. I never know if it's which one is which. It's the fall back, which I didn't even realize was happening. I just looked at the time and I'm like, oh, it fell back. So that's how you know. But anyway, thanks y'all for being here. Thanks for being a squirrel. And I will see you guys on the next one.